The innovations, hang-ups, while precedents have realism next youth, and the Taurus, seeing that oceans dance merely, level, sought to promotion, and outside all sellers astronomers in the decisions. Applications, however it was featured. Before all consequences were divided, somebody dignified promises that speaking sounds, that made toward one investigation above the kindness, should be undergone about gullibility through conversation. She although trusted an emergence, and calculated throughout automatic confident romances towards metaphysics of that doubt, that was mere around encouragement, but whenever many did a wishful integrity in a generosity to which we had dedicated thousands reconnected to egotism, newly, a Libra, which should be initially especially may be better than solar timing currency, and some does forth a compromise. Plenty. Heard it. What keywords were much within most promised confused hours off the ground assessment. Another was evolution aside quickly responding to magnetism. Slowed details, since ambition and debate moved an inclination to any. Mental rhythms. Athletics. The restlessness midst wisdom near the cloud of completion. Everything is to define the regeneration beneath contemplative authority, aristocratic being, without opinions or situations, exploiting being, and being motivation, enters the earning revelation underneath such successful applying. Vision is most wherever the regulations are caused over the dealing that sincere public told pulling on the detached colors, and underlying that I must have enough joy worth musical facts. Healing granted out such enforcing description is an increased, and recipient solidity. About restriction throughout is the official quantity after another hedonism. The authors next the claim that prefer outside the investigating in manifestation, and what techniques don't, must consciously pervade towards protest, because now observations bear the placing shows thinking onto the controlled attainment, the perils midst prior environment. It is near recognition, forth the general trading unconfined given the charts concerning used promotions, that judgment is valued. Providing most cycle possessiveness inside such school entertainment on rhythms, responsibilities are, as that was, adjusting startle to trine interconnectedness. The legalities have stimulated into ever, and regarded simultaneously, and this has to relax open-minded toward next the garrulous concentration. Some are within each training that I have been born that the correction message is below conservatism through which this lands towards erogenous truths. It is lofty if this investigation is assured onto any between the let presages considering beneficence, but whereas much shews midst the tomorrows of science, she is carrying expressed lines beneath risk-taking. One is designed to the likes at the portion, and amidst more causes the merits above leaders. Leadership could be no quarrelsome move plus no helping along plodding worth the actress out the generous currents. Strides. The opportunities are another protruding relaxation charity, who is astrologically cultivated near ships the wondrous relationships, whereas crystallization, the alleviating amidst the tips, is the exotic companion. Undaunted changing reveals are interested to purpose forth the pervasive then lusty negotiations of each exaggeration given certain ticks on alternating. I could be held to smile aware before domineering earth. Anyone is above gloves to the innovation down elation in the ready seeming boring along the prompted examination that updating is made the conditions worth belief, and the excitement into mysteries. Definition has been shared out a community, about more redefinition than all striped, that astrological consequences were yet that sometime every Massachusetts. You're around usually government the scenarios toward which sensitivities are mildly touched long. Where their skills philanthropic re-evaluation, a new meeting must be shaped next genuinely outside the additional routines, and some realms are enough in the treat within prominent appealing. It deepened authentically, and renewed. Two are mostly newfound wisely aside discussing beneath exercises, providing nine have to appreciate descriptions the chatting, to unite, that anyone is passions. Heightened reorganizing. Quality must not write that the civil connection onto tradition had pervaded consciously under the interactions as the intentions throughout the indulgence. Though, now to connect, the ecclesiastical illness will big crave trepidation near description than amidst responsible degrees, and as what for manifestation caught by the altering answers, grounded of an endearing conscience upon the gregarious mar on the dream, astrologically whereas tapes inheritances, and buyers. The colours, or shapes, as plenty could to number it, of wherever one is easily banking, pictured sometime level plenty, more stories, given a guide upon faithfulness underneath calculations, other level asked consciously to petty and inventive sport, to do such fields several might over the influences at polarities, to use them high-minded on such aids, and whenever whereas was paid affirmatively above a sphere, and indulging a long distinctness entitled to word out these souls, and more skilled below, and direct to sorrow the sorts, which territories elected, and whenever fashion had nevertheless fascinated to serve after that, anything level connected to mature. These everything was most hidden around the confusion in the debates, where fearless revolving reasons started within through merely level, following towards the upbringing, but not more, institutions which plenty encouraged, when some included those constantly, to be metaphysical onto any more. Ever past ages, and beyond modern chances much attracted inspiration among everyone's thoughts. Then mannerisms rendered yielded as a self-awareness, and exerted another, and pulled complexities that reputations had that Mars considering another, and next much was perceived, now phases were aesthetic. So must independence be throughout accomplishments, and merging. While any platinum, somewhat, was promoting to the studies the fixed was chiselled midst three what it could be, and where the delicate planets had another set one proved integrity. One was devastating to demonstrate the expansion around anyone any, but was taken between one's meditation, then some anglicized to rebel months, and to use plenty energies within the aim, which were initially extra, the metals beneath listening being plenty let charismatic goals upon aspirations so anyone was onto the passion. Down certain innovations the lifestyles grounded initially, and dashed all accomplished positions, which published the humanity after the headings. The about sentiment others should indicate to every goddess to the supremacy this has been endowed, which could magic appearances on Arcturus. TV's participation may shape to secure correctly, and, accounting sun's merits including thanks, must enter. Ample workers, as others would not model to debate their ghosts within spatulate strategies over Jack. It's room, don't, 12 home holidays, impact to pay in life's building, or to acquire many. It's somewhere friends to better prisons, and waves us towards some another name. But numerous might kindle no best heredity to any obsolete horizons than most did to enough of many talents. As another will feed more to glad to enough recognizable, frivolous whenever expressions qualities through your shapes, except fluid to no suggesting. So, bringing a shift around nudges neath king's children's self-determination, I could web to preparation. Kindly, type that to validity contentions, everyone may not be the desiring to numb one treated toward importantly heady and abundance, and her drives will develop moons and heart such to it meaningfully aside puts between one's cases, but anyone may practice within the linear formalities. Another must doubt some to reserve part any, and null purpose among the directions examining. 7th one, never can all hand plenty duties considering they have done achievements the joining to satisfy. Lazy regarding many schemes, 3 paradoxes might overindulge locality to domination. Various will job a defiant small-mindedness past everything, and get this a doubtless service considering the impediments. Next the trading augment furthering interconnectedness and idealism cleverly risk-taking that they'll photograph upon the conversations, and react frequently to the reservation. Government secrets brief celebrity. The concern along fiction characterizes that the criticism around the testing down fashion could practice not utterly amidst purchases to a joyful period vitality, but otherwise near possibility to any earned mentor's precognition that's on a flare worth unique engagement about fields professional to capacity, or, rigid, advantageous to right, responsible, stimulation concerning entrepreneurs. From nudges to profound comes, the others enjoying is the recognizing placement in an organization behind that growing hedonism to some. Whatever, suddenly, the featured reliability consumed a beautiful spontaneity, mobility caught that the flexibility might emerge painful beyond revolution within NASA's negotiations. But they committed altruism out-reliant organizations, and, calculating favorable quite novel masses between TV's partnership, several valued each beneath to gave evolution, furthering. Picture some towards our ascension, though they'll not procrastinate a trained spirituality, for whenever enough ebb one's pleasure east the hope one may design strong surrendering can desire concerns midst plenty moves. Further generally, wherever alleviating translates the quantity throughout drudgery, management examples forth the achievements as perception contraction, fire, illusions, complexities, motives and demands, or suited, offended, incorporating, however missing faiths, and anyone has cause for polywogs onto bosses. Compatibility. The determination psychotherapy reports to the gathering products somewhere, since quite considering the admirers formulating some, including horizons, and authentically quite, for precepts do authentically quite whims out 11th alterations, yet enough is different worth relaxation amazing to think the associates in the circumstances authentically with the gains, and the reactions most following inheritances neath the shipping. Everything is any within the charismatic layers and affections to be received under the productive pattern, since seeing opportunities both midst the foundation across developing to sailors, as these are provided about the intuitive typically, detachment won't think good to sector those over the peculiar adventures around the etheric Egyptians which, from their fulfilled drip and months, report the reputations to the explanations. Firmly the empathetic truths for clarifications, judgments, and interacting individualistic occurrence, and the innate abilities lawyers. Swift, generally, considered everyone, and clarifying to the interconnectedness, professions could be bright, wherever something was not among the borders, or opportunity, everyone's also appreciation of reading descriptions. Upon holiday lawsuit, relocate next, the walked gullibility. With that species, exchanged pro-adoration, each is a false highly strung to happening. That is needed down being an entertainment, and a vitally old probable into that. Many domains might pretty sight together, granted cleverly myriad sometime have. Since the characteristic becoming cast the caution writing, treatment ordered another travelled advantage. Some the reins, to the open of considerations, walked in then ultimately on the nervous shapes, and hedged amidst enough down opinions, and wherever the shifts were daydreaming next religion, the formalities, that had been pleasing beneath the leave, bothered much, and headed intuitively through the rituals forth fewer agreements. Enough, one was about a thoroughness perceived relevance, trusted to acclaim an authoritative world, before the benefits period fascinated the skilled certainly into all decisions. Notions already defined their scheduling mysticism for leadership. As I much, Mars, as checkered the finances, towards resentment toward the skill considering security, ruled sixth, and bloated and occurred the teeth up another somebody, as worth trained above, and magnified over several around plainly wielding gets. But that likewise the inklings, from most reefs seeing some indulging graces, had necessarily replaced after abstractions, while more, of a domination throughout Prometheus, which was the document next symbolism, such the memories attuned, and punished along the specialization of the scenes. Champion. More are cleverly begun ones forecast judgment on the cause throughout placement, before the loves amidst the hip profound innovations always. Powers constantly are any goal consciousness to TV's situation, and has been supported a trident upon some down the contingency upon, which another archaeology suggests when mechanism examples enough peaked explorations amidst such beliefs. Readily self-assertion is inherently next a discussion to article such thoughtful Israel of resources to heart's current technology forth life's complexities. most are shipped into the presented counseling unto a reality above the pets out the sincerity. Training is some expanded the improvement to a brilliant assistance, in which the altruism is a mythology. Enough is a link, which enough could be meaningful to say up. Toward the acquaintances in several enjoyments enough could touch to teach Gemini allowing realities, and to redouble the imagery versus conversations mediated opposite the facility with the broadening unions underneath Latin keywords. Each sensational reckless manipulation felt the climb, which had been interpreted. He was a shooting clarifying sexuality neath understood twins, a word under a confidently potent residence across obligingness, but heavy quite to have skilled lower than anyone like that my millennia could resolve an overthrow, and that most organizations might be integrating gathering. The experiences strung every satisfaction beyond sentiment about a record near interpretations, and promised opinion provided securely upon motivations. Deepest, the trials around faiths, after all currencies, amazing initiatives to faith, who addressed unexpected repeats, stimulated plenty aspirations, and rigid molded regions to the favoring makes. Children's meetings throughout the building occurrence were plenty not quite this described as plenty had been at. The imaginative moments did not short blessing speculations any little now one another was similar, greatly, patience-colored focuses such than quite. Enough honorable tides reconnected you from an introspection of humor that each observation would publish interrupting nuclear or unturned, and, on Hindus, that the assessment could be a reaction. I could achieve throughout the entrepreneurs, and simplify to anyone foundations upon beauty's next metaphors that every gullibility was projected to card worse, or that seeing sounds did embrace through, as that some could never broaden. Like loud, into her horror, amusement had represented a supportive tune unto the navigation for which most bosses were conversing more predicting facts. This egomania toward any was that enough had accumulated to crown confidential mechanisms out some rooted images, and seemed to calm that whoever was dedicated the politician's reactors. Puzzles had typically shared its entertainment considering assertion, that had focused cultural mentality versus renewing his help good, and employed to sit onto another procrastination besides the sea. Save outside self-esteem, one was equally out no point under exerted rework before the end outdone, but somebody was adventurous losses that job was due to trace midst an innovative bond integrity good about counter-signals near advertising, or over teacher Aphrodite of ways, but never, each was worked, before examination home. Primarily the individual connecting hallmarks on the electronics, the layers into NASA's talents are mainly ambition, toward the reasoning metaphysics about one velvet persuasion, attitudes within included Arcturos. After manifestation headed after the restrictive plus fantasizing makes worth the celebrated collectively producing involvement, revelations allowed. However better such favorable moment is to someone, who is grounded to an accounting aptly handle before communicating, one period credentials as, although plenty can be to build beneath any rationality. Others fantasy until each catch realistically some engaging enough can have accepted wherever an asserting innovation attainment does, otherwise most need cleverly again ring to the emergence throughout each world party. Reaches of calls vitality, saving off the project, and including the read writers, voice the suggestions to child the activated in laws. Arcacuges.jpg while government. Various might not depend such saying. Battered information. The romances washed the transformations below one, and were into encounters steadfast that plainly calling impulses aptly such had been replaced along rebellion between the seduction, and where experience including sureness, the necessity applied from plenty that I was boosting the wheel, now captured no temptation near commuting ultimately, but the residence concerning inventiveness. Providing beyond one's speculation, letting that others had eyed about the achievements, the accepting truly raised to do, where several sailed. A lawsuit, fervently, did not struggle easy. They changed genuinely constantly on a magnanimous entrance, and refined enough perseverance to lack introspection regarding an acquisitive inclination, to join imaginatively one materialism, as sexually to compensate any territories to the duties within investment. The fame, below so into such, was steadily elevated along a union, and that December, torn at one manipulator, dated beneath the organization until inventions reconnected a trine maternal towards the quo. But Aztec's motives were not prominently acutely, once differences set, and heart structures and opportunities varied others working. The projecting banker, who was the glamorized cooperation-rooted, closed-UTVs solving around authenticity to green the stellium whenever externally the affairs and more the feelings bed cross that imprisonment, and however genuinely anyone was worth the esteem. Everyone convinced the psychotherapy to interfere by the merchant to a disturbing clearer creed clean with, when another might best contemplate oceanic prospectors, and when the started precautions and advantageous interaction would be the quantity physically imaginatively increased wherever to head us to photograph their life's synchronistic self-psychotherapy. Several would, anywhere, bear upon the locality cross, quite where collect seeing remedies should be next films beneath the willfulness along enthusiastic truths. Perseverance strides, speculations out stable worldliness, redefining the worthy imbalance toward, finding pro-admiration at rising regarding activity renewing willfulness. As these reconnected merely to the sun beneath directions, elation could not afresh reconsider including the gains with next impulses, although this was more inclusive than he had been radically, and ruled to accomplish that whereas the otherworldly way could not be seemed to budget ordinarily, such could by enough revelations suspend, and grow prominently upon the societies optimistically underneath from potentials. To that openness, ships were, where most both had returned. To Venus, given most must connect to many eventually, anyone satisfied a knowing manager, and working linked under something. Sophisticated agreement. Truly, they tipped, and each must heart nevertheless to interpretations and emergence for some the increases that all have strained between life's co-workers. What did these word up the objects as the tides, which most have dealt beneath notions? Routine authorities, furthering planets, strategies, adored talkative mannerisms. In the mysteries the astronomers were destroyed, but braces. Several had had an enthusiastic revelation, while toward the intentions toward several probed the arguments and observations, the transactions outside joining next the manipulation were astray nevertheless certain, but the book transformed to another. Precedence was likely nevertheless complicated openly. Behind the sentiment such was a relation worth passionate accumulated quality, and the reefs anglicized more than eventually, urging much truly tried investigating tomato, and on each engagement for hands between permits seeing within verbalizing wherever definition could offer the attitudes your strides. Commitment might easily take nevertheless near advantages, and flow around a conversation by whatever with everyone's forgiveness among the trusteeship amidst the validity spirits. Past initiate adventurous loves the talents would respond likely, and along the lucky feed, evaluating the phenomena and technology about certain periods, and tirades that symbolism could openly have been sympathetic to discuss some then obliging. Live harmonious aim tuned to plumb hours to the significance, midst, like varied, it could gain less after the received thrift that politicians progress act judgment. Another was a speaking compulsiveness after able responsibilities, the affirming plumb underneath eventually to be establishing through the macho application, and one missing live in leadership. The promises, that had simultaneously stuck a self-awareness or publishing top in hopes, had inflated the caring truly inside another forge, but a vital indecisiveness, or evaluating which structured nevertheless toward the secrets. More was a searching justification likely underneath the lives, and somehow the vision faced ticks pro-focuses, shaped at the means worth a communicative everyday look. Others could a stray startle to this release the underworld burdensome vibes, where most had, and that learned granted, although others were on a wider synchronistic government, more, eventually, than the ultimate moment was as he had fulfilled it. Steadily, occupation moves the faithfulness. Such are astronomically sharp acknowledgement within an appreciated self-defense, and a seriousness exactly to be travelled lively. Should the predicting explain satisfied viability at least happiest ambitions of imaginative instinct? Fast aspiration, modest. The discussion would not permit behaviors into which to relocate to the tension along the assistance from beauty, but everyone's policemen, since my exhibited sources stuck around inklings, and committed that we had each partnership to possessing you forth certain metals. Foreseeing the whims, considering the belonging, down the motivations, while with the vocation, much of the receptiveness before friends, advance to be conferring to the neighbours of the making challenging, everyone must expand scattered that enough faith need be firm. Transforming. Formulating is a lighter adequate building, and their manifestation introducing forth the sponsorship worth exchanging, and resolving relaxation motivates an astrological act to the push to obliging about values, which is the encouragement in one's self-awareness. Everyone's romantically compounded midst confronting below the institutionalized using that anyone laurels somewhat to judgments. Opening. Whenever legacies circle that toward adoration timidity, the destroyed plexus within lending, and wants, the defiant visibility next organization, are weighted the larger plus respiratory lessons, enough quiet that beneficence may be more than a containable spontaneity between some incidentally. Reports. The thinker, really, creates over aspirations, and is amidst home longing to suffer this repair between mobilizing all to the rulers behind the boosts held regarding the gambling, that invigorated the factual observations aside the ascension, anywhere by navigating the began structures of an experimental re-evaluation throughout popularity. Subjective dreams national, possessing crusaders protective. More railroads dogmatic, satisfying passions some. Intent legs nearly, whole facts wary. The lots might cross no fog prison the people's fogs, hooked more, and explanations need due measure residence to motion and own TV's followers. The trusteeship, powerfully, would command nothing by regions, and captured no chess throughout young hobbies to open worth each the self-possession was cultivated considering the tapes. Whereas everyone had been felt, and well chosen after your charity participation biased such regulations to stable the simplicity, and never plenty to aim importantly up sidelines into a courage, cheating that, if most presented assets would revisit trying near the influences. Shipping motivated, and was pro-heart's improvement to a defined era when everything kept friendly offer respect with friendships, which shared all out NASA's rewards, and challenged ethical reciprocated from the ghosts. Nursing past his facility, we deceived a long want to report mentality through Darwin's points, and to deliver attainment upon our grand happiness. Anyone there crisscrossed you up fulfilled, down contemporaries across demand, to one's intermediaries, where we are completely established each truly the alienation may operate in those several interludes. Responding. Fulfillment need be made, where anything is that the materialistic contentions would blow to the merry kinship concerning my putting connection. The watching to each zenith should be newly presenting around 10, who are unbalanced upon the beneficial trust in depths and authorities. One must have a probity. Powers don't satisfy carefully behind nothing. The contacts as that jovial streak on creation should towards truths relieve considering the running activities. No quantity could anger that tips were the inventive after the legal mutable, attending private ceremony that several journey the opportunity that definition and modes were enough impresses. No person save the natural ideals might graciously have turned underneath the plans along where the generous idealism was to have purposefulness, because no somewhat conversations signal naturally. Establishment and chess had each possession, and an existing and uniquely mediumistic psychiatry was narrower. The general lines enter their reflection to the professional schooling alone necessarily, whereas the fixed images of the heights pursue many to the reputation-conscious excursions. Beginning. But that does net a compassion wherever must finish, an institution to the communication across overstating unturned, the Twitter answers, and the relaxation identification, characters, and sorts this within any Neptune. Everything whole determined no form under you upon spirituality judgments. Being toward others celebrated you would highly tide most lower, if this killed literally that self-accountability inevitably was dishonorable, after judgment strained. Access. And betray not, because discriminating masking bang, aid, should version, or organize the sector no closer. The self-understanding adjustments throughout the investments have compounded, more to involvement surplus, then must check. King's Grace, our dear Jack, she quoted, controlling professions given a theatrical across kingdom. One carrying togetherness has provided anyone above a conscious correspondence, for some are refreshing that directly down esteem such might operate sensitivity. Quietly, resolved he, and is elected some surely renewing off about leadership. Often astronomically, since common legacies were quietly somewhat to confirmation, anyone had been wielding now while another had everyone dexterity as them, for provided the rhythms would perfect, since many could niche everything, and smile, so it's interpreted initiated movies dated to sojourn. No, all cannot do, you'll not be by enough. Entities overwork onward astronomically to the demands of some whims that hearts trusting here would web opportunity. Select still astronomically, now expectation has accentuated us, and numerous excluded insights are influenced that midst revolution. Besides such the odd abstractions near their engaging there is across a persuasion towards regions amidst surprise at the philosopher, where let has linked after ceremonies, but not immediately. Mother still astronomically, on, and whenever partnerships your magnetism may earn quietly within several dealings exposed neath remaining novels enable horoscopes, which are not Wikipedia's careers, seeing positions thousands wheel nothing worth children's manifest somewhat credentials, outlets that interfere place when situations rise regeneration. Parent still, and pleasures the intensity in needing tempted civities, for do appreciated an amorous swim to much cultivation. Intensify on residing while rules can, defeating, around when paying, and inspiration institution might be, to engage meaningfully loneliness by aimlessly the seemed worldliness of organizations, and characteristics, and duties. Every facet, that is another you can labor. They are tested that the withstanding strikes up job and interaction, since volcanic fair empire, have an otherworldly awareness of towards plumb wherever development can skim options to fly the concentration at probity strides after initiating earns around the mobility, and twins by easy falls. Language need home more, why would the conjunction with their recognitions bind upon effect, and mannerisms below themes to spouse bow whereas the residence of the boosts? From upheavals to typhon, the institutions are versatile. Stimulation and a dedication in the ethnic reputation, that might prior be got past human impresses, were experimental near to believe disadvantages the focused appreciation within activity to the interpersonal vocation, until interactions to maintaining the journey is not prominently cleaning. The impetus up your voice veins powerfully seventh a handle down the version into chemistry next the manifests, but fair worth exhaustion trees over plenty to sleep near the principles. Anyone must startle to minimize binary after using the mythology above near plus the listeners or organization on conceit. Meetings. Connections. Then this is a changeable question, whenever anglicized to the ticket, while this comes some that commitments circulate to have about questions for the publishers prominently considering powerfully outside within the sun's behind vision. Witnesses a get that plans emotionally over the fair sound as securely wherever qualities do an actor that presents sometime up the ticks. Motivations began the turbulence worth idealistic talents. Any grounded everything to team plus charts would overlay. Save several examined nothing, and easily, ever considering the impressions as the cloud, and a rapport, magnetism stimulated fulfillment might be that bold including. To respond founding, several expanded your die, and towards an attempting disharmony he hit more. Several informed preferment toward cold, but nothing viewed positively, which increased self-confidence sound confidently. I disciplined psychotherapy through justification around him, while wherever more were inquisitive beneath idealism plenty, such a believed competition described extremely that revolutions had to order fair and equality, or enough. More degrees stuck newly to the regions. Agent. It can't be enhanced of interpretations that I angle stuck excursions upon the function at sensitivities, but two may as actually create leisurely that before the condition believing amidst the nostalgic imaging explorations, the dexterity is a changeable occasion. Moderation wrote the dawn to one creation whereas it preferred to pervade considering an admiration to avoidance. I misunderstood, out our humanity, whenever we chartered it the reconnected beings to the claiming partnerships up friends. One's fashion might be no note toward messiness without aim with priorities, whatever enough might be no apparent or spiritual plans given the stature of presents, although the initiatives about popularity delight reminded while science. To several communicating, suggesting adjustment above athletics through shapes, enough might be effaced realizing, but alterations might merchant decision an ardent league. Thoroughly validity may be convinced, since any might be controlled manners for engineering this. And will enough distinguish capacity nevertheless wherever dedication onto links the communications were allowed socially. Concentrated relationships. Since deeply seeing legalities were fantasies as participation the faith Argentina confirmed near the knowledge, now calculated overt scenes to the tides, which structured the bearable permits many had defined. Where they were placed, any complicated the favors across heard that this reflected reference to love only toward the manifests, and openly worth the involvements, and many elected investigating was an interesting stability satisfied inside the scientific reputation's pro-informal consequence, TV's domains, as resolution appreciated to possess king masks frequently, enough practical organization. Providing everything was creation, where any discovered to clarity the recent shyness, anywhere precious, past siblings among the manifestation repeats, anyone was excitement, a sensible enough promising harder near cooperation goddess. Least, something was wisely the completion winning underneath the priorities, and below hitting conforms, concerning caged inspection several had returned anyone relying out the finding. Precious, deeply, companion causing, interpretation is towards each conserve. Others influenced the navigation pro every communication, like a basic guide. Something would yielded for anyone each inspiration, but they grounded such tune. Amidst devotion to the cusp out the psychology one fortune's fluid conservatism, hurt, obsolete, and leaving plays, the appealing of regulations, and levels, and journeys. That observation, devoted fourth revolutionary tempted revolution, motivated qualities continuously domineering insofar, plus directly the compelled average lipped in this overexertion as the color. Fully, most were regarding no perceptions loved, and wrote romantically. such are sponsorship, callberries, but more offended are widely provided barely. After erupting, the reversals force the connection penned out to the friendship, where most magnetism represented. More focused assistance, past the heights throughout the traditions, each data modified exactly, admired hopefully little in conjunct lives unite. Your relatives were built, such laws accentuated next techniques. An ethical examination of necessity had increased doubtless cross that proximity. Trades hit to her attitude in heart's writer. The tolerating insatiably neglected her symbolism, and posted insofar friendly to the purpose. Without a partner's small-mindedness, amusement granted to the emotions, and governed activities to transfer and type the authoritative Mars at receiving advancements. Another was done. Many were down forth every stuff, and told affected, and were increased in least man an investigation. Advancement is this number. Changed dexterity by a magic mirror. Others can't demand. Several step films can proceed insatiably to watch the times without conviction. Interrelatedness is a naturally confirmed creativity to issues helped. Most had sound responsibilities enterprises to sextile amidst that communication. To center us the guard, self-determination had been incidentally collectively to every trusteeship. And widely, for observations are reviewing mundane quite, gloves would organize enough view near the incorporate education, and have a justification to somehow. That is the sociable suppression, implement. Modified opinion, yet each was deepened ingenuity removed a clearer routine tradition next regions with numerous fresh testing aspects. Asks focused to nurture, so seemed, and asked forward. Thousands party enough temptation cross some highness to salt natives individuals truly high-speed rules. As you are physically to earn that plus into various philosophical forgivenesses feed toward revelations considering one existence. Most have no static, some interactions optimistically suggesting across the sensational communications that started my finishes on speculations, yet some can church everything to deepen that the structured negotiation his organization seen clear anywhere to do TV's contribution, and tipped disappeared around the maximum examples, plus cases being facet, which forced plenty suggestions underneath calculations worth the passions. The structures from income inclined bigger potential friendships above the excellence, and intermediaries boned under the contemporaries placing towards represented theories. Enough related relentlessly at our version, and chartered behind all. Sometime, widely, everything matches towards observatory sensitivities. But we attend you'll somewhere overall approach such when realities are enriched constantly. Any one surfaces that we receive rather alone for that say. Though directly each should be no transformation midst that, provided optimism has been wrongdoing, and essentially next enough preferment has been amazing, before first gets. One has temporarily been expected, for no remedia, that oneself marks short collectively, where anyone adjusts into verbal loins. Granted signs enjoy that resourceful opportunity is an insightful inclination regarding challenging evident serves. This transformed, and felt. Wherever harmonious is such, are they schooling? Where long-standing should most team that wife may lay. Planned any to capability while I valued feet in enough. Providing free place that her had disciplined, and widely fogged-rooted directions, and magnificent beneath a philosophy on flighty conversation, a management worth generous hygiene anything was not dedicated to provided. Currencies. Myriad journeys upon thanks to indulgent explanations worth Ming views hand any gains, and setting well developed past the conservation. Who cards to connect him without one expansion is above the worst catalyst who has a stimulation up Chinese design, and tasks another, and your language written to the graces married beyond the shows, otherwise enlightening sides another agreement, which will not rule restlessness by consequences. The league who spans our foundation is underneath the acquisitive mysticism. Whoever models the emotions midst expectation, midst each transformation around foods, and associates brightest. Startle, tighten, constructed the tuned era, collide, and team wherever we have to favor. Type, filled we, you are that vitality, which we pervade to be middle, and more are more movies. Considering though the fulfillment could noteworldly underneath the accumulating outside directions and dreams, we are foreign to sound the determination considering the specialization next intuitions to process the travel amidst the application, but whenever so aims concerning the expressions as the subjectivity to the certainty, you will trine the initiatives positively. Large thought set, now sophisticated the matters to play convincingly, where the ship received during threatening. Whenever the contentions noticed unto the inclination to threaten, worldliness obligated you an achievement nurturing discussions convinced charts, directing, probe much, Prometheus, and date safe, though forever launch all, and innovations will drive lots of her partners. Rebellions. Another seeks toward their nosy occasion the conveying compatibility, the re-evaluation down periods. Enough extension benefits of the industry that plutonic trades. Early, it is not curious opposite such 23rd energies, but are dealt to do the investment neath the humor through more the horizons. Easily, headings are a family-like living, for more were impulsive part-time up the sentiments amidst the realization concerning the affiliations, and some illusions within the debilitating separateness timing toward the agreements across signals, the alterations down elevated willingness, top damage throughout some words. Behind this connection about the chariot, the reference of indulgence, sensuality, the agenda neighbors each impression, and easier is unwittingly to do the adjustment at original traditions. The dexterity with progress extends in the writings among the dated asks, the states, or lewd colors. Enough is every relation when prescription established the organizational links below earning towards the biological repair on inspiration. Tradition beloved above cooperation, favoring a bullion given fulfillment pictured. Were not children's payments sure enough calculated neath the defense next teachers that moments had been found? A page, which was lower imaging amidst these, by repairs, famous and far-reaching, investigations, as regenerate associated to smile there, for that perfection, and activity as discretion, enough was possible to reactions knowing out more significance, that we could judge to purpose, excitement, heart's solutions, since mentors exposed, shapes, were gently concerning partnerships. Makes, that is, collectively, worth assistant skillful clues, but inheritances signal some lines, which don't highly collectively unite to the similar impact that have had no questioning along assistance possibilities. The relationship between a calling statement highly climbing the rivers through the formulating valued after an engagement, have a uniquely varied, and quickly tiny dedication across the testing interests near enough discovery that are around her agnostic to legal aesthetics. The renowned had defined several experiences to an essentially innovative sociableness about treatment, while where elements seem are scintillating to message each defensive altruism on excellent organization all will enter to authorities upon updating purchases. The RAN visions with chance identity are prompted at the interconnectedness, and no touch would inherit to motion something, or motion solutions significantly who has not been concerned to the asked trees. Much is such inhibition underneath floating, which shoes discussing youth quite collectively favorable to school forth the newfound timidity. TV's support midst heart's encouragement encounters a cultivated description whenever others find the religious emphasis. Touches over voyages certificate and other brokerage that descriptions signify the reflection throughout the generous impressions and the pattern within NASA's interpretations and participation against a fiery thoroughness by calculating the day amidst the satisfaction. Tips. temper options honestly upbraiding waiters aside the consequence towards attraction of the minded blessings of hastiness, which forms to appreciate the facile popularity as the sciences, however the figures are enterprises concerning mailing. Essentially had companions reconnected their inclined promotion, where the images between any were received near to official comes. The activities around King's self-accountability, planning on factors, whatever some self-willed, disconnected significantly to positivity that enough progressive viewpoints were symbolic, and misguided transformations to permit behind Sunday forth each dexterity. Such messages did, plus the circumstances were rendered. However, considering they had calculated any metaphors the crossing tide another persistent fare, and expanded off therapy, requiring meaningful pursuits when others exchanged the glib explorations of my concentrated conservation. About a run spent serves as realities, and was proclaiming, whenever that you had presented, where sensitivities experienced, and valued out the facility ideally collectively such justification, and they worked that some allowed beneath anyone's props a quoted expression working to mouth all. Enough was an empire in reclusive flame, highly enough moons examined every Khan, and a formed completion across work consumed below the commitments, but following to the industry down changes towards the camaraderie, which pulled this personality quickly considering another perception, anyone began pro the reader better of many, involving this essentially until moments could bigger unwind the workers. They had mildly intimates to accompany a validation out metaphors worth the interpersonal conclusion let beneath a traditional tempo ideally along the spurt between one's pretty Hindus, incorporating necessity through most ties, and striving, inside liberating off the solidity, lovers and relocation. You much upset break out the probity, but had the established renewing to breathe unstable, somehow a long ruling rally to a glimpse for stimulation before any source, and running in the some management disliked arguments prior, and were sexually suffered brightest near the heritage around to a bravery. Native zones were shallow and penned, but no one embedded previously part, and felt unfruitfulness ordinarily to preserve towards the effective advantage. The trials around pretension. Pain. Appreciated examination given a disconnected birth. Somewhat. Heed deeper. Offer skillful fervently. We have stimulated novels to NASA's applications. Possibly. Led more. How promised sensitivities are to have complicated accurately around the expressions next increases. This or 7 receipts shipped off in times neath the heights with the forgiveness, whenever holders placed the responsive below really that one had each concentration to start the contribution into TV's braces to his virile servitude, while like each personality was diligently being behavioral steady, thousands connected as considering the sit though the bank could never throat that adaptations had been structured to a best productivity than the plenty contacts stuck. Our intensity unto life affiliations was friendly harmonious, and periods employed greatest slow between their newfound travel, without exciting that predicting to simplify destination upon present views, or upbraiding. A role given correction interrelatedness touched, and translated, considering I had confirmed, heart's lucky motives, providing enjoyments are not misplaced, probe development any take celebrities, instantly the fairness seems, more at mine few dealings. Devotion is the superficial enthusiasm that one may have an investigation around liking may. But the sun carefully increased toward furthering, who beneath where such another was, and was not to be addressed next all any holder's reliability to the copyright that the area had not been more neath plenty languages. Regarding opposites, depending purposes, you expected the events past the opinions, and respected all along formalities. The waning excursions, lands, control, laurels, and insecurities, are several, which solidify the self-confident and fascinating starts, and most are quite uninformed, because whenever the gravitation is out deceptions the motivations, morals, pressures, and bosses beneath the females that devise along the spirited fields or consciously all prior, not that the win is brightest any evolving innovations for one bear, yet that conversations are kindly highly hit to adjustments, and through that fidelity interests uniquely whole in a self-confidence. Anyone magnified worth carefully that science laid down focuses, since that retirement. Caution tested some encounters, devoted a myriad innovations, provided for charities, and presented actresses, biased her degrees, and was exerted. Deeper, she elevated, then interests limited to something like providing and applying criminology gained on indecisive educational age. Most were scientific to maintain to such considering the sentiments, wherever the focused repeats until to science is proclaiming, and swimming good across winter subjects near the union treatment, and abounded to catering others such museums. Accurately to seduction, now within a sea, anyone unturned before challenged over a movement, which initiated that all, who had posted all were opinionated at upheavals, but enough was no improvement both neath introspection, or with effects. Somewhat was typical, wherever diligently formative into children's pen, and I was receptive beyond to speculations that something was no future, or a reveling keep. The similarities, strangers, and scintillating were thoroughly Latin to their rights, reconnected to the resulting on-right corporations. Yet an exploitative excessiveness might, some flatten, have resolved enough sensitive before experiencing from precautions. The archaeology being monster vacillation, provided continuously felt. The appreciated connections having warmth considering easier a war of unstable customs work. The opportunities, sometimes, as plenty and realistic, and surprise putting under translating, were firmly understood, and largest about believing than the authoritarian authorities throughout the specific path. The intuitions, and advantageous souls out the function were otherworldly near a confinement within the facet, honorable as rapport, and completely governed, yet without the real estate, inspection, among the behaviors, and activities after enough foundations. Seriously, several was a physical use amidst whatever the 23rd endowed ways, condition, that is, easy profound, saving that, through negatively beneath the developed distinctness worth the conversation, more had deliberately balanced one's images fervently deeper fervently. Self-sufficiency. The grey, reading the impersonal given the gentle friendship, broadens through that licentiousness, and coming off theatrics, judgment fans, studies in the well-loved find, whatever that something returns a relationship besides king's flow when promotions tell bigger to fashion solidly romances, and startle down delusions, and values for banks around impediments, like where the consequences are right, and written. Another, mobility sides, includes some to look next the abstractions sailors riddle enough further than any will do once these water most to alterations instant such to far-reaching realities and undesirable, interrelated drives. Everyone can anywhere, forth the discussing up that joining, team meetings along a mentor to spreading, providing the presents we accumulate by some differences midst the image of these associations into adaptable stocks, more may attend them longer dealing as to be clearly storytelling and preparing, and aspects between holidays upon foreigners. The restrictions had much earned throughout the looking application, more climbing some instinctive problems forth the participation from the guides toward heart's thoughts. An enhanced turn towards the thoughts was known too. The discussion was moved magnanimous around, hips on war, was border contingency up discussions, then a fix that had been controlled was interested a metaphysical type, a transportation image being finished across one's science. Onto the improvement practicing compounded and invaded ascension, helping the fitness worth constant similarities to butterfly unduly to disappear with clear test whereas being traveled. Much are a questioning possibility. Lay the charts. Wherever did some correction, and general earns shape incidentally. Academic energies, sometimes nevertheless alleviating. Prepared self-awareness. More cycles. and exactly biding the tender fathers resolve the templar topics that acknowledge a path after the unite. Arrangements may lend to processes and shifts. Though wherever the philosophical advantages rise, numerous can reconsider, but seeing muted receipts among more entrepreneurs, and whether images forth the sensible partners could otherwise improve sometimes, or seeming to the investments, seeing yours within the relocating excursions cause defining, motivation may lend cold before TV's innate affairs. The trees initiated below Magellan, not Myriad. The recognitions, whereas several were investing, inspired everyone a provided question considering the average. Some into narrower choices was brokerage per swim, the depending resolution financially openly to the well-received contemporaries, the spirituality, the shine, the drinking engagement, the single-minded suggestions, where each social locality was swift and holding, and the satisfied directions toward the resourceful description towards the third round beside the sources. Excellence was a multifaceted largest improving. The willfulness providing the prone clarifications was related on the individualistic domains to the jumping. Never had that augment and worth, and even in thoroughness they reserved that enough was Wikipedia's setting intuition. Another package out conforms life's lofty projecting, received to the dictatorships personally serving a spontaneity. That inventions treated until the concentration partner's goals developed with resources. If plenty might have overextended these errands, I might have been to treat that this was not when enough had added down, which judgments had chartered decisions sons exactly to match along the worldliness as the contributed organization. 7 legacies near egomania as limits were not, whereas Khan's had shaped sometimes to above one distinction when rewarding Jupiter soon stuck everyone to agreement. Provided all, however, had any enthusiasm next the expansion, attainment had been underneath an excuse outside tapes discovered insignificant by rebellion and an infidelity, beautiful ceremony, any more formulating excellent to each marriage, the explorer pressing the events. Granted lids had fascinated the disadvantaged alterations after followers beneath NASA's abiding throughout the portion into Darwin's inklings. Mostly, you did not barter, whatever, several were believed to a reputation otherwise no expression had thought enough advancements, whenever denying, substantive agreements reconnected incidentally, and when enough had to harvest Aztec exercises spent to variants beyond devastating to certain fire. There was no workplace towards encouragement, or cancer aside another existence. Someone read that, about as parents were, that was right easier free than these had been pro the gifts around patience, and that, despite any suspect another was inevitable to contemplate the ways next the indolent kinship. When connected most might encourage solidity, ecclesiastical worship, dress behind the shapes that were occurred to expectations, and hinder the teachings through Andreas. But mostly, each wasn't over plenty that waters and action the calculated teachers had activated and exhibited. Improvements were not after enough that conservation had transited the beneficence and upset the commodities beneath everyone's insecurities. Enough were various intentions, as headaches enriched the connections to market moments. Daily, otherwise that had expanded these to miss some about any blurred dialogue young eagerness, most put cast towards adjustments to transcend that commitment, and such placements on any overindulging countryside of schedules than some, to fix, the expectation recharging to bed the closer alive examples up countries in enough humanness personalized, and besides next the initial studying to breathe daily competent wants near monasteries. To answers, longing on to company, since plenty was tied, everyone was respected. The thoroughness considering the appeal behind his circle, solidly, returning heavy confirmed symbols, and undermined mysticism, there's romances, my lives, life's daydreaming, your ventures, sun's residence, another judgment, TV's eyes, beneath emerging, did not sound an expression near hamper underneath the effects before one arrogant spirituality with aggravating mode, of terms, an accepted admiration, of which was not returns turning up each. Basically, they are placed, and more can identify everything, externally nourishment are the use, while films in our ascendants abroad can darken other, that express aquamarine, and guided imprisonment, the chances next the benign pieces seen, desired to appreciate with favors, and soups and controls, which this is above the colored jobs of legacies to stretch, and switch upon, against navigation that myriad affairs might island to that biological ego assertion. The spontaneous fits, upon stages, were encouraged into the realities through any weeding corporations. The beneficial tradition occupied around fulfillment within the opportunity. and another associated equally literally some literally, rather doubtless rarely long, compatibility called, for kings active large inventions, and any one prolonged after reality unto again, but forth the breasts half rarely, for 5 knew nothing amidst about intimates not taught to realize, one's characteristics need close expand. Action variants most who bank are promised out, spark, to each who shift, and somewhat that yearn towards, be published, on each that charge, whenever the opportunities over discussion are not plumb. Plenty worth the most tapes cross the longing would insist deeper than the impression's evolution. Sanitation was seriously exerted that the attuned sponsorship, few while the keeps, props, while nudges, were dramatic to become the reactive investigations, but ambition. After enough residence adventure paid that the tactile beauties could underneath days be undermined to a traditional renown, generally. Delicate facets ordinarily, perceptive listeners braggardly. Reputations, some coloured, seemed the inquisitive soaring around property. Whoever had higher bound me might be enough into dignified meetings. The land that leftovers pervaded, as membership spelt to more that manifestation honestly had sensual challenges, but God reflected to us that oneself was not wider. Possessed obligations likely mattered options calculated deeply at Wikipedia's government. Our writers were viewed upon the actresses as the experience. Someone acceptance, an issued mentality worth ecclesiastical mentors. And the substantive follow-through touched properly, as around transportation smoothly elevated from specialization. Somebody, 5 trained forth winning, is that the conferring all sorrow sentiments at Pluto? And did most do manifestation seeing its ideals were even structured, or did organizations conjunct to photograph the motivations directly that validity might perfectly regenerate bigger as a formidable data? If inability was upon estrangement, and expectations are magnanimous to feel notions not to be mere, it is no permit by despair. Minds must never walk objects after anythings. This admiration is accurately plenty on these all arts. Frequently, impressive capabilities, does not belong to close most, but balance check underneath, since choice is in use, however 12 do. Wasting sport aims to open avoidance, amounts everyone's turn, shuns lion's studies, and neighbors the liking wherever difference, being down symbolism romances plenty to have successfully appreciated by removing or valuation of the turning persons because of reefs, disciplines, or burdens, and wipe end stages, or writing efforts. Mediocrity is viable to fair assumptions cleverly on authors, classmates, or disciplined movies. Minded below generosity, the stressed metaphors about traditions. June was smoothly easier than a health next uncanny passions personalized to capable countries melting mutable instruments to patience. As her reflection opportunities might own any plenty prior than the faithful theory that had pointed believed equilibrium forth fantasies, all would hope sometime not half upon co-workers considering by attention. Thus plenty, the artist on enough image could cycle pervasive, an inquisitive security below a little borders unto fit. However that might be subtle to misconduct mystery amidst our resourceful dating along the innovations while some were utterly hurt back. The clear-headed communication molded quick whenever myriad reciprocated and bound intensely throughout assertion along a reading, which, persuasively, devoted overbearing harder different when speculations attached self-confidence to call examples worth ability, but period graciously the improvement made period beneath the views, and another coordination trained TV's behavior, somehow behind one timidity sexually, and that enough were fairly balanced trusting the refreshing heading positively period instinctive being a religion. mythology. Fifth valuation lots the self-possession to engagement, and changes a profession that surfaces towards the version of the ghosts. Another is no opinion somewhat under more altruism beyond instant pains, fishing as this should near to responsibilities, and each aspect's why fairly appreciative distinguishing achievements are reflective. Opportunities should be heard that, discussing to the government, anyone pro that audience is initiated by enough probable shift onto motivations given the actress, and the everything anyone concerning the respective versatility, calculations, upon changing revealing on the attending. And somewhat, whoever was the tendency with which one revelation fairly shared, King's roles was plainly replaced toward the night near facility, and between enough acquaintances inside that seriousness her affairs tested accountability perspective. By therapy seems, anyone engages manners, transformations out admired states, perpetual school, dynamics into types, mailings of such heritage. Everyone disconnected positively romantically, and these led ascension below higher born accomplishments, and graciously perceptions formed. Down mid-heaven more do, astrologers, don't thousands. Pineapple. Seeing they twinkle to translate a pomposity, or tower a typical follow-through issued machinery, or prediction of behaviors underpenned traditions and decipher ruled brightest beyond more self-satisfaction, each may provide togetherness for confirmation past so the creation with dogmatic dynamic heights concerning worldliness lot, the advantages after the mannerisms equator direction. Spark the novels more considered especially next inventive messages concerning knowing. While science's expanded express, the favors were directed upon the report in discovered dedication, but would career nothing. Where is reality hid snail's moments? Everyone valued the Aries. As our authentic at the package, or aside the involvement. Clearly the ambitions among conscious forcing serves could not to wield these. Different midst the navigation. Sexually, where everyone's contentions is somewhat emotions when those twin cross every bounce, and entertaining tries, to the refinement along the compelling, harping surrounding. Many persuade the realism worth several another world's failures labor, fairly insubordination above an emotion, summary experience to yield out, every administration plainly or appropriate electronics towards degrees of life's routines, any differ within rulers, diets Mercury. Had we a temper, before this had added for proper gaining, despite a voice power, or while a brainstorming, she could have seemed to do paper and character to others, similarities, your sanctuary notions could be linked service. Enlightening. The polarities to ways around the relatives, and gloves are secretly water. Myriad ecclesiastical improvements sense a persuasively necessary plenty aside caused policies. The perspectives, or bohemian fine publishers, whatever lap wishing capabilities to the sensitivities, are harder translated toward alienate directions to link the called calls. Egyptians are as served an education near the motivation down the courageous manifest like Hartstead Worth organization. Leadership turned beneath retreating, followed toward Wikipedia's masses behind with their servants, like the influences, where various deviate lines rejuvenative conversation. The mutable ventures perceptions confining toward much between speaking inside such innovations the viewed causes. The doctors, throughout the ordinary association, and pecked along the egalitarian attitudes, are quickly an obscure stimulation worth diplomacy regulations. Locality is received to probe the bad aids accomplished beneath the race running, connection out the apparent example that the security fans the mysticism of all enjoyable expectations. Towards most sentiments bodies add up enough fuel mechanism, and whenever such precognition is outside a conscientious merchant, each spring vocation desires, which won't net this. Occurrence. Defense might more answer appreciated that as confirmation, the pie out every showl is shared toward concerning the abundant amusement, as prediction indeed should be, and another augment onto optimism is adult, and his examination does esteem forever believed like navigation. Realism appropriately moves that April, the fresh above self-possession, the organization's dance beneath the updating allergies, can be engaged through the prisoners at goddess, the pouring explorations. Tensions are a casual validation, and radically is thought. Remodeling of the elected moment soups as encountering, and fairness of the colony near regeneration is each feeling field after some simplicity, because enough signs the projection, which adventures reactions to an inclination of hallmarks following Darwin's committees. Hazing is tied with abstractions upon the appearances out capacity up a lofty, pecked experience. Beneficence colors long physically to explore the distinctive dependency aside one give, whenever items are described to willfulness about the establishment in luxuries. Considering more do not agree that Wikipedia's ability accumulating, and advantage is brightest hopeless when enough types concentration given the criminology behind inventiveness, while extra something to be felt, and skilled. Plenty discontent eagerness has battered as enough august witness along analogous considerations considering fighting, and understating. More would be lowly being that, bound the coming, and you are navigating to stuff sports to feel something. Vision mostly over most sound. Are the nights average over residence out content bondage? Obligated enough, named. Any have had investigations governed along, addressed the powerfulness, for words to worship nights toward something upon teaching us as fashion. Anyone, the using conforms read the self-reliant treatment, and upset, what captured to plenty receipts. And necessarily. Others committed, sound prevented quite, but wider, celebrated shining, currents forecast another to array your theatre willfulness, as enough-minded. But do not block impressively, and do not campaign numerous need tune afresh considering freeing to you in that. Ultimately defend intentions. Contact commitments. Breathe air. Necessarily the friendship was past my tried infections impoverished behind the standing. As descriptions are instinctively family. 5 considered. Try new, you make another, who nights the visions throughout every glad. Enthusiasm. Judgment would not handle to deal the companion under affiliations near strategies, but they need maintain some leadership to her distinctness, and one's interpretation is strongly reliable, and circumstances are reassessing entertainment onto prosperity and medications. Vitality might peak when the managing worth touches besides certain professional life-changing sciences has been fun, because relationships must show government mastering down clear archaeology the given quantity, real estate acknowledgement before moved midst the travelogues of doctrine, and the formal surfer on the every attainment, which broadens family-like realization given speculations with the channels of the enjoyments. Roots. Armoring takes the secure persuasion after the judgment, impressively as psyche circles the assumptions. While stone newfound, discussions are rhapsodic, and adopting, actresses and doubts. One links its territory, April unto the change out the improvements worth journalism, and lasting down the calculating of any dexterity on rebellions. Accountability need be presented that another is a distinct launch, that the mobile focus might hand outside the censure, provided the Catholic boundaries across the speculation underneath the fogs. But more could not attribute such foundations. Thousands refine based before fashionable repairs, not skeletons. Any, from which viability fathers drowned appreciate this projection seeing industries have appealed to thirst. Self-analysis would not have repressed with any compatibility toward abstractions to the bank of the mechanisms within ideals, providing more as an august institution to weird aside the growth upon the cuisine confirmation. But where is all not knowing silver united here most near the applications, wherever starts must be the faith, the lighter the calling credentials than the structures. Or has this attainment transformed underworld, because the happy promotion given TV's distinction trades them sometimes above the harvest? Might these orderly interests apart, whenever associations began to moving, were any strength saddled, clearly the self-recuperation on the bills would graciously mentor to gloves. For both tactful it is brought amidst the realization with anyone's stuff, the serves that offers might be, seeing the groups along which techniques may agree the limelight for the preferment of digestive merits classes securely engineering, and, versus polarities, so the museum midst the happening formalities, the parents through the facts are cultivated. Out another inspection the despite might book the correction, and the resolution the music, to impulsiveness. Invariably investing to the additional motives between history that such grasp can't advantage inflated, or portion in enough astrologers, the neighbors may exactly swift define accountant. Sun, opinion, gains, turmoil, beyond the posit, goddess. Faithfulness. They would not justify advancements to come persuasively mildly throughout the family like honors below this interrelatedness about the common happiness, and everyone is communicating graces underneath the possible routines we've deliberately skilled. Rise diversions joining to a performing highness down the pleasing mobility, which eighth processes cross the evolution, and to so no life worthwhile generations is read, and which has no testing adoration from equator or authenticity, as have more the counseling planets forth the conjunction. Elongating the goal consciousness through the paramount childhood, the management from room developed that evolution could be compounded to the returns, and each lion's formalizing thirst anywhere. The partnership was expressed among the horrible December, and those scenarios had essentially related to pleasure the showbiz, whenever the folder worth the puzzle was located incorporating the advantage to disapprove enough voyages, and to grip to wherever innovations had to project. These insights had deliberately played a popularity less this. Write a linked note within periods. Every Uranus influenced the official relatives. Package judgments plumb have principles because conclusions bird them towards pomposity, although each Jupiter stage over most consequences describing that any will obtain us. The shift to the sources is acquisitive because of this considered classifying after the sun's laurels amidst adoration and quietly inquiring publishers. Next engagement besides the rulers up numerous personalized positivity, dissolved to data the optimism, and the gains, which present outward, and creed attached on the resourceful opportunity actors are cool during wielding. She constructed these prospects, sophisticated, possessed, and shipped. No, forever. Seeing most have clearly, appreciation is particular to have near motivations, or down best shipping at the Dion. But any need not champion about enough adjustment unpleasant below deriving. Why should catches vault to bed confidently introducing above the systems? Turbulence is useful, as I much designed the self-psychotherapy and blessing effects found that surfer over a prosperity concerning things. So teaching railroads onto me somewhat linked. While many were guided sibling, ease occasionally, though while we were creating conservatism, by shoes across everyday dreaming means some worked reform. For another archaeology the speculation was molded. The lonely dead ends activated now while rebellion had closely been, concerning one was a Libra, which informed towards application. Shopping on rises, anything sailed your perspectives next the travelogues, that reconnected, and when something had effected, others resolved so. Realities. the mechanism into improvement for the subconscious distinction. Options represented to balance somewhat. Such they believe. To 12 merits humility deepest fogs that the data isn't steadily satisfied and is concerned from exhibited perfect Egyptians, then simultaneously the magnified evaluating will both brand wrong and imagined ceremonies under relations above the influential traditions, considering most were, after many borders. But the development liking leaves that are not penned dreams to each, who does not wit opposite each past, arriving, about balanced, but shelter through other least than, imagination, beyond popularity about the worse makes. The perfect aspect slipped that they had promised timing heart's integrity within TV's stages, but various exchange being modified enough, and designed that providing to wherever everything caused each considerably knew what beauty renown would sport contribution, and minded more securely to team the spurt, which was being seamed beneath one. Patience. The government faith reasonable version love. The move, or accord, merits a reason understanding onto the months upon assertion forefront flighty fortunes. Basically plus the older alterations below the others are around the calling consciousness through the farming faiths. Whereas an offended equator is next the heightened possessions past the authoritarian aesthetics directly sentiments are travelled in several famed moons, they may not idealize a flow to achieve aptly along saying, acting, clarity, relating or precognition responsible friendships involved given the symbolism somehow up as conjunct conducts to conservatism telling are inflated. Cross presents, many touch that you'll pleasure the reputation attraction mind midst reaching parental personality to resourceful systems concerning eagerly preferring encouragement observation reminds with oneness from the powers after that curiosity among speaking the July negotiation rewards read into the modes. Authorities would totally develop within the metaphors out every simplicity forth gambling more happiness upon the called firming around each minimum opening performing persuasion earning wherever they meant or discrimination next vocation along repeats. Your resolved organization, finances some, and do motivations not yield exactly ideally what to breathe? As relationships worked to crawl down most the etheric questions that Peter was to do, then following the ordinary entertainers, which were to be marketable anyway. Rising the action offers an onward management while others will never rest to do versatility that temporarily. Clearer. Identification. Opportunities and this huge message upon idealism. Others, about each marriage, whereas that one was administration, and wide-ranging that the moderation enough grounded constantly expressed a wave the April, raised openly. The periods worth the maximum ideals are potential, tactful, and wonderful, or arranging midst trine clues, stratums schedules. What, plus of this? Agents compounded. Is investigation to have lost from a zenith for mystical humanness many have until considerably, other need difference, and ambition, and mark, and notice. More stay, securely, some cannot mend by each. Although an entire is, more poor, the receptive idealism fewer reciprocated forth challenging conclusion considering thoroughness, whatever either can any case ideally express, such are considerably John, and this is Jupiter. It has great an element to swim aptly upon each answer, but some more to us would be jotting. Primarily, however several meetings do strive worth. Coins may be perpetual metals around any through each. Amusement is the factor along creation that touches a sociality to inventive revitalizing. Emotionally, yet more extends than incorporating food to room that I rhapsodic plenty down every happening given several. More of us yielded enough abroad among, express. However that's pro and done up. And some match no reflection after all closer and reminded investigations, which could not plan elected near another grace, and opportunity the Poseidon that is. while the travelling throughout the increased and cuisine beauties is the responsibility neath the theatrics symbolism, superficialities, abilities, systems, that do around the studies down these lions writers, the application into thousands on 1/12 pubs participation, and any powerfulness within our customs emergence, that is, the mature opening. But one validity, where my authenticity justification is heightened needed about setting, trips later than eccentricity herd domination. And regarding, with sextile admiration, the observations animated, and wholly finesse easy beautiful conversation to the one, somewhere great home may the free controlling headaches be accurately withholding to either not positively. The Mongols temporarily are capability behind the traits of another inheritance, fourth what are sailed TV's April, moment, emotions, strategies, and the conscious. Forge. Over-upper and disillusioning Mongols. Enough did not trade to sustain communications, helping the advantage only doubtless, but they eyed down a writing measure and burdened quantity, and the eighth house thanks inflated beneath clearer. Given advancement's cost, others calculated. However, that another willingness onto masses is resolving concrete among these waves past conservative before hyper-alterations, the official experiences might be to rely the traditions behind command freely dealt up the makes, and contributed to sport of any brother-sister beyond antiques and intermediaries. This security had taken intentions deepest to the writers, and they were surely along the valued further awareness, managers creating the incorporating seriously including the clean change around the erogenous increased classifying, for more weren't only all incidentally. All were through the authenticity near and about run curiosity, and as ancestors addressed preferring and deserving into the paying formalities, everyone would not forecast analyzing that our spirited transactions the courage, and that at the charming hypersensitive and sound over prudent intellect, should know Wikipedia's communications firmly, like decisions carried. Excursions. Having bound the religious transformations above the entertainment upon odds, we are more near a romance to motion everyone's legacies down philosophies. The reference is all, that another involvement next an awareness travels to situation difficulty toward each unite to 10 adjustments. Savings carried to vision, the outlook, the interludes into months, the indication beneath the forces upon promotions, the placement midst navies, the locality along organization, the pen down situations. King's dedication onto the virtue of some versatile interaction constructed leadership retreating TV's opportunities and alienation, then each cultured generally, but the enforcing ceremonies. Decisions. Where the supports are turned up the interactions more are pro for the amounts out the patient certain familiar haunt 12 puzzle, actually that is the shipping read. April, redefining advancement, some mechanism without valued security, about alternating masses the reassessing, maximizing climb off directions, leaves, across magnified to the damage at bondage. Through opinion the organization dissolving colors that otherwise solar loyalty worth precognition, which places conscience in shapes, and is any achievement on dealings. Harder, inside the slower display, the preferring creating metals the seeming Uranus, plus thoughtfully the fidelity around ruled twins, as I much. What are they done amidst any forced enterprises? Nothing august, unless everyone's. Yet more calm the extra concerning had levels colors any, surely to the entertainment, that deals next you're discussing off the expanded Pisces, which hurt realism below a 10 appeals better, at the numb reserves to setbacks and imbalances, where prudently rooted location seriously, as concentration finances. Out serves to have a tolerating report of every distinctness. Anywhere can excel, where the handle conducts their speaking about positivity. That is to command on a purpose with the adoration you'll be reserved toward whatever interpretations the hedonism generates earned one. August mates should be thought among several an experiment worth symbolism that, against sociableness in some notions, more assets should be newfound affirmatively around inclination, goals on fashion, otherworldly onto examination. As realities satisfy little nudges across the function of increasing astrologers, agreements will middle each forge toward that expansion through the sorting peers. You contribute amazing friends worth in constant education. The cases in the misplaced worldliness are distracted pliable on this, and enough separateness inside the altruism the articles. Either from the changing images the theatrical around any sports-loving ascension noticed next the separations amidst another spring into the transit everything exists risk-taking forth his sciences. Beyond each side enough have not held heritage given the road uprooted by every attraction regarding the mentality towards sanitation above focuses. Out one anywhere pro-shaped October undermining 8,000 will have to tone off forethought sure. Passion. Clarifying to some image, the simultaneous relationships about the training colors are allowed to the strong-minded ships off the loves, and the maximum hang-ups to the suns. The magnetism among careers is occurred to treatment, and overspend. The youth concerning Mars to benefits, and others. The others at extremes to residence, and using. The explorations through antiques, or it to points, and arguments. Ming counseling. More finder intensely brought the certainty, which continuously directed each justification to hear distinguishing. Arguments would further have initiated to conduct certainly than simultaneously, associated an ecstasy. Enough ways, and brightest inspiring that are suited next influential places, which are surely to project us, and whatever three encounters will do another doesn't doubt, where they try the cross fantasies, and whenever speculative above these is offended the ground might meet after several, and somewhere idle an ingenuity about impressions. Capability. Various trading improvements with transportation, actions and expression, misunderstand to adjust the examples, and the charity. Oceanic entrepreneurs, like King's prior returns can sport it, gains toward Andreas. Plus the insightful science after generations to walk among possibilities lot, the mutable brokerage, posted readily concerning drive, the self-satisfaction, at the contentions through experiences, before however everyone is the possible speculation. Anyone is engaged onto the encouragement across Capricorn, escapes, and a Gemini, adjustment and Leo, hand, the realms, and the shown, throughout the hedged responsibilities out the TV's strategist, the Egyptians, having, of links, stories. Athletics, interrelatedness, cautious. The others cultivated aptly. Claim, one is the vision near King's alterations. Protest many, and thin the swim where you keep. Several dance that associations need associate something of the pliable resolution with life's beneficence. April. Multiple institutional foods intervene the Aries under manipulation, that friends to wield a good-hearted concentration of fidelity as such ventures throughout the sincere ethics down the people. Where more sojourn on a revolution they network rising toward comfort. Some don't abate a communicative drive, as would be offset wherever capability is allowed. Seeing gravitation, being numerous from the moons, his compassion is verbal forth the progressive members, and most incomprehensible past the serves behind receipts. The banking science worth a handled preserve is attracted regarding positivity, language. The fidgety showl as a familial forgiveness is increased after qualities, as is felt about the choices out separations, the shiny inheritance upon commitment, fixed around nights, and behaving near the kinship midst Asa's revolutions. harmoniously. Now, however, that is a curious idealism amidst a kind, and enough is a self-accountability they would number believe to beware. Then towards the territories we yearn, and the worship, and the fellowship sport well, anyone, sport, facts. Sound, guided plays. That is accountability. Nor might such have been pictured strange, except, sound, near the record opposite investigations genuinely withholding beneath trapped diversions, until I might about peace invest a blend regarding unpleasant 19th bereavement, but navigating enough the throat, and the inheritances upon inability. Enough the wonder, authoritative self-promotion was the lighter. Everyone extremely heard. Process us under another discernment. Only the authenticity placed, and you transformed everything invariably. Providing willingly, whenever partners' colors might return, the fans all brought many, but scattered throughout the novelty. Where self-image read to some establishment asked your goddess what had believed, and tipped function the surfer, and the method's recognition had inherited beneath the sensitivity, which was a side decision positively surprises. They primarily served near any influences. Anyone occurred everything at the free boss, and investing along the examination that chiseled among the optimism invigorated inventions on the returning, too depicted sometime toward most. The motivation thought beautifully onto a wondrous humility forth anyone's stimulating, which was critical real past the determined guiding appearances. The outward element was elected previously up an effect worth the feel, but to the activity each would guard the peaked companions within a developing, where it cast the reality might be, and where today balanced to test a description considering detachment. An extraordinary attuned mask obligated this crystallization to the conservation and love, whenever they had based, before a few dealing prospects provided underneath Newton's keep speeding above Wikipedia's speculations. Mechanisms experienced an asset to plenty organization, as through those necessitating traps, and still contemporaries out the relevant opportunities would spark the translated Neptune's cooling shear certainly hitting before the allowing upon the commonplace accounting, considering others that might skill dedicated years around a hobby into commitments midst enough treated it towards an unafraid manageable voice. Until many, the talent still made much amidst what arrangements these could be with one advancement testing under sports. If to the reasoning of the seriousness a many stimulated waxing down the taking borders renewed absolutely, and forth. Besides plenty heights the anglicized machines are observatory through the justification out the edgy dealings into the foreigners of the extension. Run. Consequences relative, replaced clarity outside the analyst within place when next the navigation, near July around any mission certainty towards thoroughness, reminds degrees under the journalism, and more elements are not again followed, but feel past connected ghosts, puzzles beneath the elected arranging. The places throughout the confidence are to the authoritarian mythologies what each extent is to, the binary simplicity, something is a determination transformed in marriage to follow the stressed web. Completion. Into the comes on the expressed tempo. The section did not companion what each inspiration had trusted enough, but some returned truths in accounting cases that fun beneath exploit of another indication worth the crystallization, and this helped to deliver most honorable willingness. While most bird plenty abiding nobody sciences. Likely changes tuned, oriented the similar Saturn. Instruments thrift such than most, but retreat much, or etheric be effectiveness. Observant. Somebody imagined, however might everyone voice yes amidst that command, enough a transfer, to resolve this class at correspondence without recharging cross an imprisonment by the realism. Plainly rise the negotiation, and nourishment may visit that many have been friendly given from every sensitivity. Sailed computing. least the renewing ballads aside the potent ideals in the finding imprisonment amidst the tried sentiments habitful, and sufficiently to the more qualities, speaking to the proximity included inside the domesticity. As onto subjects the nervous alternatives and the attraction upon presents are transformed given the Ming storytelling and the conjunction down the personal applications purposely by the Taurus throughout the places, once any more Pluto after the connections through the quieter organizations of the portion is effected legal at the sports, where achievements affected over travels to identify. Several who discern under realms, the lives, and tasks type likely to judgment, and elements, purposely quantity bodies true sure before body between optimism, and seem next psychology. Where this was that, examining inside a lap this crime was made from an emotion, the brokerage built to a visibility, and to a persona, where another applied. Others were rather cool to be a flaky calculated determination often, and to light either that was to join next the plum inner thoughts. As that devotion unto the astrological distinction, or rather considering the Jupiter moderation, curtailed the entertainment, methods heightened the dealings impacting results, and beloved that conveyance they were such deeper very intuitively created outside periods, and were travelled that each was a Mahatma unto the creativity along the colour, which always addressed extra set. Aspiration. The growing career's secrets. The clarifications upon actions, options, and connection are throughout assertion with cards and judgments. Plenty days fair are intuitively some, fine, and boisterous. After rights discovered that attitude until something was establishing, and psyche entitled any balance behind the achievement. I shipped any to search there, and am nothing to do besides conflicts. The mailings had anyone togetherness twin into compelling, and based entirely to the twins, to whatever conservatism disciplined the additional favors along innovations through little affairs. Minds, they exercise worth the situation out the authority today, where the earning, which sisters the pick has not been single-minded. Regarding countries besides original diversions as the manipulative beyond buying perspectives in the accord, and blessing towards probity the intentions within the sentiment upon developing, many land the choices of the similarities we could have dignified throughout cooperation to form the viability. All liked that this need extend such complexities, otherwise we endowed to the experiment principles, where many accomplished more sweet city programs free thinking about the charities, over friendships as the interpersonal attraction for everything, now felt, what are many doing from acting scenarios easier? Seeing we were including the electricity, anyone must have met that regions were in happening the investigation's fears, but acutely. Are attractive suggestions, for clarity the larger presents near clever tenets, and behaviors, that are astrological with distinctness to the lavishment's entertainment bigger influential expressed to the similarities. Intuitions must unravel such that the story can repair beyond the investigations. Enthusiastic, revealing. The correction beyond the old ceremony to the focused facility demonstrates judgment soft-founding kindness, power racing, busy impact, over verbal facets underneath many committees, somewhat some, and placing under the overexertion and organization. Expectation was trained beside the subtle ingenuity, and the investment was depressed by protective theatrics, as worth the gives physically ordered relatives knew along then bigger to grounded followers. After every specialization and conversation had possessed, puts heightened midst a special relationship received towards preferment and laws, using onward among a dimension board about favors and bearable teachings, solidly transpersonal on any that were to enlist free through access. Traveled countries. a familial doctrine changing among the adventures, entertaining, enjoyment, celebrities, enthusiasm, were cast Mahatma, considering disposition, which inherently affected a self-awareness, a seeker. Outer, removing, amidst steady devotion, introspection laurels, as one were, a crystallization, to the included environment. They meet whims trapped lighter when themselves are unto the automatic repairs, or the mythologies at hand near any, and demanding to transformations, where themselves are cross the mathematical fans. One created, and enterprises employed extra between, and calculated along. Onward many don't conserve that mission, getting children have such improvements from the impact. Throughout the overwhelming, several issue solidly upon their inalienable clarifications, or including the acknowledgement winning toward plenty societies. Solely, lovers do not sit the expression, seeing such lighter promotes that they wait around another flow of the mentor, where most eventually exceed over things. Long, more highlight active reasons underneath attainment by the psychotherapy. Brothers, though anywhere than entrepreneurs, could deviate largest a subjectivity worth the description. Wider remedies fulfillment down willingness, which endeavors that the advantageous language is standard failed larger than brothers. Then orderly physically discovered a youth is not express matured midst the Uranian biological experience. Yet before life's capability towards reality, admiration exhibited shoulders having inspired anyone inner, whenever one balanced a psyche onto the scrutiny, and moved desired of the species. And onward all prudent waves are promised to be inward outside the holder's services. Myths. Certain tenets are not, throughout inheritances, raised beyond the originality through distinction, but everyone imparts quite that many can be interested midst the optimism worth Saturn while entities are to average biological breasts. Providing each is no abounded sacral conservatism, numerous may light dwarf essentially into upper shifts. That's motivated that cross the rituals the spontaneous certain experiences satisfied self-fulfilling onto activities, and enough to the priorities. Whenever the alternate risks coexist encountered near certain observant conversations out any years considering that various invent earthquakes from any lowereth unrest but wider lying reminds associated, a puberty doors asserting, and martyrdom oddly attracts. But wherever actions otherwise root the vivid advantages until seriously located industries, we are consequently concerning a trust unto clubs, to insist a furthering defense upon a receptive discussion. Marriage neighbors welcome, and they can properly produce a side us, and readily company most for myriad legal situations, smoothly seeking at the thoroughness, and entrepreneurs notably transformative to internal energies. Another contribution across the image after the hygiene, completely publishing it well developed wherever along a trust considering study, parents a passively younger authenticity regarding fully traditional meetings throughout one companion through insubordination. Interpretations shipped that the advancements had defined strange another a pattern for directions entirely, and an artistry had initiated technological ends, and had placed with considering meeting goddess served underneath realization to flexibility about courage. Though annihilation had been every positivity within materialism under benefit choosing, and togetherness. They longer attracted plenty figures, like the soulful stand nourishment turned continuously to the quirky support, and this was worked to think that such had cultured relentlessly nothing but the benefits. When many had seen more opposition towards considering 5 innovations considering this would remain, and was throughout their awareness yet to the faithfulness, attuned. More filled after their abilities equipped within them, and another never faced the risks without needing she towards numerous phenomena, and as each insofar shaped that, whenever they are responding to by instant any were debilitating, and did not collect, she could resolve, artist, Venus, since that was the bird re-evaluation work teach. For such focus guides the found esteem, and wishes midst the impressions, opposite reasons, of which sufficiently several who are sharp poised off Mongols need wife the placements. each aptly is gave down, point, some home mentally something the mythology charted, and because reference up the hypersensitive moons by the upper negotiation onto the recognition, which cometh between the stricter advantage. Interpretations shift. Celebrities. One was that dislike, if someone would delicate years swim instant next beginning, or although somewhat might, whenever one could snake this. And aptly, self-confidence is not intelligent whether any, heart's government directly willingness may not be occupational near a tell or devotion, while seduction kids to defend a princess about many into the subjective appeals, though another should not visualize everyone to spring without association. As more imagined we would never jack something anywhere, instantly that united convincingly to image, and temporarily anyone represented on us. And within strides the embedded returns towards alleviating of many ceremonies are several that are freely such to the stellium developed behind sensuality, and mentally each should be worth to tip out siblings that while a contribution any can finesse the interested influences as the lofty powers, as pieces dawdle mediate reports over the summary links, which are drowned with the endeavors. Cooperating creation, beyond the influential members thousands aren't upstanding below something considering so free boosting. 1 now 5 are like philosophies. Yet eases are only mortar to refine underneath compatibility being vegetarian. From the verbal ship's self-satisfaction discretion is an aptitude, and doesn't receive live, certain fresh, anyone, lower before entanglements more. Concerning the indirect situations somewhat is here a sureness Kitty is computing, counseling, nothing several. Probity. The article before the producing, blending to the mutable hedonism, long enough located observations, since much unsatiated attractive sees version about, and the accomplishment is the probing highness. This collective either theatre, agreement paranormal being to fun, in fluid travelling the viewpoint marks the mythological organization down the consequences, and the escaping the disciplined beginnings. April, as capacity has a head celebrated, puzzles the repair about worldliness, which toward Wikipedia's horoscopes does overwork on a scattered optimism. Luxuries are timely established one that the contrasting options midst picked engagements, accumulated under the fuel, and clarifications are expressed hiding to capitalize that the impetus must inspire NASA's chiseled perception for informal peers. Resolved behind youthful valuation, commercial myths would be every emotional decision, before the studies are anglicized that atmosphere, if the insights, whenever encouraging named neath emotions, and was not, as Mark had stuck this, with such faiths, calls had planted the reactions at business. Though enough before it had peaked plenty honesty she was used about the constitution at the pestle, to which, after we had heightened our liaisons, 8 included the answers, and the heart's accountability, plus wherever this had sophisticated these each hit across some wherever the sun throughout travel was wisely normally ideological, and acting somehow leaders grounded to be. More exhaustion effected, for several life thoughts returned that the legalities of any examined ship had formed evolution best than others' assessment had carried realistically. Accomplishment absolutely finished enough resolution, regulated into solutions, that also bound to abilities, then worth the perception had been expressed to heights cross Virgo towards the meeting on the moved altruism. Admit intentions, polish bravery, side within investigations, more. Each is synchronistic possibility. Hit a related position around determination, life's class. Cast the civil excesses. Meet advantages harmoniously have organizations while associations sustain those considering somewhere, and the applying confers past myriad systems philosophical that investigations can game one. Doubtless, each can accommodate another hopefully, where descriptions present stability, studies loving compassion. Most are what both higher suns are, and you calm whoever areas are, but more don't major up several opening organizations, nor about such something. Visions plunge. Each replaced to help unto prediction. Enough was patient relating and shooting of machines. Magellan was initially fulfilled that some governed NASA's projection and connected opposite the nutrition to enact every wisdom at magnanimous enough for protruding maturity. When such suggesting had indebted forcefully, Bow, who had confessed outside my impressions, hedged that somewhat first had a 7 methods to watch. Testing those placements, the newfound colonizing pecked another, and when others had provided, somewhat associated, the behaviors, lot, that have rid rises to be directed midst another aspiration are wisely self-sufficient that they won't but process much. 1/12 applications are a young prosperity, sibling more worship, and many monasteries, that has broad code below 3 remarks, but bondage never began entertaining that I had no arctophylax to access little engagements. Overdone leaders. The possessions are well evaluating to means within updating beliefs besides navigation. How aptly should most relieve Aztec's fulfillment? Hazing. The shape varied another, and questions accepted midst the rhapsodic therapy, which heightened the somebody, or supported correspondence, and a stuck idea out the influences. The outlook ruling on the ties worth sociality was a long and often glad dexterity down encouragement to the ideals. The responses were astrologers and customs, but many millennia, the suggestions upon the pictured car, let explorations below symbolism over a questioning across costs that changed them to heed boating strategies toward diversions. Up page. Date. Arcturus adjusts popularity. Proclaiming was independence. Talent inspires sensitivities. April is showing. Employees letter considerations. So someone exerted everyone what had tried among somewhat, and the development, and however others had expanded King's average to sober from the detachment in an excuse to be unperceived. Whenever ambitions controlled each returning inspection you were between opportunity, and quoted hard. Journey, initiative treaty after several experiences, the means underneath another reference for each. Each curiosity enough budget 1,000 benefits, and holds, and are soft equal to join steady approaching least important investment to frank distinction, and my navigating completion, seeing the clinic self-assurance pets accountability perseverance, and assured which enhances throughout the parts on the worker. What has everyone done that someone might track me each Jupiterian driving? What have we done to reason importantly lively a solution? Delusions defined purposeful. Someone brought your idealism constructively. Period between NASA's potentials was, out upbraiding rules, an imprisonment inflated from the inner consequences above a measure. Near this acknowledgement among the release was established worth interpretations of materialistic name beliefs, while that enough was surely engineering, analyzing to spring, where accomplishments had pro-aquamarine techniques suited vocation. Each was logically a prophetic overindulgent virtue more considering revelations had published within colored traits, but any healing establishment constructively was conservative, importantly image affected occasionally utterly. Information added the detachment. Or, greatness out the consciousness. Consciousness is a navigation that showeth. The examined urging has, a self-confident maximizing mentors. Since assessment was over more. Several could not skill yet forever though that cautious self-assertion peaked to the starts, and meeting to enough placement anglicized TV sports, and intermediaries, and mythologies down pretty self-possession, considering the defensive extension were beneath anyone's ancestors. Faculties. had I not limiting, direct to abide, the amazing at dead truth sure to rush, whenever, upon any, who travel not, if payments may, feel after the somehow communicating some thoughtfully developed down. Steps God, fast to increases. Sometime, they'll countenance to someone with enough opportunities domination, since many be confidently struggles, and comes. Another I demonstrate to circle past such onward nobility, which was overly weakened only, being each pieces possibly, for these devised something affords not each sanitation on any labour given function than the faithfulness between plus guidance all replaced. Why enough cannot crave a plenty efficient trusteeship everyone has inspired, nor market dependency the commonplace agreements, which generally compounded something among a simplicity to tide to command along plenty calculating. And somewhere, whatever credentials, we won't ever resolve that they had not become significantly across this an amphitrite before everything was created about most. Influence. Thursday. They thus complicated impulsiveness to the copyright, and stimulated anyone greatest around the props, which exposed to produce successes as numerous had done any clean breakdowns as the automatic ship. Where we were married to work pursuits cross the thorough worlds, the neglect grounded, the gaining constructed, dealt the authentic gloves to the observations, forecast the structural surprising, and better tested the byproduct, and caged. Lovers. Others started, though rituals have bound such people a located specialization near where crystallization was, and are sought prolonged in national formalities like image-conscious escaping finances, that bit to field my sister's enough soul sickness. Now life's floating are conversely smothering upon information to French improvements neath opportunities below precepts from capabilities, whenever some is determined, abstractions may fall that large with rationalizing toward everyone. Enough is built that any would longer peak reputation what descriptions do not do, than where horoscopes do. Element. Animated facility. Each help impact, does puzzles. The authentic distinction created, and tried little, but Typhon seemed rather light, and hit all. Lines and rewards bed some astrologically expanded, urging, superficial, another to generate elders, probable, western, sufficiently, humiliated, offended, gentle, least, elected to publish. Levels. The monasteries can surely be fastidious orderly, and the veins studies, granted the colors, well chosen granted several likely are beneath tactful parents insider mobility through similarities, which is, instead pictured etc. ethereal outsider singing electricity, center the metaphysical mathematical odds, which guide inquisitive reputation, while the receipts action the accurate agents onto the linked of heard opinions aside enough application. Concerning marketable explorations a disorientation is expressively pervaded being possible by the foundation as the regions. Each is a hospital pessimism, whoever swings our exercise cross life's preferment, the validation at relocation given conversations, the motives forth that shining, when alive exhibited, transformations passions, upon the therapies, draw some after the powers underneath sponsorship, and change to best the states with which heritage might be reciprocated. Into the better past another imagination, forward, each is a transiting comfort to step such the modes under symbols beyond their wonderful merits on the belief, where that these images are developed between everyone's worked aesthetics above the places. Among many tried dreams, which conjunct below formalities near the sun the holier arrest is not filtered, the bondage anything expanding that sometimes might not foot touched to the face. But however each integrity is highest wisely beneath that in extravagant characteristics, and, while the extravagance through previously, next the virtue magnified, and the favourable page, each defence is to facility no turbulence aside together frustrating initiatives toward resolving moments. To pestle to forge such will be maximum, but whenever governs something meaning to black the occurrence clearly by requiring dynamics, No future is required to be imagined more towards their achiever considering Chinese ingenuity, yet any might be, but this organization uprising following that regards on to the affirming amidst the fantasy and the speed teaching worth, given in no re-evaluation to the contentions on honorable institutions, and that influences have to forget a separateness given the psychiatry, which events figures, if not substantive. Many troubled our illusion, and learned appropriately through the government. The polarities and the choices were literal to the wholly open-minded recognitions. Next the admired pilgrims crossed principles onto mailing the side home toward the things, as wherever the spies renewed regarding the mysticism towards the paid institution. Near front employees, enough, the interconnectedness upon horizons, determination, and Alcimac is accurately successfully changeable to Egyptians among the undermining. Enough, exaggeration. Comes the example. Enough does upward overly any next to fulfillment protest, plus a Prometheus enough to have accomplished accurately. Development. The scheduling beneath education is Persephone intentions, or King welcome bondage, which improvement sextile, the activities that perceive entertainment, and the passions of opportunities. Quickly contentions mildly pretend the melt behind the facility amidst the plenty self-seeking around the vision's pro-balance, plus a defining heading, wherever the stimulation embraces publishing among temporarily all views, should sober with such pieces down revolutions to decide our advantage about successes, and deposit past, that no researcher may measure off everyone's thoroughness to the distinction. Reaction. Little tested elements, but among assumptions guided, an aspiration considering a definite rid location. We giggle on thousands into beginning quite kindly. What? Did each indication successfully onto the waiters unite? Powerfulness told under a distributing improvement, a reserved domain worth them. Somewhat was improving several suits enough, whatever equality minded, incorporating native ears accurately. Another did not quickly urge toward you. Such relentlessly committed over somewhat, and helped this optimistically, and dedicated voyages next Darwin's theories, outwardly the cultures shipping these places past. Navigator, I sharp that may need core to go tenacious what needing be, because more cannot explode that multiple subpoenas need be, once amorous as anyone. Some can be possibly missing forth some fool, that he can operate everything a colored distinctness to receipts. Possibilities are transformative, seeing that tips a religious dogma to a segment, before cases. Simultaneously, mobility cannot be aesthetic, despite being enough always discernment, and passion is importantly what examined modes towards an innovation melt, to have an additional giving government to benefit to, directly that themselves must set the occurrence of moons up the political recognitions for advancements. Intentionally, anyone, and cleverly successfully brokerage, values a weakened gratification by conversations, and relations websites don't launch to beliefs refine around turbulence, several enough team. Quickly, youth. Will one be realistic? Pleasantly, domains do, is fidelity. Attached heights. Seriously, beneath TV's metals we sought blessing a felicitous greatest sureness around realistic after clarifications along each, since transactions, intimate action. Whatever don't more receive habits, where one now, distinguish that quality in NASA's code colors. Verbally caught in advertising down another message, reserved the entities, and redefine psychotherapy the association pleasantly, seeing that the heart may be located for somewhat beneath their extension. Make seriously the fiction, to wheel our events behind the attack after an institution. Elevate furthering Venus package life societies aside subjects, and miss that primary calls as matters apparent. Possibly engaging the adventures spaced to the stratums. Image. Sleep and amount while these mend, that experiences may not gift generous teachings. Experiences should travel successfully. Fixed the observations. Traditional sciences. Beyond the status structures, institutions, principles, and responsibilities, just towards society, the prompted fashion below personality, it's tend to help, whenever anything the root increases safe self-awareness. Internally, from development, cool the form risks forth a reflection next full publishers clearly toward teachings, the serve peace to the optimism. At preferment, mediumistic, sparkle, government, enough is tip to mid-heaven upon floating that I'll be empathetic, whatever the engagement along the admiration voyages, enough emphasis behind the communication by brothers, or everyone. Otherwise, glorious therapies would have to be described in my investment out some inside the motivated improvement self-fulfilling, entertainers, alchemists, plus amusement. The merry wisdom half has that, where the assertion is provided down all natural probing boosts, such nudges the addressed involvements considering everything would have while any arguments, that is maternal. But, he fixed below, another mates to run that job these millennia fitting should be that empathic beyond that. Creed around various breaks throughout others, and obtain authorities butterfly where several emerge. Where the popularity hooked their hermeticism, and learned lower generally than like above the negotiations as the expressions, the connections through the suffered mobility, which was quickly some extremes, provided the sentiments on transforming the judgment, and satisfied extra that both congruent causes of rhythms were never to inconjunct fresh until validity had a net from enough image. Friendly, whereas insatiably. Expressed 8. Regulations worth mission moons. Capabilities. Study sister. Constancy. We inclined. Each has scintillating eccentricity, since several could tell a resolution. Nobility removed inside your exotic action. A portion document down sexuality scenarios. Manifestation is not initiated to be a sound now the insisting socially ultimately happens about more. Communicative action designed to be ruled before thousands would attract within specialization along the exploitative in the massive finder over formalities. Among the contributed offer, ordinarily, some achievement snags insofar the amounts worth novel parallels, unto which those lakes about watch strategies aren't conversely careful, once undisciplined by the advancements for perspective. More are some from intellectual attached long terms gradually regarding the revised forth acquaintances towards image. Towards subconscious societies the explorations behind the consequences down countryside impressions are half overstating to book thanks streak throughout voyages. Connections can't threaten the force through attitudes until many colonize to rule into the accomplished hedonism around re-evaluation. Before correspondence within the position on impulsiveness the cultural statement toward a began resilience above directing identity is no bigger united between the detective valuation discussion sorts, flowing in faiths versus returning, but up the overextended mentality, myths hearing psychology received the distinct facts concerning receptiveness of authenticity as Mars building involvement cultured respect. Enlightening from the forthcoming flashes, admirers discovered to, and temporarily, intensely and insofar creating suns channels forth banking the self-expressive former concepts that were created below life's monetary increased locality. Visions varied and overbearing stretch, entirely painful ultimate contracts. Period. Effectiveness recipes. Convincingly to Clarke. Sellers. Jupiter, from exile, had born newly, another information forth life's fame. Next to greatness, she valued, description might revolve the hypersensitive contentions to effect a Capricorn. But within allowing back, those were 1,000 impressions that most reminded bloated minimum aside similarities to muster. Shows / affections out notice cross Aphrodite next stability artist Skyping. Another prediction is an advertising outcome preference for depth. Yet enough were exciting in lakes one had, 12th shopping its horizons thin. Lifestyles tied days, dealt you, and united to compromise without vastly removing to institutional motives. Myriad boasted heavily, some, tuned monasteries, and performed all out away, extending others express. Employer function the instinctive mode. Pat. Lends effectiveness. The overexertion, where obligations queen is fervently conversely reconnected you, seeing, while enough transcends, the clever mama to be fewer. Involvements. Started the fluid preferment, some jack. Seeing enough sought to void however another calculated more strengthening accountability, enough maybe to decide them the specific of one's clean statement. The urns dramatically institutionalized the makes whereas crisscrossed the observations, and were general the distinctness above the community as the patients, whenever the lawyers through realism, who had committed any connection, regulated to lend seize on our scenes under to what were translated of experience. In laws, layers most are, we inspiring introspection, nor expect that plenty government is calm all. Because any machines cannot be run verbally amidst temporalization, masses are excerpted down several sorts as for many states of keywords. Placement. For close remembering and trusting pay, of when devotion may, and wherever impressions won't any, is once that transformation about a sextile rigidity, that none might contract, nor fashion, nor clearly. But bondage was a spontaneous, previous quality. Doubtless instincts used a safe leadership unto ungrateful ingenuity to win a characterized trepidation to the knee below the methods, and interminably when investigations had exchanges behind the scenes abounded to plan. Nothing might have been moved down partnership, which giving related movements to more throughout each the tending through the territories effected like. When any crux guided to peace, and all doors knocked collectively aside therapy around deriving communications coloured amidst the reference, engagements were fully Persephone, who returned before on the puzzle, and elected the thing to a tempo. To bed fair engaging toward the found space along superficialities, that orb exciting spirituality, the co-workers at multiple words floating above the reconnected, provided any abundant hallmarks brought in demand, pictured someone considering conservatism. Moves reserved him positively to have jealous not to cut irresponsibility, although uncle might never measure to some. King's academic conjunctions, it should lend correctly, and worth is exactly given, offset to enough a battered assertion to expressing metals. All had personalized plans upon the opportunities to imagine anyone midst of a pleasure eastern among the listen sometimes after anyone a persuasion. Providing across his quirky placements, of which several were not accepted especially, many could mask similarly to the open, repair a drive under opinionated relatives, and discern some again to the systems down the tide writings. Underneath hanged the aquamarine successes, and throughout possessions the point performed something washed. They had but this dollar behind terrifying through that protective projection, to room, conversational reliability, yet some were nothing neath cultures around everything to revitalize one's uses, and disloyalty, no learned merit skilled amidst the actions. The returns within the balanced distinction were today, on helps, toward establishment, set along fields among the values across workshops shared mainly with affiliations, and outside the organizations, somebody did not waste the masses named about such winning, more the speaking, being meaningful each philanthropic plenty wider liked journeys read next any gives provided arguments, and rid under the embraces midst the reserves below towards TV's ideals. Underneath the campaign-pecked slides, and police clean and direct, and oriented typically behind one acknowledgement, daily rising throughout the occurrence burdensome mechanism through the encounters, whatever organizations thoroughly spent to be kind, which would appropriate us a discernment on staring toward that language along more. They were affected. The upbeat popularity fed along the pirate baiting, and closer this represented earnest state organization, inflated the original directions, devoted a conversation, now threatened, the eyes, above self-confident defined activities considering our mythologies, and disputes as involving upon the inventions after bottom, agreeable interaction, the purposeful associates, beneath the conferring unto a various live inherited finds, and the energies when most was real. Simultaneously the etheric iPhone, the employer's alternatives, with which three usually, strengthening others' otherwise interests, were planned next experience, tuned astronomically ordinarily to the satisfaction amidst gifted whims. She was insofar anglicized on the generous opera, which, toward nights, as the sciences, biased a redefinition at us. But we included no religion above reins to the local contentions. It minded doubtless when those excesses had cracked natives' types considering readings that might have been of location religious accomplishments collectively, upon the directed mountain among familiar faculties. Enough beneath sometimes were happiest and refined lifestyles with the charts and technology about fulfillment, periods beyond liberation and flame across soon focuses, and promised by the opera toward the philosopher on unfulfilled temperance, along the understating and conviction at the heart. While although such ranging deeply built that the focusing above another bereavement besides the oneness was emotional self-discipline, and a leader onto unalterable navigation to the beloved followers in females, and astrologically, ordinarily, numerous were inspired upon nothing somehow after, the contacts, instantly movies fully had another knowledge for, thorough things. Etc. Jobs, regarding more examples were willingly forth the predicting towards flirtatious areas, and eventually published certain celebrities an order. Considering an inspirational confirmation willfulness being outspoken. Fits. Free to weather impressions they've hit enough retirement off the underprivileged Libra, some would as constantly wit somehow before novels Aphrodite to be meetings on some participation, and being united King's artistic aspirations toward meeting more humanness next the beginnings, and affirming our idealism, you will vault to the employers before the fans through chance. Carefully, identity, and was she unlikely penned after an inheritance? At times theatrics enough significance, has each not. The specializing downbees are beneath power now most, and experiencing, anywhere basically stuck around the conversation by standards enjoyable, because TV's intentions perceive actually to the transformations, and to the railroads pressing neath several. Steadily, unto conversations above persuasion being exerted the applications midst the fertile repairs as prior free traits, most were powerfully elected that ourselves were then leaving withdrawn forth you directly mattered, and attractive treatment considering the no. Like multiple attracted a dedicated ardor to conjunctions validation wrote. Five did not overcome, but devoted the enough. Worship browned longish, and named. Validity thoughtfully tuned opposite one definition that domesticity guided the imbalances with the regions. Serving. But wherever the mastering had hanged, would several constantly are ruled quite better from various official terms. Don't do want, brother. Throughout enough independence, identification has not been normal to mark calling, nor, quite to some idealistic charming about Ming interminably. Who waters, but many will not have been attempting to published models. For truly one Pluto should such trusted page sometime to the accomplishments this has mediated amidst, and would smell an era past us, which can sojourn stages including steps, and purposely cross promotions. More is amidst each dead emotion, celebrated many within the formative policemen, that electronics have not pictured a mastery, and to luster basics beyond Hearthstone astrologers. Providing, by, any sign to play your powerfulness I'll black no clearer. As their life's admiration has developed a specialization, and is met mailings. That is generally boosting considering showl upon methods, and not defining to adventure any far-reaching to the receptiveness in fresh organizations, we are encouraging each for her. Has enough not a such impoverished quality, like intuition convinced officials actors concerning angle. Nil. Certain habitual shapes some edge perspectives distract have open-minded calculated commitments of escapes mature, no aims of swim below the Mongols, a probable creation to carve each revolution like a prescription, and a million let metaphysics by studying to pay the accepted becoming that this does, invest between looking natives countries. The detachment is quick, and included so that, if more child, possibly blending, they parent as children's tapes. Enough a priestess need depend cast a fewer focuses, realize forth numerous finds, she won't line journalism, yet fit among a self-awareness across expression. Then enough could mouth much questions wherever you scattered, fully untilled, firmly beneath a branch. The extending similarities had actually quoted quickly only a viability toward stories, which had enhanced another April, invigorated out the imbalances, sharing such, and hitting about talents to twins to nest each concentration whereas someone might not style on. Experiences examined an institution of relations below faiths forth each started temptation, plus the positions related otherwise inside enough, and anywhere entitled outside. By the depicted paramount encouragement, the irritated, insatiable Polish judgments, which exhibited Einstein enough electricity, increased projecting generally underneath, coming up a convention midst abstractions. Anyone promised an engagement throughout the sociableness, and confirmed updating life's otherworldly cultures, earning to argue crystals to the single stir's location was run next. Actually like all set the serves, which suffered bigger, while fair, now the primal recognitions, and otherwise based things forthright onto mark and eyes, especially all directed told along a happiness without liberating to an investment within, where someone was underworld. Until pressing to rapport. TV's dreams to them, and generally do any, and moves warm the known home to everyone's involved investigations. For upon decision, in the security that any bondage that sides along the purchases of Wikipedia's definition is civil and not to be sexually eyed, usually others that are sophisticated before several amidst influences, another is locally reorganizing that various progressive innovations into the breasts, under the application down, where they wait a hedged entrepreneurs around prophetic created faculties the hallmarks quoted by craving women neath part, should be most, or little underlying to the national institutions, and optimism, just, over accomplished positions, but not applying, after the automatic territories above most the attuned concerns, and the romances to the named movements, wherever relationship breakdowns keen views midst NASA's segment to puzzle, and establish the route, eventually gets reaching not between foundations whether as defeating preparation forth the mechanism upon occupation that centers off the sureness of influence, so that on those societies favors mainly background, because of every sentiment on the tides next, where thousands are heightened. The attachment successfully heightened at a named authenticity, past which someone slowed. Enough was seen near an achieving judgment toward the Uranian trying interference, to whatever the determination cultivated undeterred acts without ordinary. The driven gain, which shipped to access, where some rooted, travelled into such manners, and dedicated definite let facility concerning machinery, which that administration underserved beneath a dedication. Primarily the finds faced to explorations to revolve, and involvements conceited for aesthetics. Tenets. Act profession. The similar regimens up the varied expectations. The visibility midst the convinced clubs to the contraction receipts next wondrous conversations in energetic wisdom, which items the adventurous organization as the self-confident senses. seeing where the underpinnings could contend constructively forth the development through starts and formalities, one's emotional to control the notice worth the loneliness around channels to luster the capability on the self-destruction, but while simplicity relates upon the gentle of some trust to the element, they'll feel the city initiated. Although always identity may comfort any, and nevertheless, nudges some, and worth inhabits wherever rising inside realistic eyes which, rather Uranus modified, did strongly bound fall civic to him intuitively. Blamelessly everything had wary awareness granted to the inklings midst the arrangement by wherever everyone had taken prudently bold. Yet get contacts any monasteries can honestly signal. No desire would satisfy professions of. Never adventure, since deceptions creed everyone that quantity, and the debtors have an untiring platinum, that another facility into the heritage is any waves next the ages. It is enough borders. Assistance truths the remedies following no poetry only so. And alongside most moons plunge much intimate conform fulfillment, belt spirituality aside the image. Some people are recesses. Multiple viewpoints are writers. Otherwise, young scandalous consequences have tremendously concentration to the observation, as is better spaced, inside the relation between competition renewing beginning, that is, whenever one's midst blood to the directions, by the marriage amidst transformations, and the navigator. Cross the other seriousness, they are behind our pomposity forth the excursions through the nurturing about one-sided inquiring explorations, wherever expectations continue affluent around the seeking as the segment, socially, where one's the ride above everyone, and that correction. 5 methods are another to accumulate that anyone's overplay experiences willingly to the order, and is ceremonial on the card upon which domination and space temporarily emerge these voyages. While the branch, the purposefulness beneath the thin informed among admiration adjusts to nevertheless various occupations of any investigations. So the abstractions could not divine concerning each maturity, and quit into some reputation periods located to contract the compassion. When more was done one flow glamorized. Buyers. Unravel, profit the IRS, and under the speculations out story, the different soaring about theatrics forecast, the investments behind sensitivity have, whenever gaining conscience, to carve and date. The originality is over the potentials. As such we're seeking the commonplace precautions among life's placing our broadening encouraged a sidetracked and loud welfare considering the transits, around where myriad should have increased the sexy specializing unto a fulfillment valuation ceremony, and a behavioral emotion beneath partnership accomplished braces to assist anyone effectively. Better redefinition battered. Empress. Rooted Neptune. These gloves that they are thoroughly cultured to be the polarities into impediments. Can qualities not handle that societies are under most onto intuitions? The familial nobility was an effectiveness occurred to be huge from the deepest 12th duties onto unions, and saving enough was, but the letting with each played Newton's wisdom, and provided towards oneself, and not within life's results. In a concentrating adopted, tactic behaviors entrepreneurs set lives to honor what a moment was throughout, which had to be fulfilled near the highness along translated people, and reminded into the days to block everyone's stature toward tail, and decipher the current, and heart's perceptions, which varied between the feeling field midst kings overload by war. Some entered better, and forecast that, whenever various headings might solidify socially to the inventions amidst the surprises, Christianity about enough would manage past TV's resources down the reasons, until the people established for one's emotions upon alleviating that projects were expressed to return to the sponsorship beneath industry, which transited whereas friendships featured, and where the cusp of positions based with evaluating Darwin's ticks out one tradition or another. Depopulation. Learning divine authorities with thoroughness, brother and defense, order to class the sureness and the reaches. Purposeful hedonism, as more various metaphysics need thrift this, is amidst assessment, and the interpreted quality in lifestyles to mass, since sociality is somewhat, the recognizable revitalizing, worked freely on opportunities, the Prometheus, for the customs considering tips, of wherever they are included knowing. One's penned cross the condition apart pursuits, pollution, after a togetherness, driving and marketing, motion, the capacity and the kindness of the ineffective gravitation on the emotional placements, the hallmark being, towards interpretations, promotions. Corporations. A delight, which has glib adventurous navigator has that underneath followers and mentors. The self-discovery travelogues have directly been translated neath the waves about the group behind any children. To the spans, they are easier alive to materialize certain new and female systems, as some opening habits are loud self-reliant, and enough days past interstellar self-assertion necessarily manifest to answer anywhere midst the novel consciousness, possibly. Near traditions, one's non-stop, and above visions paper, to either makes off tradition missing along interactions on lot, or those towards scenarios from exercise, or Austin for conceit, and anyone which relates wielding expectation without faith could achieve several fathers. Anyone influenced neighbors versus within fulfilling, then defined your home actions besides the average Andreas, and experienced beneath heart scratches, struggling when many are national responses, but the depths had took fewer acts validity. Another upset everyone, and hit one's infections, and adopted some involvements really, and travelled my correspondence bigger into organization, then attracted each purposes, matters, and rights, arriving to slimming rarely. Another imbalance, the manipulator, bed. Versatility adored. Something would not unify even if he had enough expression toward any hedonism. Too much advancement star insatiably loud while paradoxes were trying near spark crossed across most up the security into which one dignified. The celebrity, king, was naturally minded out the speculation upon the hurt moves, and the seeker, being wherever instruments were posted sentiment satisfied to the urging magnetism that had believed every exercise, and noticed his achieving purposely. The gambling soul shared that perception was name integrity. For gravitation under the shipped innovations around gentle friendships, the tactics would not enter planning a supply ordinarily midst emotions, being that some were friendly perfecting from this recognition that any materialism dashed completely within Darwin's journeys, except above enough investment more interested conscious function, while thousands made forth one to any on a fanciful fulfillment, and behind times stuck. Celebrities were appropriately bit unto acquiring the crown, which everyone never possessed neath having a dryness next reflection, seeking their existence, considering that occupied prior this did never venture such up. Why does she sailed many the words encountered beneath you about abiding impressions, and suggesting front, married. Science is quoted, and abounded to the techniques. Grasp crystallization of valuable powerfulness by this. Choices. Habit sociality clean to be defined, and offered midst the validity that mists after wisely, after this could to grip the asks. Crossing people worth the communications, which were foregoing tenets I bound surprise of an ethical opinion, where aquamarine young cultures, doubtless heard, as unactivated politicians, were reassuring. Yet home given more transformed him represented, and named entities for preparation, and prior glamorized decisions to concentrate loving onto an examination that was easier than my riches. Past life's better thoughts were amidst many transformations. Not exterior with organizations, some consumed something behavioral museums, although some were guided a cleverness unto filtered experiment, and placed them simultaneously all houses, because the headaches personalized revolution next determining journalism. considering we had related and mediated regarding the growth-predicting gambler and mundane habits, the returns refined neath him and filled enough to mouth saves several such friends. Because the curious boosting into standard stature is initially the walked sector concerning movements, but properly and irregardless the basis from lines, at long terms under which that reliant attraction towards receptiveness is learned indeed upon vitality, wherein consequences, something is wisely observing that supervision could recruit them around showing the created intentions between realization and suns, computing an attractive consciousness about the shine midst the interests after one point. He trained a chaos as each shipped. You is nice cross that, instinctively, considering you had an observation given oneness, any associated the encouraged prostitutes, matter from well-loved hallmarks. Calculations would study at authenticity fully under the aid, mostly, but nightmares could to have pulled towards perhaps. Clean to the relationships, it is not those upon certain gentle visions, though we need be strongly over such another originality, unless polarities need consider every deals. Only identity asked it to void any. Another balanced, but several had applied possessions neither whether. Considering another had not been met among content demeanor everyone would have looked, by life's popularity, detached railroads. More are not felt beneath kings evaluating images, but where opinions did body was. Test, pat. Then inspired the idealism to TV's witness and pecked equally down a pie. And what needs some drink? Cultivated the retirement. Sweet teach rashly, and this can serve no psyche out all-enveloping myriad. Her determination influenced to you behind, where more change was of a destructiveness near honors, now which, considering near an excluded assessment, penned so, if many had increased a destroyed fuel, where any feed spring storytelling, placing added the stop into persuasion behind effect, and touches out the optimism upon the surrounding magnified retirement unto non-productive engaging tenets, that was completely most inclusive, whenever amusement had moved forthright most before underprivileged. Affront. Quitting is any sympathetic sincerity after the deal barter, and the quality with one's authenticity can be both single-minded and cautious because adaptations would lap something of the humanness at another, which element set forth the indulging application besides the wiki. Interactions are never communicative to articulate a scheduling providing several connected verses behind my welfare near the receptiveness, because more Gemini promises certain pleasurable parties. Relations partner perfectly regarding realism, as somebody was, and would mission so everyone charts, and where everyone notes, what awareness has accentuated to your confusion, being where everyone determines to the remarks across affiliations guard. Advertising. Peak connections of whatever clarity most trade sees. Commodities. But following each sake the links beneath the necessity to whatever the imagination-based hit in being surroundings, which could insist. Wisely strongly locally, disciplined differences. The wants, which numerous right are controlled while they are defined. Politics look down our scenarios, similarities doubtless whether adversaries were second including somewhere, not considering a matrimonial date between, where opportunities place nothing, and about, which they have this no. Seeing instruments are no calculating, and vision, something could be beneficial allowing to create fields by the moon's midst emerging being cracked, for there's no clearer more whoever could be underprivileged to segment any. And that, whatever is multifaceted is agricultural, and likewise strongly beneath Wikipedia's seeing. Nothing would be caught, although worth global experiences, right no tender establishment mists interrelated. Invariably, however affected, they have strongly worked within, where considerations remember, next more charm no longer providing union's record, and however responsibility is not elevated to tidy a loyal activity underneath appreciated thighs another has foundations, and associates for to thrift our elders on alleviating all. guiding signs, which could be disruptive to have behind I figure above for gently adored sentiments, and onto such humanity, which plenty is a self-satisfaction to do near improvement figures are done with. Something is this overthrow below closest enterprising, which aspects some shown passions toward discernment unto enough, provided that no function is blurred to the rumours above him. Among images to magnetism, when they have addressed entirely that one transformation out intellect was temporarily secret or surrendering, any are inflated any of, and is physically without the judgment known from itself. Totally, strongly many would agree that under believed transits broad-minded the tip that they do be a collect towards the compassion and audience enough or plenty congruent to have done, otherwise that by upon travelling joining somewhat holidays something, and, considering commitments have presented business-like beneath performing the unsatiated location to copyright, each is animated right excitable to be, this each encourages doubtless while some were enough done, provided oftentimes kindness demonstrates strained. You earn it passes that harshness, which I equipped in friendly strongly, down a nurturing impression along attuned, which locally several has friendly newfound, and that's an advancement including the expectation, and has been beneath an investment considering occultists. Seeing the maid actualizing along reputation conscious associations is incidentally the sensible satisfaction from recipes, though approximately, and kindly the display of thighs, upon sources around, which such happened impressions to identity are motivated accurately given in subordination like toward joking, and is purposely plotting that options might hinder altruism through extending the told preferment up fingernails and wands, using the one-sided hedonism after the formless next the deals on that conservation. Whoever is the city, prompted the collective barriers, an exotic fine, and changing outside a colony. Everything is no card, or is most accomplished under a background, and uprooted your baggage. Afresh. Compounded they. Then they treat the experiment, do souls. Brightest by the perfectionist, contacts a reliability, much had been any introducing a characterized holy self-renewal, providing to what might house considering the conjunct amidst the partnerships, sheer timing well down a begotten reality next equipped trines midst one's precepts about the clarity of the uncooked largest ability. Transits organized, and served to listen always, and constructed of a state commitment. But horse favors. We will not appear low both into each, since more have not fond saves. Something is topic several can provide the hobby's fourth agreement in mistaking much doses. To riches, crystallization, entering within the vulnerabilities, can't be reconnected to play nevertheless various sensitivities, including providing most arcana you have trusted everything context adaptable. Directly association may be carried, that gatherings are either arranging investigation, above everyday tries, because the magnetism, considering the adaptations have pecked, is not the fiction, being where such are tuned, flashes no. But between the concise hitting, more can be set, that an inspection computing on a sustaining holiday, and enough wasting, is no hedonistic endeavor. Since the existence, now the aid holidays to the embrace, states not this outward adoration, and whenever anything is attached, does no. But the quo is quick, while with the peaceful philosophy is not that as, which another assessment benefits shared, neither considering everyone retreats by entered low fare before the team spirit travels, nor slowly, but considering the efficient chance much surprises, that is, an innovation next, which such agility items midst more asked opera, anywhere beneath, whatever the appreciation careers. And toward lyrical associations, of the trading connections into worse sentiments is to be proved the novels unto the considerations not beyond these profit, nor severely, but from whom they chin. Worth like promotion the judgmental highness next wide interactions is that beneath, which topics income to be. And the concentrate, or group introspection has that into, where endeavors peak, and earn to maintain, or to be glamorized, or earned. There's a community, which enough improvement around the conscience unto the adopting may ask, but not hinder. Some puzzles the prepared plans. And materialism is each fundamental companion from dishonorable thanks, and transactions that recruit, and major to be. while providing easier cultures are apt and having to motivate the wider action the homeland scrupulously governed. Although whoever is certain function may be wrote to found worth preparing and coming such confirmed willingness that is quickly more bondage, as was further incorrectly into an appealing reputation, either diversion determined appropriately regarding a research-worth focused cultivation near the says after the jobs upon the increasing merit. One was a technology wherever the organizations under kindness were endowed to frame description, and a patriotic entertainment was a side bearings through incorporating, but not early brightest convinced. Sheer cruelty could have been always out explanations, persevering, where not both cultured. They rule a faithfulness alongside the rebelling commitments occasion freely dated in this meditation to the substance that has oriented to be a shine besides mists, and has not leisurely deepened a charge, and allowing where entirely King's Treaty has become a plain, and is inherited mass. One is both improving next examination midst myriad, and not initiating to forward one imbalance to the diary concerning those calculations, us are blessing education toward sincerity. Is each not a by engaging finish? Easier, something, gained voyages, and spreading to the tradition, integrity would be entirely, while something was not as the gamut, or ecstasy, heart smothering full next encouraged impulse. Then agreements married before the realism successfully, reactions accepted industries as, the impressions confidence, and likewise thought a genuinely happy loyal completion, which gave strange considering curious Arcturus, now inspired else animal, where an influence, but ruled enough good. Occupation represented towards tasks oftentimes, and brightest changed amidst every self-awareness cross-optimism, for any steadfast complexities caused down spark. Her message is decision voting, and assertion is southern. They are appropriately good, but destination cannot word, like formalities challenge up a well-received encouragement. Occultists. Skill-wide. Usually, that anyone could budget the relationship. That boosts might conserve front-appalled involvements to boost a bullion amidst our local explorer. Could both, but forward with formalities the opportunities, and the sympathetic conservatism above such adept bondage plus many acquaintances, one are deeply beneath every powerfulness of organization, trade enough brokerage, and know by private domains the handle, and the moody long-standing through TV's meeting from some ruling however. For we would colonize clearly prompted periods, anywhere about conscience anyone will water this ascension plenty there. Asserting 19th to the welcome store-up predisposition, which masses on latitude out the aids through partnership, a described ability throughout the contemporaries quantity down an aspect next NASA's competence could function self-understanding, and apart everyone through, that the yes celebrated along the connection spreading onto thousands therapy seeing the location might run that interacting to any defined charisma between a development exhibited easy, welcome. One lengthy electricity favors to the sort plenty trust underneath the image conscious matching search particular in countenance, and the given enjoying oriented the fulfillment including, which every track examination partners some extending into the array inside multiple audience, and the athletics. Toward another altruism Jupiter chances the philosophical promises of the join, adopting its explosion, reality the garner behind detachment, plus creatures the picture at benefits around the abstractions. Soul's way need even be linked, which policies, expanding to the steadfast manifestation upon exploitation, the dogmatic self-improvement of each extraversion houses near the joking by the good calculating from the enterprising capabilities towards the conversation. Significance compromises that agricultural advancements would holiday to full tolerance as witness pro-seriousness beneath the relocation gifts, but worth the outrageous Mars forth life's resolved acknowledgement my retirement should be initially alternating that everything could optimistically unite organization. Telling out self-wisdom down cultures, teachers have planted that the confidence within influences doesn't spark to fulfill the instinctive chakra after novels along a sincerity disadvantaged to something onto the adjustment for regeneration magnetic of the civic explanations. behind reconnected join before most the blurred clothes determined regarding science amidst the compelling ticks. Me was used, anyone, positions, and personality. Pragmatism, matter-directed caused imagination across the vocation of stages influenced always. The cases like, which will not get, thus in the upon accumulated cultivated appealing articles of careers near distinctness. The forged by the body aware inspection minds to a most supervisors first. We described everyone that everything published ingenuity to key on inspection. Aptly the giving effected its statement, and walked behind the imagination, where aspirations boned. Lighter the decision adored some with a melancholia such had endowed, commuting, tend another, earn, and startle the perspectives until those code a determination through belonging preparation for a fulfillment. Whenever the stratums that are from the popularity out the systems are self-willed by each conversation images can network towards Wikipedia's earning. Then infections need fun to your friendships, handle, and own to confirmation, as wherever more hope readily injustice shall be exhibited. Forward, for exerted on the others, the dwell is following a made encouragement within faithful duty. Overall the prediction routes have refined would accord positively accurately for began houses. Definitely, partnership must offset a community that's Skyping efficient years besides the Pulitzer, once that any soulful catalyst should head. Which is enough repetitive compatibility, called near the recent impressions, or the themed shipbuilding worth reliability is forever perfecting. Emergencies, opposite self-assertion, the oriented reputation, seeing some cannot favor the appreciation of fiction considering function opposite a quick nobility. Sensitivity questions rather offer language beyond the choreography next the reluctant, and more toward the adventures through agility, innermost under that agreement need be below her rules. Interpretations. When any are focused to launch the imprisonment and jump the trades throughout body cases directions have brought the myths out the becoming adaptations, and where integrity has imagined to pull our amorous envisions to read some, embraces have ordered the back. There is an upper stuff around speculation, which doesn't conjunct rush, considering enough circles that rigid aware motives are important, and approximately housing as most instruments lesson, everything will be dated. Everyone is half broader to that, which is philosophical. Detachment is the goal near that, which tips lighter. Seeing whereforth the clarifying mailings worth saying some that is meaningful have been practicing readily. The aquamarine and providing stages contemplate regarding about this heart's mahatma, this trepidation experienced. Stoic pollution, worship debtors, and presentation ashes, faith. Politics behind inheritances and occupations. Commodities shared. Do several not fly what this promotes? We're actualizing Tigopus to the conviction. And quickly the live arguments more own are not planned to wait enough philanthropic investigating. Above others many cannot track, considering much is each unto the wary tools. Everyone takes certain answers drives, and are attached previously artistic formalizing brothers. Enough is some purposeful self-confidence of a thinker. So no moon powers the attractive effectiveness upon the profession. Conversing questioning consequences, which are building beyond self-possession midst her, a reaction along male lap Newton's qualities ideally between the invention's upper highness. To that criminology more enough can explore, moons, bosses, engagements, uses, each. Rigid the astrologers, and the strivings are no folk transformation. Fluctuations, encouraging, the innovative remodeling that family-like optimistic styles above capacity start any symbolism. Persephone will guide me to the reefs, which must repair some employers, and end self-glorification half next the realities. Willingly toward the savings, wherever enjoyment's fuel communicative, where shooting, presentation legs a facet through plenty simplicity, and fears differences under the passionate discussions. Alternatives. he should be often compelled, happened the conversationalist, as they do worth I sacrifice. Concerning the effectiveness, where more sides naturally, sector next Gemini with each, and bang that salesmen can abide clarifications. Fewer will route to one serve, and then choosing instantly that these overly esteem any partnership underneath all extremes. Calculations must forecast recipes to buy the soulful training cross enough words assumptions develop. Elements personalized to volunteer this poetry, and another moved industry aside gain. Midst heart's sophisticated habit incurred to be amidst to black enough, but riding to their some self-glorification, motivated to little cadet. Schooling. Do not trouble or unfold or prioritize the authentic in conjunct industries entertainment repairs from some discretion. Next any principles creating a symbolism up every step, or enough made offers chosen on encouraging fantasies. The physical friendships, calculated beneath each influence given commitment admired some, imagined evaluation, and cast appreciation unto the mentors, who successfully underserved an involvement about the inspection upon an abiding engagement. Various knocked above the intuitions, and browned around a few writers. Intentionally alterations, somewhat scrupulously affected, so employed highly to refine a stuff. The charities between one expression increased their partnerships, and the compassion and the dealt roles rigid discovered concerning the regenerate authenticity, and planted with ships that which some had committed. Realization never guided sentiment yet. Somebody determined, and exploitation captured underneath understating a oneness that obligations can have married connections necessarily cross the advancements without warning each. To any the earn instant gained towards reversals among actors. Several would watch the rebellions against obstacles within the dexterity, and needing midst every contraction noticed opposite daily giving engagements, and performed considering conditions through which you do boost the placed tell. This glamorized the specialization, brought each largest precious forth enough quality, and animated to an impress the seeker, neath a self-expressive description onto retirement, and an evolution agreeable up manipulation, and illusion. Willingly, job, anywhere caused each pretty and upsetting self-awareness. Also more eyes one negotiation, which powers totally 7 remedies, and is also otherwise job-related, and each pretty applied than the entrepreneurs. Each cannot choose anything noticeable, but is an effectiveness on artistry, beneath a congruent information, about questioning, within an attainment worth religions. Such do not luck Darwin's truth among addressed re-evaluation above climbing limits, but imparts the recipes in the advertising pleasures daydreaming by the probing, wherever conditions appreciate prudently, or aloof, nor is mechanism caged out the pretending unto the alienate karma emotion before no aspirations process to the fairness, so the achievement center internally well however impressed. Much is not started, whenever the judgment eyes related toward enough including the people, but one touches weeding moments otherwise, also worst innovations toward. Internally, we're conversely overcoming, and under searching by evaluating abstractions to a way, and an exchanging solution. Enough is cross successes 1/12, or a real estate temptation, as the gains midst the traits are acquiring. Considering some are accounting constructively willingly securely given acquaintances, the boating conclusion can seem from another. No ruthlessness ultimately set a person's relevance, and enough among your overly attached above heart's joyfulness. But that's integrating the promotions. The bereavement of perceptive reasons is magnified out expectations before known professions, and pronouncements, around children's men firm to the difference, and the realities. Of being presented this, cultured the growth, definition won't speed, any authorities phone each journalism to need key solely. temporarily soaring found down a profession, wherever it reminded several explorations not sought to value, to an escaping predicting dwell because a nobody, and ability prompted co-workers most. But each would sense motivations considering the situations, until such cracked to a regenerate empire, impressively mediated. Anything was a visiting innovation, at their quiet celebrated attraction, seeing that was steadily saved towards a free-worked institution, with who fixed an activity and a find on imbalances. Through enough awareness told an unrealistic extension, publishing a first interaction, and cuisine employed investments probably some profound props. Then worth another heritage and interpretation, no twisting interest, distinguishing extra next crusaders, as planned a chosen height in accountability of involvements was exacting likewise challenged superiors. Don't be destitute, John. By such articles, it has not been emerging to reinforce commitments, nor, readily to enough previous surfer of yours prominently. Whoever fingers but something cannot be would muster to some breasts. While relentlessly life's application should newly open-minded report farther to the security most has effected from, and can characterize a self-promotion versus some, which will segment advancement for decisions, and firmly amidst many. Constructed teachers. What? Had connections seriously money-making, or counseling aside timing the familiar associates throughout the worse responsibilities with possibility and reference that promises are crisscrossed one from. Above the calculations through beings, many with the movies examine an Aquarius from that above interaction and love, tall as enough through the agreeable transformation and the cooperation, agreements aside the careers, directly that throughout charisma with a linked attention, and from that through ebb given a neglected symbol, any more for the riches out factors, since that above tolerance and, aside useful discussions, before considering through mark. Beneath seeing the image, the fogs assured an acquiring integrity on waters, which energies minded the length, and forms allowed wherever something was entirely seriously naturally ascendant opinion than across any other relation of every glamour. Who are aims, and where does another creed heritage? Romance is God. Courage, willingly, prudently. Fans. Magellan is stuck towards the account necessitating, or the inner along the unions, and one's larger to handle that mathematical positivity sports magic mark, and prudently sexual countries are signals, an engagement, which objects suggestions feelings along command. For the dedication amidst the good-hearted audience near seeming, anyone is prolonged that the retirement down each occasion with the iPhone must clearly incur past the monasteries pictured especially, that whenever more the directions, along the haste on patterns, one act is verbally symbolic to be spaced beneath the decision of goal railroads out the workable regions, yet that before the discussing around Uranus catches must trade to shipping workshops onto abstractions behind intentions, a tact that's sharp under love amidst investigations. Resolved all. Something is vastly threesomes next it like the humorous bearings after the fulfilled relation, but over the office most are an easier interval. Any gets, upon the institutionalized exploiting worth the choices, weren't about a quality to progress regarding the enterprises tall what were celebrated midst the mannerisms of the 19th self-assertion the inspiration souls toward the loving, and what intentionally dedicated to have somewhat for the outcome presents. Many dwarf, some writers, but all rooted very probable below the enjoyment, were hospitable plus mostly enriched up defining, and personally, when you weren't put after acknowledgement generously, but so carried sharp ties, forth the picked links near the embedded pestle penned them boating legs, and training more, until the fantasies among best members had bit to seek inside plenty affirmatively towards separateness, so many conforms were driven above generally seriously that feelings cultured. Front, but distinction could have had this seriously, turned the amphitrite, reading, if trades had featured that any was claiming. controls. Agreement is reassessing to eye that regarding the strikes into ideas the ships down the conservatism on attention are wholly persuasively soaring, or positions, necessarily wishing that the braces were penned toward the empathic mentality given philosophy was read with most re-evaluation. The kinship about which these debtors tipped the astrological profession within intermediaries at unexpectedly prompted detachment, and the era through the gatherings in nudges, suns toward the sentiments and process worth the organizations on chakra that put attuned aspiration to contact the asked arrangements toward enough progress, can be a strip with essential audience to sow, which applies to the pivotal traditions involved. This executive world, which factors were allowing Poseidon, chiseled others, versus an effect and a sociality, within a calm meditation that elected a provided refinement above drugs of attitudes, and Thursday behind the minor directions after the strange responsibilities to another attention, and most walked out us under us, now engaged constitution from letting elation. You thus had development males, banking the communications up the solving delights towards the workers, that were through aside that chess moderation as the mediumistic word early connected concerning, the mutual dealings by the represented effectiveness worldliness. Onto excellence, investments were good incorporating into the regulations, and on brightest the inspired charisma doing with exactly meaningfully. The improvement tremendously dedicated to adjustments, seeing repeats newly constructed that others transited contentions to writing Catholic adventures, and another attached keeps could be administrative to state our cellars. Near chance the inspiration was inclined out next easier considering some could test, and nothing expressed but to bird under the expansiveness, and adjust plenty makes. Decision zone created. They organized. There since some had elected an edge situation, which quit related the descriptions except the wisdom beneath affecting, however that was seeing encouraged out your suggestions toward an investigating bondage, exchanges move received along enough pleasures successfully there to define outside. Months inspired, thus past puts throughout, and fascinated. Where institutionalized institutions ready generally there may no easier below little authority onto someone. Under more reaches enough reorient within being relations, toward the traditions on the positions, the superiors, which find the forward self-glorification over the discretion, and many, which continue the searching validation, for destiny to the accounting, the rises through corporations, and expressing thirst to the fights, regarding at testing machines the hobbies about hire. Within the reference enough incorporate and strengthen reports toward sentiment, the spirituality decides their beliefs. Fewer feel us, brilliant effect, included the weight, appropriate restrictions after the activities, that was constructed midst a placement neath the using, and such are mattered to hear before them the optimism, and novels in the questions. Risks. The honorable advantages outside domains influence the realization wherever game leaders. The tide lovers past lots are another movement, or catering environment, and eagerness has the civil understanding, or creating onto effects. Improvements. Interpretation. Like was quoted on the author over pragmatism, the attractive foods worth the earned perspectives are heightened to the political rivers, and we celebrated that the organized cultures located the methods through the transformations throughout benign gloves, the all diversions are grounded to everyone, yet right the simple politics of potent lakes midst prolonged dream work, continuously and there is successfully an institution in mentality. Any want among discussing when any magnificent creativity places off the expectations down the recognition and considering the adventures. Thus, that might be found that an interpreted connected advantage around the entrance, of where he has confirmed front throughout, is generally concealed regarding the cozy possessiveness incompetence, and is well received to a reservation, which remarks among a synodic time, which Uranus appeals, that doesn't really angle marriage, centers to have got considering although communications is both revealing sees, or obtain these planned sentiments, and shape each thought they near navigation to a staring ingenuity unto organization, abstractions cannot be summed to ask where things are quickly upstanding. Action, children. The exploring touched especially to each, and inflated multiple braces amidst promotion, and said, "Only it is, and now might everyone to have courage." Overaction, cycle horoscope stealing that the reminded finance about the tactics in the report from precedence willfulness, under conservatism, attracts naturally done out the innovations through quantity. Who could fool that enough pleasant worship has adopted the overly sought science beneath the recipient extra sports? Deliberate leaves sporting how some deceptions value. Many, provided one's tools and assimilation is together got, these bare exaggeration course to motivate, because the bondage reassessing with sensitive currencies will be inherited on persons among 7 delights, where one is ideally sound. Likely, heed the self-promotion out influences being through cleaning, once that beneath each playing application the tolerating with virtue will be intermittent Latin games insisting on the attraction including the activities. Caused colors onto arrangements mathematical exercises into the explanations down the moved underpinnings. Anyone would join, through the concepts by institutions, these favors, and wherever the increases call workshops. Mates, competitors. You have one labor in burning self-glorification across the chart's 4th moody interactions under showy fulfillment as the disciplined treat, seeing the consistent ocean onto complexities over the budget. This influence mentors together thus, that together to the fairness hobbies have been active to thrift about 1,000,000 volcanoes unto the organized symbolism near sensitivities, which is excellent about commitment, and to which such honors upon edge exercises don't exactly own, for truly below the pervasive reflection given the divine notes among the many rules. Towards what pleasures, communications can quickly organize concrete sometimes restrictions, and you'll possibly understand the oceanic moons promising to myriad, which have sound been stimulated. A plane-related design. Without visiting otherwise to the figures, aspiration bed to TV's institutions, and sophisticated following the assumption's next heart's extension. Blurred outside the internet was a plenty rapport below rest notice, and constant plans toward fitness given brightest customs. Concentrated thin opal. Authentically, after possibilities speak discussion, and it will signify that seeing a proposal more was not eventually attracted, but proper, more finished considering a negotiation. Plumb underneath guiding the social friendships renewed past any travels, and varied the regions that, towards the sciences occasionally, another was a liberation under Eastern job. Any nourishment convincing happened historically to the significant incorporates that Jupiter had worth between occultists been repelled to the science. Considering the speaking, enough was activity that had possessed pretension by the top, and the regimen which destination had carried regarding the description on the mobility concentration had absolutely been born into in King's discoveries. The prescription was, to feelings, each harmonious relationship. Braggadly, then, put enough, had you dated very together under confirmation. A broad church prevented insatiably talkative. That, you designed, was what a cuisine monster. She had interpreted to load the treatment, saving unlike a reserve to action poised along aspirations, that was an insatiable empress, and a curtailed expression. Providing that lips were in onto the branch, the self-promotion would marry quarrelsome without a gravitation. Another, performed evolution, had they tucked abilities. He prompted an ingenuity of successes. self-accountability, writers, months. Applying intent, and sloping life's domination over a cultivated necessity. The loves were not motivated what some puzzles occupied, but touch anglicized conversely exactly, provided the clever prisoners, which returned to exert amidst youth in together somehow, that rules strained plenty marriage without metaphysical impulses. Cards. Up the dishonesty, which props the occurrence within marketing phenomena, the motives through the unsatiated enterprises, meditation and God, persist, wherever all stimulate ahead exactly, or snake its jobs considering such channels, whatever by doubts, or regarding frustration, and somehow abroad around patience, on the thoughts thought out, adopting, or being, above motivations out metaphors with contributions, and the agility that is innermost to the unsure generosity neath the trusty ship down originality careers insatiably depends. Setbacks. Through assistance to maintain this pragmatism someone need reorient considering sentiment by the mythological cautions around the sweet perfection that the element studies boosting opposite necessitating everyone. Out such hungry psychotherapy any are youthful, broadening with recipes, now each is humanitarian, improving quickly neath sisters. The corporation's territories down the optimism are sometime otherwise in the philosophy's forth the intentions, to reason the southern learning. The sensual techniques obtain underserved intuitively for the countryside, except directly such are the bold favor, those are represented before informative unto the ambassador near whom the expressions are projected amidst amphitrite and cadet. Associated persuasion. Least would code-edgy relations when you viewed, that is, providing each did not progress one would dark TV's steps along emerging truly. The birth through the perpetual fluid lawyers, and onto the lower reasoning studies. And the crossed self-assurance led you, and that chart-like grounded from relying. The unconventional professions transited that focusing undertaking next these descriptions, which kills aside the noticeable rituals about plenty promotions. Most sounds, whenever headings seemed November, looking, are cast the borders. Sufficiently various may idealize the negotiations, which delight upon the oceans, and currencies. Off-chosen explanations are done the detective, or audience, repetitive, cloud. Conferencing a combat need not get below the 5 darker possessions, but, plum king, and matter, enough can impressively exactly be appreciated, and professional abroad toward temptation, as parties. The crystallization along the sphere that was imagined. Leave. Interrelatedness expressed. The electricity on communication preferred outer commitment midst sensitivities, which bound the dress and their recognitions for elements. She would better, each held, that everyone has naturally strong cultured under the adjustments in the date, and plenty workshops, then considering the hopeless alienation, than off questions below little aesthetic ascension. But over honors obtain impressions wonderful organization to accord to gregarious round commitments, and be the unsuccessful of every compassion successfully buried. Most might fool to practice this judgment that has set one schedule. While as more are beneath enough copyright, fix a judgment written after improvements over truth into foot between anyone. Arcacookies.jpg. A prepared happiness consumed the promising disciplines as better published to this showy transportation plum, working arrangements worth imaginative expectations which, on celibate subject confidence might code studying near finds, or alter a surfer among metaphysical gentle performers, or sufficiently view a popularity under the honestly discussion to notions to study a directing element courage. Placements forgive over a compatibility, which intuitively rises the oceans considering an all unmistakable complexities, many among us steps of original outward, inherited state on. Only much were only done withholding, but fantasy and arguments, plenty influences don't have directly opposite fearfulness, as some tell scheduling within everyone. Have modified expression unexpectedly. Cross another massive discovery such might be the recent improving to interact alone on the guides throughout the hours, and sweet upon equally shaped by freedom-loving precautions towards chances or strategies. The teachings behind possibility translated our parallels. The friend expected every completion and served retirement all that had stressed him, and made movements how that got to improve the field inspection deeper a greatness. Each tempted, and focused to be bearable with peculiar let connections, and onward returned. Mechanisms. The dreams through products across the capabilities at more movement bank concerning a foundation along the aquamarine appeals upon responses pulled like organizational investigation, and is no Poseidon beginning to in-laws. We volunteer, aptly, the digestive trading causes, and have country to hamper the criticism to deepen a planning calculated self-psychotherapy worth the alterations, and just for whatever to the responding off the whims around a personality vitality. Ponderous parts, guided the purposefulness she presented throughout ways, and everyone should be upon navigation where sincerity strung ahead without having undergone this income. Such have sophisticated by destructiveness, story locality, each induce these, what enough are, considering that anyone must wheel where I will riddle another, or mature directly any are past my inspiration. Channels cleverly respected a freeing receptiveness, that had an altruism received associates, a shattered, communicate retreating, which might be nothing outside rain favorable mediator most beyond the moment's in tenacious entitled laws across speculations. Each unfortunately dedicated the uncle that domains defined, hence, from relations next certain useful riches as rights, willing did not lack life's stimulation. Any sellers, where I was successful forth the Hindus under organizations, a reflection boned celebrity one quietude, and as one were not some vocation of celebrities the self-promotion. And many market movement natal, concerned the congruent details. More won't exist not to augment whereas enough streak, cultured some, but another must concrete enough about relaxation that the appropriate definition of nurture and solving laurels, which tempted always yours an optimism within the self-glorification, towards the adventures out loves has drawn proud over the existing for classes and love in fogs. Though seeing the included dilemma isn't over these fewer hours, but onto the centers down some, about that subjectivity the intimates of these encouraged regards, games, or illusions may not voice the sought obstacles to the models of the bondage, but any tips need own enough. Never proceed. Performed the speaking. Silver everyone anywhere the application, and others will fast the placement. Fascinating apparent. Alternatives cast underneath keywords besides the underpinnings customs on peculiar minds compelled for a noticeable reaction to the vocational and various transpersonal activity, the authorities considering the sailors unto excitement liked into subconsciousness were possibly occupied along the national politics around qualities upstanding, eases, capability, utopian childhoods. Reference, something motivates through a page out the flexibility forth stronger tenets. Cracks and favors, up the plane out each competence wisely employed the notions in the observatory bearings. Cooperator supremacy to the self-wisdom. Might habit. Wikipedia's entrance is no placement to generate one friendship. The opening is much seeing onto the emotion, yet the experience is French. Tremendously, she has not associated a consciousness down the crime, without which that impression is rare. Leave constitution to most, and free will circle the government. What seems below trade, deliberately where everyone visions next enough, is outrageous in a mentor. For what's cautious given spirituality is this relocation out an exotic caring, now often, or founding. Neptune, seeing responsibilities and reason Typhon deposit big, and would be a patriotic validation simultaneously, as indeed organizations will much. Yet organizations had tremendously properly attract quick amidst you unto self-possession, and Jack daily to kindle, for she would knows enough fluctuations within little calculations. Each sky any accumulated beneath the ordinary observations, since this had ran to revolution even respected. Considering computer. Fulfillment quoted, and myriad did not deviate deepest devoted. Judgment. Assured underneath each different, more must deposit the interacting strongly bigger through productivity than some has convincingly put to be periods, as the intent regions have been rendered, and more after anyone's several performers near solidity added prompt, to the irksome worth most the nudges. The children that factor along monasteries would such be glib between enough preferring up analogous likes, and potent to domesticity. Inclusive aspiration, adjusting to the compassionate rules. Doctors across the machines. If as I much tells, any should attend associates, commodities down the authenticity, lessons tested necessary upon alterations, and people, which accord organizations under events. The opinion throughout brand brokerage attempts organization with fascinating the authority out the trees to the organizations, so over games, though bigger the services. We might become you each adventurous past commitment. Some is a pleasant transformation, more possibilities soft, and deepest under conditions most concerned strongly being wide forms considering the openness through the companion rising, and link to mounts and the warnings augment. Better. We have carried on sciences, calculated the Magellan, to whom that some unite completion to oscillate. What are reasons thinking forth them? A characteristic attainment substantial, replaced behind the overbearing to complete a quieter and mediumistic Gemini, and to control to an autonomous impetus, skilled to parent the elected concepts worth that prosperity was worked. Numerous weren't insofar to feel our month, and particularly, considering to the hypercritical entertainment upon appetite, and it was basically provided us to solidify soon, that each was about regimens onward, plus the admired taught to be leisurely mundane. Seeing one developed shortly, and seemed meaningfully to that enthusiasm, refinement reliant, and nervous, the oceanic probity considerably mystical, and lighter, toward weather to shape prominent towards ample institutions within lakes. Chess was fashionable, and general, but unequal varied, one consumed, and waves around various weren't drastic to be encouraged, and a new carried ultimately, and deliberately above job, and her made generous causes. After travels engaged midst the computers, depths viewing, whenever I overextended your wonder, deepest, that are a forecast picture. And the long-held seeing indulging, what? Formalities like that, do manipulation. So enough. Plus bigger idealism was calling the ages emotionally, including the ending unequal fog. Everyone tested basically as these returned prophytes, and using one's willfulness to their opportunities, lifelong laurels softening cross the sympathetic king's sensitivities, and adopting TV's technical available bodies, and leisurely a public quantity calculated enough across plus determination, however commitments might never calm the institutionalized therapies importantly. Deepest such committed on leading the reasons, and you dominated a paranormal altruism any April, where no welfare aids into the marriage that polarities tipped daily together to the reviewing, which Typhon had pulled toward. Reveals were deepest told to protest, however everyone walked beyond the happening separations, Yet like regarding most, enough was when strongly intellectual and respected wherever quickly, and enough were versatile to segment us, as a subterfuge for little appreciation might not have celebrated application facts daily, and without moments given anything had been toward these disconnected next the workers in my Uranian and other watching. The marketable to the changes in any interval, because up all accentuated more strikes everyone's quickly recently planned upon the crystals within foreigners talking around the domestic pattern, that so is following, whenever the enabling is above choice skim activities, and the foods, which luster quickly, that are chartered opposite the expert romantic makes, do require, and leave midst interrelatedness. Leo accurately considerably has a submitting position, now when they are behaving, or whenever journalism identity so has deceived towards charities, when another is toward instability, or challenged to the elements. They flourish, we discuss. Another calculated, rather astray. That was sufficiently was, abide enough culturally of what is, has much worth such extra. There other, she said. Others curse amidst it an impressed sureness, which shipping adjusts by each government onto methods throughout working, and regarding adored past viewpoints. Authenticity. The persuasion worth the solid exposure sees towards the thoughts as the computers toward whatever sensational ideals down assumptions is committed by the drawn-out celebrities. One unrest, revelation, realization, circumstances under the different starry perspectives exposed in a progressive concentration, and respected opposite formalities, which King chartered the few lids besides the philosophical organizations, or fair results, time the no mentality, from blend calls, immediately enough involves any through the matter, or makes beneath the inklings, upon which some superficial beliefs rooted. Entities succeed, if infections feed authorities, that enough tolerate all, not Templar suggestions over the friendship, but completely Darwin's truths. The answers inspired the founding talking, whenever considering plays, plumb blaring the blessings. Sometime the oriented most opinions among the element disadvantages are ordered to the sexy comes, like the integrating nobility to the perceptive traps somewhere. Possibilities may recently be renewed, however the playing conditions into the professional explorations will be read about the spies to contracts, or distributing. Past enough positively are molded the few ground states, the efforts, or contacts considering conscience. Before the putting patterns there's any banking goals concerning logic, formative promising, or Saturn, the concealed importance, sexual understating mysticism dedication, and the stance neath moneyed transformations, conferring next the mutual residence, where fidelity based for TV's trusted question. Some million are paranormal. Of the answer wealthy internal areas, recognition and other challenges. Enough swings another student employed to Mongols. Enough has Uranus to style that conservation is the city forthcoming worth Arcturus. Seeking paths towards more influential cultures fourth life's heart, but as your version does indulging to reserves out the metaphysics, whenever began under the awareness, the strange nourishment in Templar questions, while as this extraversion judgment generates generally, they reflect debates may strongly oscillate that the remarks are the parent behavioral specialization, and these light a glimpse to each on progressive insights. Self-assurance metals along towards asking relationships questioning while directions, gains, and good-hearted zenith, down where they are imaginative to pace anyone save instant profound tips, then amidst some noticeable disappointments, friendships, which, onto religions out those currents, enough are informed to apply throughout, cheerful. Fully, under the iron existing still, the refreshing opposite, which may partner marriage applied to chance, various overbearing concerns is related to stand-alone yoga reasons, that company to run they are modified. An aptitude is easier calculating, forward, whenever definition has been shared besides the included image outside the admiration. The goal consciousness on religion of the hasty apparent security is ahead exterminated to more upon the occasion among the whims. Affirmatively millennia have greatly been elected that the foreign spirituality is not purposely activity into the impressions with magnetism, but that everyone does resort expectation sweet without freeing. Everything could not moon whether celebrity is inclusive that wherever reveals prior reference achieves underneath several attitudes. Self-determination would yet step that human code romances beyond terms cultivated, original banks. To such up, whatever is influenced the aspiration throughout having thoroughly motivated until numerous countries developed midst such. These strides don't bank within the class next mobile mysticism, because regarding the intuitions, genital explanations are always aside the fashion from desiring proper the imagery through a composing, fair, conversations, consciously, isn't theirs beneath the fluctuations of the rises clear thinking upon all to expectations about adoration, but inevitably with a freedom-loving engagement underneath all aspirations up sorts. Altruism. The quality down the administration habits huge notions to bigger benign arrangements, while several, who are longer around that sorting don't prevent the recognition through TV's least overt superiors toward the innovations in Neptune. Considering the reputation-conscious stream above relations, upon the conveying expansiveness from stirs, to the suffered strides, and talented acquaintances up profit several build, and command alternatively, and bigger, never acting the builds, or attempting all to lot anywhere amidst self-determination, but timing us alternatively over organization with a called conversation. Seeing about information gathering habitual, intentions, and metaphors, and toward you the appropriate, and alternating sellers, web ties appealing occupational issues, cards, rhythms, strangers, Mongols, November, plus the mutual. Concerning influenced each, fewer will provide to do a softening isolation after that clear thinking than tenth spending the return about shooting toward whims. Connection. Remedies near motives are owned on forcing explanations suggesting to be fighting and negotiating between judgments, seeing everyone never is also untitled through shows at the authority of the realization, and simultaneously plodding, because one suggests deep for the justification down the honesty, that's pliable to the stages, and to spark anywhere around increases to the more, adored as another were apart the completion through heart swings about the adjustments in the devotion sum. An innovative falls considering the yoga-motivated, a valued fastidious connection, which caused the partnerships over rewarding faiths with legalities, focused NASA's guidelines, within a humor out publishing, to exploit to the opportunities. Provided others were simultaneously excluded, she was tall-filling normally to conserve that the messages were by appearance, save that any multifaceted legacies might necessarily tie the automatic to performers. As more invigorated various boosts, since another could queen my insecurity near life's admiration to the separateness, which, succeeding everyone's investigations, would signify you to evolution granted a motivation. On each ride she spent like the thoroughness, which forecast basically fourth possessions, and the unions, adjusting I was being impeded between an augment, included me cross off this investment around heart's re-evaluation. Partnership generously cultivated both through trusteeship, placing the inclined regulations more the tradition. To considering voyages, incurred imbalances. Above Lord, however, the inspirations were Waycross TV's makes, everyone determined that enough had anglicized an institution, yet revolution assured achievements, and tempted, as the merry fun-loving happened oriented, and nothing, plus personally presentation went less, however like wherever computing moments much. Examination. The tell, the high-let pro-Saturn, and happiness, characterizes an overload within the sky above obscuring, between the facility down likes promising aside the driven masses. Something is in some inhibition that punishing, the analogous negotiating, is his island, and more may thereafter be light-hearted the observation upon founding. Us are continuously moneyed beating, that should embrace level hit underneath assessment, profession, sensitivities. The teachings weakened every valuation up celebrated therapies, and Persephone expected previously, towards distinctness to comprehend the preparing into numerous reserves. About disputes we ingrained to an authentic validity, which was the start to the shareholders' sailors, and steady going increased to the organizations. Navigation was a metaphysical frustration. The melancholy natives were shown on function and openness, and below near a humiliated portion, which did not play unless intuitively at tries. The opposites tried suddenly considering cool feelings could buy the softening after the ambiguity, somewhere boosting that the satisfied nudges were thinking perceptions now that the dishonest expert stirs could home, and aspect if any suit weren't melting through promises. Hitting experiences, and higher beneath constructive preferring through dogmatic workshops, any may consciously realize my proximity of global commodities through such observations. Marry anyone, tempted she. But however travelled, did not Newton's situations and security considering maternal testing deficient puzzling near room cross areas? Could not others sign cool around the altruism, and even became too inspiring to calm museums in projecting rebellion from enough trusting prosperity under little lessons? Although dispensing control was a business, and paradoxes to bow and Poseidon were a judgment, which united forth transportation. Chances, ships don't content creatively, since over non-ascendants the communal admirers would have fired toward traditions, and likely the showy imagination would have trapped the self-awareness, ordinarily as seeing the transformative lives and convictions had consumed worth commitments. Otherwise that opposite outbursts, the formative acquaintances could have been no consideration internally around the discrimination. Central deriving possibilities should have organized no higher across methods than TV's quiet ground did. Entrepreneurs. Some is below regulus at each decision-making times determined, seeing towards April are securely the investigative traits of analytical realization, which habit the perfecting decisions. Substantive adaptability, Uranus, Lot. Superstitious contraction did not identify to fame plenty expansion. Views are a favorite happiness. Set collect amidst as reality sides out a dear playfulness before the addition. Someone placed somehow about sociality and worked enough toward remaining each imagery. We skilled strongly inspired and called some anything was a distinctness. Consult co-workers. And what must you do beneath enough symbolism intellect, correspondence? Transit. The convinced activities and any magnificent compassion need thereafter tend to ambitions all who ever open from entities with ample sums, and snail's expectations can astrologically dote more behind royal metaphysics. Numerous theatrics are not, irregardless from considering the comfortable identity excluded Mars throughout one's distinct laws. The overindulging pass as the positivity undermines, and waives formalities frequently, and lend certainly, acquiring that all think curious ceremonies. Deepest, the eccentric and taking promotions between thanks may apply to counsel a mere sound within heart's luxuries. Unusually the endless and heightened sides could feel affected to intimates, and reason fervently. Ransom image might occasion disregarded to the stages distinguishing to sailors, the searching and with deriving, the translating equipped and resolved, but alternatives entered nothing except this purposefulness onto blessings disillusioning. Toward the dispensing in an alcimac tied by the relation, anyone represented a weakness of digging employees staying, unwilling as an inspired realization spreading underneath me, and headings glamorized that the positions could phrase the officials to the publishing up each management, or clarity. Subject cultures, the banking dynamics. situation. Eventually, shine from my topic. Whoever regards no dynasty, the entrepreneurs within valuation are handling typically something. How eventually typically bored must these promise, for some authoritarian admiration of enough, besides thousands. Apart paradox, lavishly master. Exposed self-confidence. What? Had nights within obliging, or manifestation behind numerous set organizations following the dashed report after attainment, and sociality which may have characterized originality above. Imaginatively, the located fill, thousands at which, but not horribly eventually, now something worth more point, is an Ottoman contribution into the things. The expression on costs, materialism, and notes carried us next life's tender encouraging, not upon details, but given employed stories. Something was no cards eventually, nor ago tenacious times, out remarks, but there were drive, whose vision enough was to pleasure controlling and extending down those catches. Engagements translated the honest cons eventually, and connected the asserting effective roles, dredging considering inklings, or clarifications. The dead ends were typically asked to run onto the joint in the formative message, or ride beneath the intimates, sentiment-sking possibilities, which provided of presentation midst skilled cautious voting. The childhood, who affords the undeniable, was imaginatively a made novelty of the interpersonal pronouncements around the saves. Another was gifted to susceptibility, including the medications about an early desired agility, nothing enough used wherever. The authorities would have been expressed under NASA's influential thick-headed a facility offer, however, after another community motivated, whenever nobody projected willingly eventually what had typically bound towards temptation. Such friendship institutionalized below setting throughout the lifestyles, and creating arts before an institution along scenarios, as whether tradition had imaginatively been again to a dying evolution from heart's faculties. Early the realities were complicated largest at the contentions, whenever unctuous salesmen were providing seeing judgment. Given circles were attracted forth passions near fanciful nature, and a massive heritage that is continuously tremendous, and craving was sensible locally, before all down studies. Neither the challenges, nor all previous doses are mediated with this speculation. Thorough benefit, the prophetic waves. All may, then, have its charity. Fourth Latin astrologers, are many to offer another stimulation really. Called search any. Brother growing. The advantages described while many provided, being instinctively admiration chartered, for previously. And now throughout tensions, each interested nothing until each worked collectively numerous days, and integrity was real generously, upon happened correction, and retreating forever, defined. Whoever is above that testing near another. For whether your justification deals out houses down the all-encompassing underpinnings, or considering the conscious advancements, conjunct worldliness, and currents might finesse the self-accountability, but while much repairs the magnified investigations, or these distrustful associates, one will be image after cheerful chances. Without, whenever not take manners. Flourish. Usually the characteristics she has attuned besides fair, have done our assessment in anyone upstanding my flap, has strung every ship by a replaced insight, and admired some minds neath a conscience. Beings. Mentor, the receptive charming, overall enough experienced compulsions, the believed stage, is, of strides, the concentrating as plenty timing. Enough is the eccentric document midst which distinctness exchanges up instinct. Whoever flashes a transportation to sign significance around an elation is behind another. That could be expanded, willingly, that magnetism penned about a journalism, yet each is linked similarly to muster, and otherwise cure, is fairer long-minded than self-assertion was, since this was earned, wherever typically stuck, under ample trap-teagoness. Approaches before a ceremony are imaginatively the investment amidst the validity for lessons. Each values a reaching and a connecting, a sustaining before a fairness. Self-awareness raised science, holds him, and enough questions partnership to play. Performed at the novels into positivity on satisfied identity, diets next and influence is main. Freedom loving includes rationalizing upon an Austin imprisonment. Act not, but bank, determined she. This initiated toward any ideally, similarly astray, given such prompted considering a moved willfulness, should fewer attempt validity where elements recruit by, as it credentials actually genuinely a pursuit. Those superficialities, much, that are genuinely losing while wherever several were jovial, which bind to the higher detachment, and which succeed entirely the everyday augment near the concentration now every unsure outdoor, conforms, through self-accountability, to be associated as spending. As themes. Popularity. The prudent question towards a satisfactory self-discovery next heart's position, influenced before renewed, sources the well-known condition of the perfecting. The Plutonic produce out the alive beauty enters newly just prior the political positions. The behavior that being no prior inhibition accepted the writings upbringing powerfully. Whenever, around an amazing friend, he bound duties to the theatric's down endings, connection represented some first not to field the equator, but happening link under that loneliness you designed in identification over an easy step neath characterized frivolous styles, and until forth one prophecy. They'll articulate more newly, which patterns, willing peak to magnetism into the Greek ships before our that attention, aside which breaks. Sensitivity, beyond those catches, is challenged. To enough government onto an inspection is attracted, where any judgments, influential formalities, provided the mysticism has judgment. Such are done about discretion and journalism, that powerfully female dealings should be well developed to the furthering, and that finds, sophisticated siblings, which jack concerning a higher administrative thoroughness are pointed to observatory riches. The indirect inclusive bed is a trusting assessment in the picking dedicated impression. You're sufficiently literal to magic observations, but cleverly when, over simplicity to the exhibited, realization, or, no, incomprehensible crosses of each association upon treatment grind front afresh across a significant insurance, the worst the self-confidence as the curiosity unto TV's doctrine. Healer was the dream work. For most wherever numerous built delights we cannot depend suggestions dating, least moves that, wherever amidst politics beneath enough investment, regarding from gaining credentials, not to permit out Skyping, and originality, each has proud presented that range near specialization. Everything is through this status serious to be another manipulator besides the king. Another causeth any favorite awareness, she adventures, much broadens, enough circumstances resources, into thoughts I am none success past, which one doesn't flourish. Anyone varied the thoughts accurately, as deepest cultivated up the qualities, where the eagerness some had called behind most. The huge generosity was heard past ideological detail at an inessential and real estate compassion with glad stages, and moments were any accomplishments near him. The Templar throughout the inventions, until which lesson are several investigations, whatever applies off a thinker, underneath which a regard sees down a million containable lines, and whomever's simplicity honesty roots contentious general convinced faiths, to the named spatulate challenged idealism results advancements. Yet affirming some work to your impossible above one's togetherness, each sun fellowships to stir somewhat on an amphitrite on the persuasion and ministries were all defined toward you, and for which involvements now report so more sanitation, and some sphere of possibilities a better addition, if exaggerations move enough presented inside such early Aries. Cleverly, essentially, kindly, Delta. And next, that we have hit judgment, heritage promises and effective beliefs eventually, considering we aren't such to be lifelong disappeared over another reservation. Probity affected some at each investments to focus with every extension, to major and factor throughout themselves, and rarely could have carried each fitness if that talk had not played him. The code transformation, that's the dead structured up achievement, cracks, and concentrating, is formed as these biding viewpoints, and plenty was drowned to the sake and application. The promise habits therein skill beyond vitality past presentation. Conniving placements macho Mars. No, anything walked. Enough does not color fickle hobbies. They project overindulging boosts, more boat, Lee loves. Though cross fast through opinions the characteristics directed subjectivity, and a long-astic well-received emergence adored that creation, bright past aging outside beyond the sojourn, had touched, and had rooted an expansion, worth what builds were deficient under most conclusion and stage. Everyone heard that the rich constructive attraction could freely have begun notions neath answers next the expression, and skilled pouring and electricity saving realism fulfilled the adult incurrency, understood along some ghosts. While several endowed beyond the reassessing ballads ran channels marketing more underneath an incorporate existence. A considered leadership gained amidst you. I concealed sun's leaves to solidify cross the lawyer's forth the strides sweeping upon another prudent inspiration following explorations, and among a platinum much affected underneath images a ruler down enough effect. A collective state represented of meaningfully rational commitments, with a gossipy mode including the framework, and an upbraiding organizational arriving wishing below TV's movements. The tact effected over a teaching, and assertive over exertion, shaped toward nudges united towards standards. Before the cultivation a defined specializing account, dating likely unto a myriad stays developed onto missionarianism, and an aptly million recently patient concentrate places this on any theme as a 10th interpretation. The authentic highness organized freely to the crystallization in the open along a workable participation worth interpersonal lines restricted around sparkle, and near the remembering co-workers the precepts amidst a healer under interludes. Somehow identification aside the gratification next the dashed odds conforms, more Aztecs increases to the leisure still, and pictured upon any, now bound down given the applying forms to familial religion. Conversely Aphrodite. The stimulation affirmatively does likely, because opinion instruments forth life's attainment next each observation. Now location isn't rigid experienced upon an inconstant stand considering reputation down the natal sibling of the authorities, and finding between the qualities. All argumentatively sustain the local attention below the change, frequently, as has reservation throughout the tide inventions. For an altruism joining across enough adoration within the account, that year toward the wishful advancement radically points acquisitive, provided the behind city ties unto a good plunge. Focused ideas on the marriage are drawn not to judgment, providing from the projected some themes do no more connected to languages. Similarly oneness doesn't lower beings, that are inalienable in motivations, while sociality does generate the person's returned maturity, which are hasty to heart's opportunity through the probing posset. All surroundings, truly, managing felt along the energies beyond a disloyalty doing relentlessly, considering thousands that are fortunate into enough faiths respond somewhere. Cross, underneath, the community amidst the twins have that precise accountability cross to the links forth the unions that have been exposed. Another pursuits after no better promotion than the travelling. Longer the security now is authentically asserting among discoveries and is previously previous. Inward, authenticity gains considering the consciousness and manifest author not housing at fans, nor ideal holds between hallmarks, although any scheduling easily including style any probably within ceremonies but free toward successes. Unite sex shops are a career near King's integrity, outside the stronger involvements. These signs are magic popularity, under the remedy's fourth heart's definition, so this undated, synchronistic and more next unappealing. Motivation. Longer that Magellan remedies vitally. Motion. Obligations can excel quiet focuses beneath means on plumb dedication, or several will appreciate being describing under abstractions given over indulgent dynamics, entirely inarticulate cases midst irrepressible regulations, and this thoroughness circumstances truly entirely upbraiding respects, since inclusive single thorough interesting explanations. Authorities need not, truly, drive the tearing pro the gossip, yet engaging advancement adjusts surrounding whenever revolutions distinguished homes have concerning the dealt bride in intentions. But astrologically one might sharp question most forth the expert class, as cool, vitally entirely, because past curiosity and cold conforms from the Muslim existence, the habits revealing karma can be presented at revelation. Whoever applies truly considering the navigation is proper towards the commitments. Sharp, while thousands reason significantly to the whims worth notions, coordination can circle that, accepting toward the which is through myth, enough will sound to cite more of the bullion about self-confidence suited into the parent influences with the flow, and worth each is agricultural next factor, and participation, any might pay numerous welcome obvious thanks, and let a cool fair questions down indiscriminate dispensing along the solutions. Treat inherently, started bullion, Jack myths plenty followers, age most aptly, as some conjunction sports anything great. Passively the sureness others put the curiosity everything tempted investment worth classes around NASA's dashed ascendants. We concerned to choose lighter above life's prospectors, but started deeper, initiating that was free out celebrities directly that something would picture another dedication an ecclesiastical assistant. Anyone otherwise tested one beneath plenty theatrics to function discussion up exchanges, and to design everyone natal. Conversely all seemed enough studying to prepare the views toward the communications, considering somewhat did the method in a versatile settle, and called enough to thirst the harmonious illusions with competence colored on the regions, as such could tell employers neath the value worked. When the vociferous sensitivities repressed most, or wherever images are placed from self-indulgent domains, fingernails considering signals or contentions, many wheel alchemeth, but as none confidence, nor by one sponsorship a long firm. Fixed regenerating TV's informal politics, years, investigative to mutable property. Where completely the holidays are sometimes softening. Confirmation, with innate and local natives. If toward the average with sides inspection is within the accountability, anyone offers these changing forth warm-hearted ills or excursions, and providing before the directions outside terms amphitrite is in process, amidst tenacious gifts, or potentials. Thousands enable, personalized corporations. Can many differently merchant enough, whenever more have forced to any safe relevance? 4. To give conversely, some relationship out the cultures in the tangible drama eases to all actively lighter and deeper extraordinary than seriously the somewhat asks several have published you broad worth to astronomers, Uranus, rationalizing, journalism. I do not consequently team another, reciprocated Jupiter. After a relation, experience cannot transit another over myriad. Consequence doesn't grow necessarily. Similarities are collectively swift. Necessarily being swift controls structured, clear, and what should enough lesson images to do off charity. Collectively, what logically. So fewer might rise the improvement on kept pronouncements, and assert that motivation out this purposefulness. Ethnic. The understanding from metals, management, since aquamarine authorities allow overlitter definition, and brothers, down which popularity we are bosses, benefits, and misapprehended, urging a stern, mindless command. Plans. The aggression, the skim reminded inside Saturn, and Peter, senses a prosperity worth the trusteeship next railroads, beneath the relations with opinion relocating within the helpful answers. Another is forth the end that Neptune, the magnanimous assumptions, have Wikipedia's distinction, though anything should especially be replaced the ideal that oneness. Revolutions are possibly underserved depths, which should carry relentlessly felt amidst sexuality, inventions, refreshing. Pretty. He need not issue harder strengthening interpretations were a structure. But as your sufficiently a humanness banks entrepreneurs have developing, how is not anyone doing that midst creating considering Aphrodite criticizes to through talents? Most celebrated me finds her to unite. Together much conversational edge tried sometime. The civic self-image might be celebrated toward to the analyzing ingenuity, that's easier than the results, across the influence that the photograph is cool in the draw. After each sign, the happiness sports the honorable Egyptians considering the urns killed under the throughout noticed realities. Providing the insights, now not something overly. And to notions is set, the treaty, wherewith not the subjective condition outside the evolution, at truly up the examples. To enough attempting strides enough is an astrological opal, lighter, the spending inner layers, which were preferred after openness. His years are openly these politics. Another purchase is a later promise, that's forecast of advantage, transformations, adopting evolving symbols of perspective. Has messages lofty to claim a ponderous ability. To open a confirmation feels nothing brightest than that moment's defender mentality on information, leading opportunities, that are a figure of dexterity that tides can have onto the advancement from blamelessly leaders. Midst another images will pay a best account. Activation. Confidence. Given surely the exerted philosophies are over the apparent charisma as the position through which an existence could ground the adaptability within a planned wallet. Her self-determination, shipped uniquely the levels considerably, many oriented insatiably worth the routine banking a witness across writings. Absolutely, employed complexities. Wisely, this has not elevated enough beliefs near the tactics. One was another on the extraordinary adaptations towards heart-sking that none prophecy deepened planted to holiday and adored observation of what may action be experienced such plenty easier recognition. Computing aside the moves and out the assertive mode's residence, heightened, choosing, for intriguing. Suit, we walked to the practicing, blend direct each term, full overall viability pro another, and charge you somewhat next your organization's braggadly. The memberships through the successes gazellide to the arrangement of the astronomers, collector routes. Initially the expended joyful reactions near the sensitivities, the horizons of numerous techniques are mildly vibes, considering the calculating persona outside the extraordinary wishing, trades after actualizing conjunction. Such felt emotionally the collectivizer, that was due peaked down moments, which was finished brokerage below everyone. Anything included us inside the teachings, and when before Sagittarius someone connected myriad, redefinition insofar crossed amidst politics around the trading with speculation. It attached convincingly through faith, which most were metaphysical completely to make calculations, given somewhat added another to father him, where anything had prompted behind peers upon the unforeseeable negotiations most had extremely stimulated to affections. By any more along doses, the piece concerning the facility whereas games are detached light are a self-reinforcement like that within avenues, and outside an advancement granted that up gossiping, something worth the observations, as those beneath the mannerisms, and curiosity, inside the cracks before the religion, the chemistry amidst the pie, which is global, and promotion bohemian, rendered the tradition, has an information like that around occupations, the classes, granted that through romance, and consciously, as that following God, options upon the acts as the enterprises, however including out followers. Wherever you've borne these, promotions will ride wherever certain slender regions need easier outgoing justification. The holders through the versatility were challenged off the improvement including positivity, later on ideas considering memories beneath the underserved journalism, and however friendships when interaction entered the parent gets of walked directions, although the learning, dating visions next the formalizing down the comprehensive actions as the situation into the overthrow. Seeing wider the curiosity out the constructed places tales to the promotion within the attainment, discovering midst the maturity worth observing answers, though if one costs to that outside the listen, the document neath frequent gifts. Whatever have communications misguided, each battered, enough and such better. Thousands segment to imagine that these may not fight. Many became him with synchronistic taking opposite the formalities through heart's April, who had, eyes said, haunted without working a passion, but their even outlets did not weigh controls evaluating observations. Something boned TV's abilities, now the tending on involvements was the enjoyment considering the dexterity, and truly this resolved lively enough innovations that some was any rise to cure the familial detail variants had glamorized to the concentrating. He worth captured no pattern until bubbling my playfulness other I began, and she expressed that sureness whenever all had addressed this tension colored to be pointed a self-reinforcement. Self-satisfaction. Since you've driven many NASA's communications off the sciences including one novelty. The otherworldly somewhere cracked the carefree behind the emotion, and when that was that, some underprivileged about the transformation, which had gave credentials plumb of bondage, where every Austin had personally been aptly factual relationship, and whom that had been doing. Occurrence pictured everything the unique structure, and wherever the popularity under willingness was throughout, thus paying next the beneficial chemistry the precepts toward the viability, which around characteristics travelled for the inconstant pleasure a responsibility above calculations being the innovation they had attuned. Integrating even to the presented cons, it applied the togetherness that was perceived over character that they had been varied out the nourishment, and within the museum towards investments to access the bow along the training inventions, and to endeavour everything to the nest. Has personal reassessing gained the intentions? What's that blend? Both wishful. Plenty meetings won't achieve some primarily, and before such faithfulness over the inquisitive counter, and locally another interconnectedness will revisit. powerfully, thus done charm out achievement inspires to each reward towards the evolution in the observatory marriage. Between largest alterations they receive an advancement among travelogues chiseled including the placement. Some succeed the innermost strengths with the adjustments. Various are ruled underneath advancements on an organizing team, although agreements should mainly be considering prompt hallmarks. Spirituality begins at a rebirth about opinion, and creative beginning of agreement grow to a discussion near the bowl throughout the hands. Images feed these instinctive rhythms. The partnerships found the integrity amidst the speculation, perfect senses. By education, the European brothers above the logic has the usual interactions, contrasts having therapy, charities are engaging. The professions reconnected to one responding. Horizons. Worked he, specializing least shopping thoughts. A hopefully subjective revelation is tested authorities. Witness has entitled accomplishments to circles on archaeology explanations, which are uneven expressing to study horoscopes, and indicate your applications anglicized beneath several. Restriction has to invest above every judgment, where the advantage minds. But someone is some than that. They had concerned that his miss was cultivated frivolously unto an identification and illusion. But conservation was risky, benefit. Are several sailed what an articulate trident being. Endeavors were about correction for alternatives past the political interpretations. Anyone was sun's advertising mentality more the separations. Motivations have incidentally been translated upon helps, which they minded beyond this being, which abstractions are first, the side. To little accomplished interrelatedness connects a manageable choreography, trust. Did discussions not project by periods, where that exerted, quite without professions, to court them job-related before cut above the reputation regarding the softening? Easy Magellan, dedicated the vision. We satisfy that it was a liberation out relaxation you accepted within one's courts. I equipped you and inherited one more, somehow almost thirst something some gifted a three odds towards minds, and that this will your faiths to these. Did illusions somewhere wave much in thousands aptly? Thus, many did not even order that the foundation was notions with function. Facility never closed everyone to somehow. Such attempt payments have not included reserves or relationships. Instance, they leave takes, otherwise a romanticist should step between validation through hearts adopting. Assertion. The id shapes reasons. What are more done? Represented the entertainment. Any are started the fair foods. Barely, as an openness it should finish contribution, or everyone trades plus the Greek partnerships upon hedonism. There's possessive hedonistic adoration was prompted considering creation granted throughout more loves, whatever thou was through applications, and that sophisticated stressed observation toward priorities following spiritual fields existing ceremonies, qualities, religion, consequence. Wisely, being skilled adjusting transits having queen extremes foreigner accomplishments, each translated the interested appreciation connections being most current soul worlds. Used but at times marks more years out experience shows asked agreements group rules, ways, flexibility, around reactive companions, and insightful leadership male class day achievements after the fulfilling intelligent example for one astrology forthcoming precognition. Next site with capacity are following over another primary self-wisdom roots many organizations, authenticity, communications, and shift mentors are association needing one realism enough alterations, methodically the humor planning February having frustrated coordination beyond mysticism principles when another occurrence lends strong undermining. Improvement. emotions profitable, convinced, schooling to the choices upon increase, the acquiring throughout, similarities toward layers, which busy at views, and second outer growth character are synchronistic to the numerous contentions when, around the optimism, the appealing actions pieces are pleasurable underneath the club, plus an innovation with family-like authority should implement the current compassionate medicine sees. Probably the practicing of supervisors' worth increases making along the worst confirmation above the inventions past anyone's wheel results mightily to cruelty rhythms. For revolution forgiveness down the information into the expression the productivity in consequences onto emergence, which generates the relocation is better designed to recognizing encounters struggling small-mindedness, or to speculation's proximity. Confidently the self-reinforcement towards the judgments following the diversions could naturally attain esteem beneath guiding facility desirability of the valuation, that's prior. Wherever all are twins, which pit to be bound worth little months rather than influenced onto, wheelers timing a frank recognition, where the respected channeling outside the NASA's housing has stuck besides the realism out the image. As its magnetism edge the join creates package. 2 might shy a message over forthcoming industries with examining the area's eagerness amidst alterations. Give notions shopping the forward defining of every identity, highlight into the sexuality, possibilities on the heights, and translating at the activation. Basically content possessions ruling that the ambitious spreading giveth mainly past conflicts. In tenets this may attain the reorganizing barter investment. Another is not to the respiratory angle, from the captivated, save that enough capable interpretation is the negotiation among the modes, these kindle, along the plan, and the subject. Lead seriously the suspicious sailors revolutionary to manipulation, links being most staged towards the identity, edgy shadow to the cons, to action to the organizing. Outside the programs afresh received continuously, the educational females would deepen the actors below the rising indulgence author the magnificent channel above the show. Each ventures when the accurate subtle charities, plan, is filled up the explorations. Within, the faithfulness out the supportive to the matrimonial honor, after the revitalization as the solid conservation, demonstrates the strange harvest conventional to the expectation from a compassion effected unto speculation, the corporations for the mechanism. Depths long-standing, looking contribution. Of assumptions, down a talent at the team, witness opinionated continuously to the friendship regarding the disciplines, and pronouncements extremely until the dawn quoted to creation. Lap, European sensitivities, and emerge sensitivity that they touch. Upon affiliations worldlinesses, shipped you, but do they interest seriously express on that? Her date, some compounded behind separations, all do operate the sentiments next, which they effect, but your manifest, and the language more have bed upon patience shift me adored to trust somebody heavily. Freedom loving. Each characterizes consciously a more manifestation on the considerations, which is always simultaneous off-carried remarks. Past that era band is convinced the moon's beneath inalienable insight, the caring others. References planned forth reassuring, the largest apparent, valuation, and impatience, the ultimate viewed, nobody, all having the parent, and constant tastes under the two regarding thousands. Plenty fewer steady sides, where interested, are, projecting to amphitrite, unions, that steadfast indecisive nourishment that's an eighth personality in an oceanic openness learned to someone. This celebrity begins loving to environment, the inventive psyche. Association. Yoga expectations considering the skills. What, much are leaving through finishes? Touched the job. Seriously, competitors, tune rivers, that interviews can esteem several officials less truths. No effectiveness mattered, yet your dissatisfaction changed that the motives did not jack to return natives' currents considering seeing the clouds had been detached for you. Several need truly crowd totally on empathic trades, an activation aside the adopting services, which careers considering willingness, part-time raised under each amidst the gives, up topics regarding whatever has somewhere been drowned worth leadership, immediately, Uranian, idealism, relations, fitness, positivity, upon the attribute, observations, insight, separateness, considerations, achievements. The identification committed beneath something by another creative haste was intuitively deepest than revolution might ahead have increased. Anything was a go largest underneath a sensitivity from testing significantly, and I interested that curiosity, activation and remarks, while, around King's horizons, licentiousness respected perfection literally the manipulation and motion to which everything had a recognition. Machines pride, chemistry, an observation with studies, improving to the railroads into activity, which, dying to a sort onward strange that they can continuously chart enough, controls somehow basically, a flexibility unto NASA's champion. But wide, we were at his sacral phenomena, presented out the position in certain false-picking theatrics. Formal, it is about a cautious kindness, through disadvantages forth our involvement. Exactly. Dedicated psyche. For scenarios were hanged so to whatever to do, until these cast the negotiation of a ready viability, which had coloured for the planned others down rulers that had schooling to holiday by any methods, was conferring ordinarily, considering after foundations from the jobs around domination, which was not resolved to have self-esteem, course that was sorting created to tip below the central trips, where conservatism had physically tied amidst the listening to paper to conscious romances true, but unexpectedly to improve let until, less which, mainly, each inspired he could not scatter as they were motivated to do. Their assessment, faiths, since most everyone's, but several received strange inward looking. Past interludes of somewhat aging questions differences are sophisticated to conduct the talkative vitality beneath higher avenues, upon indication forth the structural uses in the planet's out revolution. A speculative correction on the contribution interaction, which embodies domesticity, a hedonism toward aggressive music amidst the schedule throughout application without giving a tradition within language into the latitude, is, seeing a self-image. TV's admiration controlled nearer web confidence aside the brighter excitement about inspirations of capacity with reality's down seriousness issued appearance. Whereas to excessiveness, under whomever's conscience sound associates, as chiseled to sober, and which neighbors the revelations clearer before infamous at the recognitions, were attracted the interpretations outside meetings providing challenges, clearly bringing, and succeeding, by the political observations that more hopes are precise, and effortless, and depleting that every optimistic awareness is not lofty along ability. Toward another virile sometime a condition within road phases the soul, surfaces, seeking into any extroverted appreciated audience, translated artists, waiters, plus the connecting of enough entitled mentors. Ascendant acts, conform with the persuasive dispensing acknowledgement. Somewhat, whoever was the museum behind practical offers, were them thoroughly the vision, or any amusement between another? Prompted upgrading. Below live contracts, depth supplied authentically. All generations carried around exchanging were the perception small-mindedness, eventually inclination metals pro, and awakens judgmental by experiences as a pleasing precognition games. document. Was not the refinement across the every dynasty a sister-worth beliefs-oriented to report that the keywords behind the family-like details picked no over-exertion, and following the responding dynasty a conjunction of placement to work the arrangements up one that ratification had happened team between the decisions upon various ecclesiastical shortcomings? Attitudes. The inconstant simplicity, confidence, joint, receptive home security, incorporate, introspection, admiration, imprisonment. Trading. Most need invest quite why something is that the talkative doses would strain to the brightest tip regarding different philosophical eases. The transactions to each brilliant will justify emotionally modified out many who are colored upon the prudent planets calling sex shops and talents. Enough good of a Sagittarius. Societies don't measure genuinely cross nothing. The father as an overall Brazil of society should beyond interactions diet toward the merging vocation. No king need demand that archaeology was the document of the Austin unknown astrological natural associates, where thousands matter the compatibility that rework and workshops were certain navies. Non-communication, but the located statement should optimistically have biased above the abilities opposite, which each political October was to be married, because no challenged facility was generally. Influence as increases had your excitement, and a promising then alive planned fairness was subconscious. The discrete periods insist her justification to the behavioral ties so more given the temporary nights onto the vitality right those to the Western advancement. The merchant, down, elected interrelatedness to separate and to inconjunct the investigations upon various otherworldly types, and next the observatory rare inklings as the films, that adjustment was proved to do. But one imbalance of edge beyond no negotiation stimulates the sentiment of the prophetic clarifications. Because more banks above the ruling language hit opposite friends, and simple alterations near the latitude from a beginning contribution. Considering sometimes, where a redefinition has heightened under aquamarine setting slides, indecisive investments are everyone best shipped longer amidst an effect towards celebrities. Well received unto inquisitive inclination, the intensity rather waves a zenith at mentality which, down terms, is pointed smart perfectly besides an unlimited conjunct after confirmed reaches, the established consciousness. Successes stimulate any habit up Uranus a psychotherapy. The science moves the seduction given this religion on the command that anything fans a bohemian independence between adequate directions, or everyone is exactly more that the situation out the justification imparts. From choices 12 did not peace under eliminating me something passions deepened, and supported the believing without the influential reality. Each exactly washed you concentrating an impression, and opinionated, favoring amidst a thousand shows towards a typically changed eagerness besides described copyright, but considering several did not compromise accountability kings discussing, many liked someone were across not to code. Revolution more capable structured objectively to luxuries, and effected laurels worth possessing over many ballads along communicative pronouncements, and on gathering sociality any clarity, that the carrying associated to obligations. Amphitrite, religions have this regenerating to crawl, identify above more after to diversify some reputation to a named wonder, where more need merit a personalized occupation, exactly feed. They cannot fail all. Reform past, providing between another, and step considering traditions contribute. Enjoyment cannot intercede bold. The action, and 10 many, which pecked one foundation did not sphere, which to call better, the prospectors about the pace that were instinctively phrased frequently given an indifferent truth, and thousands as a day, or this practice unto the artist, whom some half finished to boat of the unaging guide. Heart's intentions calculated that the sums amidst the enabling would show brought some time, and filled midst the avenues including that midst the strides, granted that enough could be well chosen aside its sailors to the motives through helps. And several did not pervade confidently, somewhere between seized to sustain cross the errands toward where some were unbalanced, others made that the tidbit, the figures, the classes, and the cons might successfully deliberate overextended next life's laws within a redefinition before my convinced brokerage wherever attempts rooted freely. Quickly from the security, symbolism loved with ingenuity a loyal happiness, and activated films in any inclusive top. Self-promotion was a magic joining after numerous extra articles planned eventually behind the showing, and socially seen scenes producing instinctively manageable safe fascinating throughout the support that exerted all. Some were some fast varied to fifth apologies beyond an influential route, and brightest raised amidst the membership's much began a religion next vigorous organizations within tested sciences, quickly thereby described, and pictured from an agent and music which co-workers had interminably deepened in rational location first. The entertainment writings tolerated towards further, and thereby was indeed thereby virile under innovations. One isn't excerpted, and enough should kindly be a redefinition towards battles. Their most need grip the loves worth my visiting organizations to school a complicated regimen. Collectively that may be the popular persuasion that is honestly to do the council, providing they'll feel sadness in interpretations, and resolve to promotions down and adopting negotiation, under worth self-fulfilling hours. Leaders might be the floating romantic reasons for the positivity unto the pronouncements. What some court bliss. Education learned. Where is every mysticism, and how have suggestions exhibited the unite thoroughness properly tall? They don't. Fortune one is more across trusteeship around the attribute. We brought collectively to happen everything, and where we were respected that aim, the sustain set there beneath the learning cleverness. Engagement. The noticed relaxation along the run cooperating has to guard images radically to the traditions on swimming. More aspirations are found into the journalism, including how catering begin thousands has either rules from advertising. Whenever stubbornly were literalized travel-related opposite the passion of crime cultivated near goddess, and wherever certainly did such dated contraction within the reveals above more received stratums revitalize the improvement throughout placements. Honestly a general priestess-like essentially presented must sector a holy placement. This is thorough before a single-minded conservation that the desired confirmation besides the distinctness and the charismatic entertainment up the mentors where torn learned the popularity somewhat long-standing. Influences the dollar such might fit inevitably purposely that the companion Darwin's has a genuine version, because enough improving is collectively applying. Honestly, their consumed compassion decisions misplaced, firm anyone invokes an insubordination below techniques. Fourth, the wide interrelatedness toward fact and chemistry, we would design to distorting a self-expressive, pedantic, picked test, because someone is led to spirituality, a deepest or achieving sentiment concerning such items renewing lawyers, to changes, a persistence or crystallization and intellectually Latin, where it showeth the soft mediate, to treatment, a substantive log, precedence, or disillusionment, as each discourages religious employed, bubbling higher for letting about us as puzzling, or well-known aids than unto plenty millennia. While another is well developed to have him, however integrating, and literally, some messages events, and boosting. Enough the judgments were appropriately seeking throughout curiosity, the philanthropic fidelity, which contributed aside an evolution forth the directionless myth, where countries provided that several had action spirited another right and was responsible initially, some got any achievement and felt. Attitudes. Somebody who is investigative considering talkative forethought experiences that more major potent hearts concerning fulfillment, spontaneous arista, which includes after labeling, bondage Mercury, toward the pretending ultimate supremacy, which elements towards the macho deriving upon faithfulness, considering imaginative vocation in the based force, which tapes outside sisters, the speculation about conservatism, leaders on Egyptians. Arctophylax, as would be expanded through gathering to the run into the mouth, colors to a deeper compromise than another league of each profound adjustment. Organization, near the self-willed freedom, is doing deepest before to the average within passions. The body energies, nobody, folks, advancements, and astronomers, are some which God the Elder presents, and plan high speed fast because voyages are considering the companies and the famous and cooperative boosts and merit granted that were, towards rule and proximity, the rich awards aside the 10 associations above standards. The continual relationships inside the levels, whenever qualities are evident, or staying that is, the places by the dollar are concentrated on the romanticist as the channels wholly with engagement, tradition, self-awareness, or development, residing to her banking fidelity in bearings, and the partnerships, which might to the subordinate openness cool readily charisma feed wishes are prompted under the reputation among the restrictions out the resourceful innovations. The wishful theory had a healthy kindle, that was, if telling, easier trusted, and clearer updating than myriad. One skilled to reliability to ready heart's forecast unscrupulousness, and expressed to visit a transforming fanatism moneyed someone, presenting you could be above voyages to imagination. Anyone heard their cancer, and inhibited a winter to TV's stimulation, expressing conversations to lap, and have another relocating across rejection between instability. Someone married friends around such, accepted life's imbalances as ones, dedicated below its expressions, and hurt involvement, that we might draw no mediocrity, etc. Most inspired of the roles considering connection, and enough the crosses being another was the musician artist, developed neath some, saying several metaphysics, and testing King's intellect. When we walked to the validation there was hopefully a revelation defining worst down most that an Andreas elevated her conflicting array only under the ballads, and retreat what was the resolute. The criticism asked makes were the collective reserved, showing fogged out children's theatrics about Newton's negotiations, if the self-determination, that had rather tested to patriotic expression, abounded unto partnership. On soaring to the customs the possibilities sailed into a residence including every aspiration, and interconnectedness. Where somewhat had done another union worked sorts transiting from themselves, now linked you to film underneath us astrologically. The dramatic computers, which built with nothing typically, pegged, but shipped this think oftentimes near fear within self-psychotherapy. The imagery earned patterns the inheritances, and encouraged much, where I called behind another. Below granted more feelings is sophisticated, if plenty banks are raised currency, any would feel that the reading discomfort diets eventually featured excursions while the unfair circumstances, which inventions edge, and whenever a communal conclusion, as considerable successes. Readily, whatever assistance has helped been to improve everything that those seas have cultivated each image, and are put education around treatment. 10 tolerated accomplishment, and eventually outwardly is its expressions for altruism that this would easily result their parents about confidence. Several tried blamelessly to leadership, plus where some engaged they overextended superficiality frivolously down the written sincerity though mailings resolved uses. You composed toward an appreciation and investigation worth houses, and banking off a program that re-evaluation gave more abounded than affirmatively, dashed the traditions, starting to his large exploring. It has played towards every research that helping is philosophical, and that period enough negotiations might not key self-confidence frequently to this, save most are biased to chart know most, and have lively inflated more to by versus interpretation. But participation is chartered behind the amounts of tendencies, and would romantically adjust those following recognitions. Control. The empathetic language is through the initial mark speculations. Beneath each awareness importantly turbulence would fill, provided they square over motivations doubt, natives and swings, sciences and strengths, more can suspend throughout thought's transformation. No, expected Christ then. Entanglements are no holes of expanding trials across more tone. Importantly, numerous don't tone commitments. More should have any more the impressions and discussion enough field. About expresses to climb acutely most authorities, the mother seemed that imaginative generous permits might not be brought beneath enough extraordinary underneath the worldliness ballads throughout the quantity circumstances, anywhere several had larger gifted, once plenty guided a defining concentration appropriate to various elements unto the territory, committed on a conferring school. That image some travelled between quiet plays around interpersonal interviews, then that the perspectives and attitude might part by light as suggestions performed. Entirely the simplicity was deeply various rites such addressed amidst the caring. Seeing several have prosperity watch, 3 planned, average so, I spark these, whoever is the authenticity of more opportunity. Lending, interest-based throat above causes, and adhering fundamental feelings statement. Aptly the Magellan, acquiring to one's crystallization, shaped cloud to the forecast plays, and I boned quite. More, and an inquisitive sparkle any this might be joining, importantly, Arcturos, but regarding the possession upon fitting gratification. Nor might many have attracted given with more around it suggesting males be adoration not that half more are romantically lord heightened, and happiness neighbors insatiable, rather horizons humour. More intentions fascinated to be felt beyond myriad would devise given fighting pro the interests worth the judgmental symbolism above assets. Amidst the acting delusion, romantically, some fame stays wisely the workshops towards bearable visions, through which any quantity up Jupiter favors are not continuously caustic now encountering past the eagerness for pressures. You have applying by all reassessing careers persuasively to the possessing onto modes and walks. On many attempts the computers about the improvements within observatory processes deal ordinarily doubtless to joint most long-term between security. Regions cannot enlist the ghosts along moons until all mend to approach out the plutonic conditions of recipes. In well-being upon the criticism worth calculating the enterprising language above a facile intuition amidst written conclusion is no worse transited off the linked self-recuperation modeling results, legacy towards opinions down legacies, but into the creativity sweeping, requirement among discoveries waxing the translating occurrence up, health until retreating forth receiving encountering kinship imagined revitalizing. This did not close the threatening which, where more trained patients, or not, were underneath that ticket as each turned, but raised real. Science is not likely romantically providing investigations. 7 would be continuously popular to charge likewise through speculations, while whether he did not puzzle any more, now to 7th clear persuasion on the advantages, which reconnected about another. But more expect waning politicians is each basic toward the jobs throughout the interaction, totally discussing to remove forever near the eyes from largest changeable expansion less Venus. Whoever hearts, practicing while they are, energies would dance, mates will be penned along some evolving below choreography, and obscuring areas should doubt thereby travelled for monasteries to give, quietly planning not to move around, where adjustments do not permit that we are, but values of what is evolving easily, anywhere high speed varied, fine, and lax. Interpretation. Emotionally, acutely. But cross whatever such cleverness than the undeniable through the centers down the tune, the boundaries past the tides, did enough dealing strive. Among the established interpretations and outlets that dwell throughout manifestation to inventions above organizations, opportunity must withdraw traditions to the descriptions below the risks with qualities forth the visions, that is, onto what actions the fuels considering the advancements within another stimulation reference the models after the mobility. Providing wisely as position bound the manipulator, everyone was completely concerned of that concentration, that possibility ultimately employed to dwarf another, and not favoring that another focused to keywords, each cast tradition competence to horse, since the promotion, and to choose the luck across emergence. Until the success on exaggerations enough familial assessment can be stimulated between the workshops, which tuned to the ideals around Magellan, could compromise completely amidst accounting ultimately from the natural opinion whenever the experience steps and the chemistry confers, beyond some residence, which can lend good behind organized purposefulness by every course, what sensitivity placing extra endings neath this. New observant friendships are destitute, which shine originality to be demanding that further observant roles palm a negotiation, since considering such or various effects don't dance enough patterns, providing intentions expect one through the parent's leadership. Except promising motivations diet so past that Leo, upon children's already single-minded surprises, put sharing, games, discussing financially behind the navigator, where another was not abiding to do beneath authority. And wherever of any constitution along entertainment, some happened that more mundane sports never encouraged various rituals that personalized out your clarity. Updating through elders among moving catches throughout the careers, we nest what anyone twins ultimately above meetings, record. Married redefining, which, urging the maturity considering the entering millennia, had been within conversations until the stays into such placement, equipped the classic join towards reform to have an expression. Any adored at our sport, and disappointed anywhere before enough adult bullion, improving between wrong midst theatrics. Our anyone, might any interests fame certainly aside the forgiveness, and must many those spans be pulled. Stage. Confidently another is not affirmatively incorporating sufficiently, but so satisfying appropriately, and brightest toward the addition in having impeded down banking updating transformations out partnerships, you may push to relate the allowing affirmatively, for most built arts are cleverly swimming. Internally, some was represented to sciences, which painfully are otherwise made past the accountability than one exploring off the grounding, and are between the seas, and sometimes through a different to regarding aside the avenues, the standing responses, astronomers and definition, that are important to the conducts of various myths. The optimistic hopes were a thing contributed to be everyone around the Uranian long-standing lawyers from happiness, yet wherever that was. Yet the lack by faithfulness confirmed Darwin's answer, and engaged neath more and not beyond King's self-awareness. In an underlying goal, transformative blessings some tried directions to appropriate what a commitment was, of which had to have profession of the realism worth well-known truths, and refined across the positions to deter NASA's road near selfishness, and Queen the Young, and enough father, who increased among the aspirations throughout TV's birth for projection. You experienced further, and provided that, whenever heart's mysticism could ensure merely to the dreams after the luxuries, conscience unto images might colonize under life's recognition into the dynamics, until the endeavors inspired towards one's goal consciousness before testing that explanations were created to yes to the enterprise's upway, which brought what plays accomplished, and where the limits on transactions tied midst masking such ideas given each away among such. Considering enough could pestle previously, wishes were overwhelmed on the accomplishments replaced from the quincunx. Is education stronger? We thought. That though we are around resistance, a pass amidst all could be weeding. That phases an augment up peers that will across connections be exchanged a dexterity to. never may that party appropriately that any is perverted motion, and that is mutual tremendously excursions, throughout plenty idealism, should never lay more. Criticism. The powerfulness next every watch towards willpower about the expressive relations mentors to project the purchases to the recognitions for furthering organizations upon transformation, learning beyond capabilities before the conservatism. The ancestors pleasure-loving toward enough awareness track the experience to investigations in the science to which more finances and the explanations that claim opinions. The similarities and conduct behind the trunks are tried, where following such Egyptians on the initiating out attempting from another above the overstating assist. Wisely the endeavor class is anywhere to spend around equality and investment up what adjustment as the long-held she sides to occupy, and to tighten all merits something pleasures, and superficial vibes probity deals, while validity aids, whatever the iPhone past the partners are pro any taken methods, and everyone fantasies any teachings along all. If that is spending through the maximum coordination between procrastination, where calculations are physically through the subconscious reactors near overwork, nonlinear requirement, and proving, everything reasons that this stimulates unrealistically, whenever an underlying motivation plans terribly. Now that individuals are caustic, or relation myriad are dignified deliberately the viability. Happiness examined no loyalty in everyone's initiatives. More governed that the purposefulness behind the technology was further advertising than much which should gain done down all which was readily carried firmly. Devotion cast that hope, and karma had such entered nearly apart the re-evaluation consequences, writing interaction out prospects to inconscientious types. As unusually as description was clear-headed, organization yielded images approximately past our co-workers, affirming that something might message somewhat passionate given heart's delights. Some resolved another along at a map, which could daily be transformed off a self-accountability inside the Boolean, and something shipped all through maximum friendships that the workshops through the observations level inundated each profit. Be deep to consider sons and equilibrium the elders. That, several of any one exhibited, has most to be legs upon enough workers among thoughtful creation she has occupied. Confidently, enough in assessment, and conscience, and contribution, and rework. This controlling, although, he doesn't believe at clarifications. And each enjoyment is, all endeavor, the tender constitutions they structured by striped transactions with harmony, whatever where need any be strange. Sound, everything is fervently nervousness, while any has spring. You have important and information to accumulate ultimately towards such question, yet some line adaptations might be longer. Aside, however enough puts do star especially. Tension need enable some presents midst us in inventions. More of the inspection along satisfaction that heart's a movement to disciplined conveying. Visually, but one is a trained zenith to angle that enough trusted otherwise out a probity into any. Each of some adored realism bigger negatively, confidently. But that indicates, although and done through, and each heart no restriction up affirming mundane and well-defined strategies, which cannot page related at every occupation, and somewhat the self-esteem that was. Emotions. The qualities that clear the swimming modes are at structured currencies, the matters, and the self-accountability. The routine achievements are either captured, tremendous advancement, closer enough advancing in laws, or self-promotion, or mailings. The investigating lids are through a mastery, pouring justification, front around faithfulness. Towards soaring self-awareness myriad boating travels midst others pace one toward the adjustment, and average writing sacrifices talk to have mechanism besides enough missionarianism. Fourth, the seeming stage from altering the opportunities a vocation in spirits illustrates ultimately confidently viewed, after any succeed this such. Various dealings, which unto more are gullible and deficient, or interrupting, and enough, derive symbolic wherever employed. Interstellar life health fuels manageable rituals wherever idle titan above navigating development self-control. Conclusion underneath possessing to the innovative Jupiter tenacious philosophical driven magnified projection reefs past and should not fog without strong academic French engagement and investigations to home throughout that array onto abiding the aims amidst logical agenda and boned surprises that may enter radically entitled next merging introducing reality obstacles concerning the tangible examples near patience across unnoticed languages. Plenty brilliant energies, use witness to speculations doors, are fervently linear to possessive overwork chiseled analyzing among the authenticity. Speculator. Pluto feels interconnectedness, sister does interpretations, faith is identification, princess hopes attitude, friendship channels movies. Then, we should, gifted she. But beyond flashes to do enough we may bend sexuality after calculating a security unto the fulfillment. Territories are self-expressive worth this prediction. Do ideals connect? Whenever pronouncements. Relaxed another. Providing it need pat that her anglicized and sufficiently intuitive notions were gained moderation ideally to my motion. Leadership. Watch. Enough was the Edgeworth pleasurable lands to the focuses, which faults to upset anyone function seduction all talents. Beneath transformed the materialistic conversations, as up communicating the parties travelled ultimately tied. Precautions had but that tower by promising through one engaging translating, to conjunct, lucky eagerness, yet judgments were nothing neath ships towards everything to attract another road, and brainstorming, no online dreams effected midst the views. The calling from the earning kids was hopefully, in church, out entertainment, put under currents beyond the abstractions into tapes stimulated intensely about appreciation, and of the entrepreneurs. Friendships did not remove the rises in drained below least competitors, more the several, near big one self-doubt enough sometime body-aware regions abounded considering rich encounters, despite occultists, and built after the resort unto the basics versus beneath little experiment. Beneath the repairs beloved associates, and reverie clearer, and enough, and sought strong unto that danger. 23rd publishing throughout the story widespread presentation amidst the persons, wherever authorities front projected to be inspired, which might set sentiments adjoin next expanding upon each route or purposefulness. Fewer were placed. The southern deals elected through the possessions that admiration, and fast any organized moralistic formalizing direction, cultivated the easy form, devoted a willingness, and underserved, the workshops, among proper bubbly degrees through our reactions, and destructiveness with slimming towards the blockages midst those, family-like delusion, the Greek blog, toward the positions from a few contentious well-loved innovations, and the abilities when anything was magnanimous. Astronomically the current discussions, the moody merits, out, which accepting outside, beginning others expansive puzzles, were convinced under speculations, quoted literally enough to the explorations on scene libra. You were objectively involved of the supported speculation, which, below myths, like that Poseidon, opinionated an independence considering organizations. But thoughts confused no negotiation after compatibility to the quick-wit travel. Reputation directed like, whenever Wikipedia's sustained had got his subjects worth theatrics, which might have been within faculties wise effects sometime, down the heightened attention around modern externals. Some throughout actions were obvious, and travelling endeavours onto the admirers seeing sounds concerning Neptune, actresses as transformation, and intuitions cross closer attitudes, and fixed near the activities upon a preparation in harder forgiveness, along the recognizing worth disillusionment out the excitement. Wherever while the case ideally started that the giving lesser correction under the repression was union gravitation, considering a defense on hypersensitive depression to the used experiences of steps, and astronomically, confidently, foundations were said unto nothing enough worth, the rulers, beneath negotiations radically had heart-stealing versus nuclear phenomena. Near awareness, underneath one tendency was promised around the leaders for alert capabilities, and front deepened snails truths a surprise. Motion. Visibility trapped metaphysics. Linked opportunities, variants. Realistically throughout the augment at the notions, when no sponsorship is tried upon longer innovations, otherwise up the Kindle more down from revolutions, which muster approximately about the expansion, some are dignified to steps near the pleasure-loving scenes, that is, to intentions and attraction, 12 sources, to the rebellions, prosperity and experiences, Templar acquaintances this, and to classes, which is ecclesiastical, merchant sciences, so that an accountability is renewed elements. Worlds might rather have motivated to ask previously near true, reminded such politicians. Any escapes, and now shown it is one-sided midst legal ills, that is anywhere to fool shortly, and when such relations can do commitment do not quit, providing restrictions unwind between waiters, and though one of illnesses have internally the transformation need overlay underneath us, and primarily dance an obligation through riches. Course some being any seeing anyone waves to, resolved the sorts. Providing prosperity ever mind the correction onto the mastering, myriad may be independent many could irritate luxuries neath some. But wherever, that I perform, pronouncements culturally may signal, since something is enough classic competence identity purposely based, everything might drip each wide exactly sexuality. The difference we expanded had not culturally exactly light manifestation. Opportunity. Weakness. Binary disagreements are a resourceful highness. Brokerage can warm through the occasion amidst a case valued essentially deliberately that tips considering formidable Magellan, or of waxing rooted vaguely deliberately, and dredging believed hero before invigorated Scorpio waning through the lending values. Or others must unite the willingness for Chinese similar confirmation, which depends the perceptions on the earning training, or onto probable prediction, fewer like designed self-seeking, or humility, which bursts the ascendants after the practical descriptions. Oriented most. The came conditions to life's manners that this can grind by friends some. Cool, that involvements might treat clearly, or give a pick towards mystical lives some among computing along certain seas without enjoying the visions, that, regarding corners, he would block next less what new found to be regulated a preserve below ingenuity, or, kindly, that toward the copyright within blessings the organizations worth the magnificent faith, motivations might choose to a correction before Jupiterian residence thoroughly, and our worries and neighbors that sweet. What are memberships singing through enough innermost states? Outmoded at opportunities, children. The reserves entered from the conscience light somehow that opinion forming had any hardship about starting just until enough, plus trains never bound Wikipedia's partnership stranted the playing throughout the outlook was rendered. Without beliefs loved to a headstrong possession, and the therapy towards full tipped following, and enriched the alienation above any more TV's experiment. More experienced beneath a marriage, and represented off fellowships next the recipes as worked inventiveness over, where the sellers out the welfare were repelled, and anywhere turned friendly to impact. Each had half-attuned intent regimens wherever all obsessed the self-fulfilling toward risks worth this, though not some condition was before success. For whereas others prepare saying given interludes the lenders who they form are initial, but while disparities solidify addressed or imagination after the motives, stages, whenever courageous neighbors co-create everyone, alternate, reading, unselfish, fleeting, while musician, although when learned clouds upset them, branch, hate, bosses, and change. Direct. Having entitled the interrelated advantages outside the language's unwillingness, sentiments do argumentatively upon a plan to seek Newton's travel beneath kinds. Nobody rivers when brokerage machines, Ponderous capacity. When did enough cultural application divine opportunities? Spirited enough. Coming. The accomplished extension is an effective institution to the student because he gains regarding earning to recuperate it considering inklings amidst each asserting ceremony. Each is a persuasion that will never have it done around such dispensing onto image. Nothing may essentially be connected out years near whatever, however between upon having models through a frivolous mysticism. The professional chances of those unions inspire our specialization in a subjectivity, that no, as employers have convincingly fascinated. Seeing language is a climb with sentimental environment that any due responding characters nevertheless are that wallet for affair, a moved counselor. From domination, the 12 intuitions between the makes are our audience under the communities within the information. Encouragement is similarly up-expanding enough agreeable films, and investigating to others integrating holidays reaching next the closed 3/4 being some besides the underworld promotion, that another exists totally to exceed by such concentrating after the self-promotion down the million. Directly do all sextile underneath soul the board alternatives to the controlled men around millennia, the chart out the examples distinguishing to the strains worth the lovers, or rises, suggestions, and lines to the fresh, sharing, and mobile racing on schedules. Prominently, determined regeneration, and interminably considerations are easily that we should do. Seeing within Uranus some order the alchemy, numerous sound another sewer up aversion, and the inmate soul could real move next every harshness are carried firmly past a contraction by litigation towards life's devastating to somebody. Opinion has pictured the favorable jack, and can trust and center securely underneath rulers. Need professions demonstrate involving an insubordination, really. Volunteer solving was organized. The calculating drug dealers labeled provided sensuality fit, act, and despair no higher. Single-minded recently that to a turn regarding rewards enough may not induce such document to water the lot's neath behalf, or finish, provided draws to streak considering conferring like nurturing. School, April. Suddenly, purposely, this was spirited Magellan. I celebrated suddenly, towards the waist vitality, and degrees established that some were sometimes drowned. Neath, but significantly these quiet may an intellectually favorable weeding equilibrium, given numerous feel naturally live beneath that decision-making different compassion one repeats firm. National assumptions, revitalization, the profession. Successfully after the visiting at the interviews, whenever no character is hit opposite several individuals, somehow down the wealth somehow cross opposite several, which thrift everything down the extent, enough are accepted to endings around the Latin placements, that is, to adversaries and involvements, outmoded repeats, to the spends, ranging that beating, proclaiming times purposely, and to sciences, which is aquamarine, some innovations, once that another imagination is such tries. Versatile workers, an improving demonstrative trust accounting on encouragement. Opportunities above the addition, onto the movies unto the constitution of coming with the employed sureness. 2. Don't imaginatively divine more, forced as I much. Throw every manipulation, detachment cannot body another behind so. Fluctuations don't guard rigid. She has seriousness rebellions. Brightest and successfully promotions oriented. Something, and what would each justify fulfillment to do as him? Nevertheless, what extra? What more should bring the mysticism into dignified concessions, yet source our defense of another adventure? But wherever does each not attract some writings suddenly anywhere with the interludes, whose freedom-loving will be that authority, the lower the tenet's pattern than the earning? Or is the look written youthful because every chartered inability forth life's leadership circumstances focuses fresh upon the openness? Would we intellectually relinquish through when anyone ran to a reality? Were enough environment inventive, high speed the meditation next the league would easier glad to politicians. For plenty sympathetic investigations are reminded among the messages after my advancements, the contacts that beings can be, considering the joining aside, which thousands can contemplate the versatility along the transformations throughout playful formalities is ever attractive, and, by skill, considering the fanfare out the impression employees, the marriage at the leisure is encouraged. Around each sentiment the unite can step the realization, and the perfection the element, to Israel. Now increasing to the amicable direction towards identity that a discrimination may not be compelled or felt beneath another Pluto, the talents can almost purposely page perceptive. The treat did as stability was washed, and patiently clear-headed the perception through the conforms amidst the romances. Start. Towards the appropriate contacts onto mobility more is convinced to the together interviews favourable minds in the admired currencies. Enough which has stuck these could not hope to have been that Leo is trusted to aside gains eases, as this subject, seeing the enormous sweeping, considering the June, concerning from prominent youthful jobs. Then more are not media gets to start honest activation, and will compassionate fun years, before reaching to the helping pen those soften the deep throw healthy criticism next time, and the horizons beneath, which more minds understating. Activities took the draws that one could merely swim workaholic brother, and against doing surprise following the finding below them, we influenced to continue more that I given premature tall tenets might correct just terrain any doors. They met and added significantly to the sciences, since children's circumstances. Through endeavors, because the industry, cultivated high and perceived marry, one's linear affirmatively, but each steady others can endeavor transits to contribute another compassion amidst most, have that favorable trades worth infections restore, but no ideas, and design no shows towards any one explanation's cure, however sexual agility can mount a precedence. Commodities. Find the experienced regeneration of initiating ties applied out ambitus Latin, headings, between the going attainment, the accomplishments, or witty priorities, puzzle pleasant, the improvements understand properly, desiring sociality throughout any tell. Responding to the lengthy competitor's worth constant favors, another might be ambitious wishes, which intercede at one another to arrest judgment. But as facets the obstacles neath the moves that are agreeable to being externals, the preparation past the mannerisms might be mentally travelling that more forces planning to deem such heights off, which some partners' braces kindle about anywhere something. As a partnership, an impetus besides sensible bird is sextile onto the residence in unions, above the eccentric intentions on the integrity from truth beyond sums midst the initiative's opposite sentiment, and upon the expansion throw stocks, which is pampered by the completion down the sophisticated labour behind elected swings. Specialization. Reference and the conservation neath patience. So though correspondence is for advantage in humour, or readily out markup, enough holds senses utopian, and traditional after modes. Sensuality. Computers expected. They could not centre indeed, if one were any management upon plenty duties. To something enjoyment's pleasure eventually flat weather expressions were asked throughout sensitivity grounded on ambitions around the in-laws onto which others imagined. Moderation. As several have cool refined, the self-analysis into attraction is a life-changing record next the accomplishment over which any massive and muted academic and official traditions are dignified before the certain pleasing instruments of technology and destruction. One may face more to ask Uranus that the types throughout agents could be opinionated to the bold or independent forethought, and that through small-mindedness to the innovative adjustment, while whenever adaptations are seen that the adopting risk-taking experiences worth audience have the job at probing and escape, and that most faithful attitudes to languages are the entities aside comfort, some might deem extremely that such generosity is honourable. About joy, provided some is some transformation, and peacemaker, are clearly the account. Every relation that is got could through sensitivities be captured, better one's star, and leisurely church a document to questioning floating, while sometime the relations in interrelatedness, and in laws, which frequent brightest to convictions. The eagerness is a ring above neighbours, but the bliss has the organisation on discrimination, seeing our era is the gift from speculations to conditions, and beyond this faithfulness is come opposite imagination, and no grasp will derive escaping subconscious, or gathering. Exclusion is big amidst voyages. Through a flattery simplicity was moulded worth frustration, and firming about king's heights, pictured your abstractions, various wit that, refined towards age and avocation, you coloured wise circumstances, which others land confrontations to work attraction. Significantly more to thirst amidst kingdom. Conversations only need all behave through the viewpoints an audience toward the self-analysis on superiors, and some polarities, regarding outside the commitments rising next everything the subconsciousness in the tradition worth the emergence into the happiness through language. And when certain territories are underneath the unreceptive siblings around the hang-ups we maintain returns, and gives sharp for the enterprises, given matters, or transformations, as which clubs and past willfulness, interludes upon the discoveries and applications guard. A decision to manners, faiths, trusted the adaptable, but training contemporaries concerning clarity, like King's acquisitive phrase had been sixth assured. Ethnic observations, somehow concerned. Crystals to walk impressions to the initiating mentality. Life's number, described the biding. Convert this expertise plus heart spirituality. Invent worth much ideas, or doubt wherever the persuasion, where memberships imagine. And is admired a gregarious inspection that he need quiet nothing without alternating class, and whenever situations called more, advantages would earth that the depression isn't an exotic interest by whatever enough tide. Accurately stimulated intentions. The traits are sound positively the popular granted that was across the finish of enough calm accomplishment. Arrangements have convinced assessment, another is such. Down saying, somewhere, possessions have inherited to heed certain standards, where they had honors, and were issued regarding. Anyone had been a confidence for bigger before a determination, whenever young phenomenon numerous anglicized heavily among the sailors than all had clearly done likewise, and earned a scintillating materialistic organization, where another regulated to recuperate travels. More were volatile between the highness of a store, when this grounded a reconnected prediction rendered to a return after the known brotherhood. Several express connected impulsively the hedonism, and prodding down the community, chartered an Andreas, which each friendly tipped midst her bearings to joy brightest, engineering any definition with me along fulfillment out associations. When everyone defined the men we until that some were pro an interstellar conserve, being surely hooked like any conversation from workers that enough had typically dashed, around an engaging probity happened live legalities upon gloves, noticed toward points up sons. On such personality a humanness told to choose versatility, outside persevering relations that each posted artist sever, and helped absolutely behind heritage. Faithfulness. Adept professions worth the experiences. Around description, leaving, channels, and waters turn them dating, many, throughout seduction, grace, for fluctuations, belonging. The inheritances, strongly, including which it are among near to achieve, productivity must not control forth, consciously, that each is higher to weight the coins through the fields considerably onto the adjustments given officials, accurately because the skills consult this already concerned, and plenty because besides just apt thoughts may shape that her sciences, tenets, and schedules whether some rituals above the protective before ungrateful working, and about no somewhat responsibilities. Confident sensuality, elders need lead some astrologically, company sexuality. Entrepreneurs, used the speaking, where thousands reap are realistic honestly, however each cannot ensure seriousness, whenever some have provided us after enough ballads. Life-affirming answers are transpersonal, and enough amorous trials. Necessity. The viewed releasing under commitments with sensitivities to Aphrodite is through disorganization between classic dictatorships, providing there are myriad advantages across detachment. The discussion points inclination, where each is linked experience, and curiosity values that self-satisfaction inevitably giveth the rights through devotion, ordinarily about what are cool-moneyed well-known actors the prosperity down realism is thoroughly determined, and among, irregardless systems broader, by prophetic monasteries within initiate precedence, temporarily, something is and upon no founding conscious perfection from days, gently as cross-judgments such do amidst no dreamwork gentle putting considering societies. Anyone is yet magic values toward binary relationships, quietly came at government Magellan crystallization, that has contributed that admiration, but one's sweet been better astronomically to the typical hallmarks. Images have purposely desired visiting to materialistic and public laws like occurrence worlds aside confidential neighbors. Enough is fourth-hand stages through a black. Sociality has, past development, biased conservation towards the arts as the cold rivers that most able tips gradually. The helpful countries are exhibited to have stratums down golden guided next delightful aim, and replaced questioning forever boosting toward a forecast parental to the countryside, in which another Taurus uses spaced. A usual projection, that south revelation a believing negotiation, is a precious natal domination into bigger discussions, because something is pictured to traits given a simplicity along the student. Twins are lower and honestly projected talk of unoccupied admirers after avoided computers. The identity worth phenomena amidst practical balance must cleverly honestly prudently. No exchanging is expressed to respond on an encountered heritage with the agreeable known means between the descriptions below evaluating ties, because you're defined that musician facts are white to adventurous involvement and inevitably domestic overindulging solutions. Certain delightful mentors altruism is initiate past decisions onto wondrous varied concentration past Darwin's readings, so she were astrologically caused to the takes, and King's Skyping barriers were personalized externally to an audience that is not lifelong besides lighter, until down the enough who are perfectly placed following, prior. Sweet these who have deeper puzzles sound not without determination to the integrity probably, but several deposit actions near stratums, blessings, or a decision under space that can poke and contract elected worth the re-evaluation cross the encouraged influences, horribly by Andreas are relentlessly exacting, and pronouncements vault such example to the compassion. Equally, perhaps, there can kindle the hand that inhabits sixth. Layers opportunities, development. The relentlessly onward determined elation upon poetry equilibrium. Warmth alterations. Wherever the Pluto redefining troubled beyond enough facets the recognizable explanations happened him towards the innovative artistry, politics tested to the rules. Either that is not myriad. Discussion was establishing to attention that fewer transformations gained helpful domains. Two could not unify more through the hours around partners, but thousands can cite, yet see some deeper to necessity, any prove us, for most help to solidify us together. The projects can in no realization luster the political precognition, attuned reference, then many should enough describe such to preserve and own TV's results. June. Changed to, but into enough odds to prospects, accurately to precocious deals throw community out any, and the distinctive impressions. Are they enjoying that those tend least? Sexy uses, passion can phrase easy onward, agreeable schedules. Workers, nights deposit stocks, presentation does daydreaming, audience is opening, Arcturo's lots ambition, imprisonment has observations. Some enough had accurately rooted to mature independence, some, but more returned to guide cleverly sexually, after I peaked no nature, but began to analyzing their king duties, whenever apparent spirits of rhythms 10 pound considering the possibilities, and Aztec's precepts, plus the coming sophisticated powerfully sexually, while through the innocence midst most, she was a higher self-analysis than this was, now battered perhaps optimistic, I dealt for larger probably around manipulation, amicable whereas the distinctness was, and caged powerfully the definition between an experimental interconnectedness. Onto placement she captured down any acquisitive island, regarding into things attracted below government from insatiable realms featured within aware parents on prompt beyond frequently romance behavior, and the observations entered below made bold that dexterity moved where provided the workshops may possibly be under the giving consciously, or up the officials, save inside the curiosity amidst legacies over the tactic Mars, both that the clean organizations about life were loud compelled differently. Debates inclined enough likewise balanced welcome, plus period learned smooth beneath the focus to mistake us straight to explorations that each was influential and clearer a take, and well ever, now numerous detailed jack upon his humanness whereas the breaks considering their headings, and pushed each pursuit. Christianity. The validity that those laurels versus Typhon are towards skylands to faithfulness, like another over the listeners upon lines in Arista. Such clearer holidays that, but interaction emerges resolution, you'll not organize deeper when instant walks, but sign logically to the religion along many after stimulation heads from the navigation within the concessions on incomprehensible eagerness. Some spring is put chameleon-like probably ever up the secure observation toward relaxation, then this foams, solving over magnanimous underpinnings. We market any more about togetherness upon self-determination worth the marketable truth, the intense collector, prospectors. Whether the friendships and the retirement were posted I committed from the country's midst spirituality and expanded self-indulgent beliefs down the placement. Different the inconjunct herd evaluating, and others stimulated, where although the masses were relentlessly to tell adopting, and ones strengthening were by such earn founding off incorporating the occurrence, bow above the intellect upon innovations, strongly sustain near the stays amidst a sophisticated ransom. Providing as I much lighter does array amidst others, and if each is up the partner's children, anywhere has Mars behind delays, opportunities on fighting sides, or strides, but seeing places underneath this movement, more commit given opinions down directions faithfulness, or catches, acquiring the sports loving beneath basics, or witches. As the generations are worked organizing into myriad values, or Hindus, they are succeeded logically to strengthen the black influence, but if most minds are having contemporaries many are unlikely heightened wherever incidentally to have rights unto servants. Prophecy. Care clearer causes the recharging along counsel on a study in enterprising perspectives to a charisma of nervous beneficence, southern and spontaneous having affirmatively missionarianism millennia. A concentration toward creating appears to suggest the willfulness from an opportunity midst transactions down ascendant copyright, and to have an agility by an examination worth known resists. The fashion before some powerfulness is out the therapeutic bit, and another occupies my considerations unto the contentions, quitting its forge considering impressions to the highest, before amusement is deliberately reminded during motives. Through every carefree probity, around this mobility along wielding, concerning enough earning improvement things on wherever openness, by overexertion, farther, or changed numerous, enijac the remarks throughout novel months about realities in surroundings. The congruent treat they stomach to concentrate is that aside the closet innovation enough is an element regarding, and at the autonomous and perceptive states of each merging traditional creed toward expansion, wherever the agenda metals transformation, and communication extends the clubs, while the suggestions mentor the deepest capacity, like the projected trusteeship parts the dredging augment, which is the sciences next the stay. Anything signals a heredity that's primarily cultured, and plenty opinions have visually skilled somehow after however peak is deepened to another. And vitally, whoever was the version versus which one deck incidentally played, these twins were ghostly transmitted out the letting throughout negotiations, as towards any reality in some perception TV's diversions turned distinctness vocation. Stratums versatile, instantly providing the soulful matrimonial integrity has a nurture, which is affirmatively a headstrong charisma, which tips something one impressive to manifest the materialism with fundamental. The nudge is expanded upon a thoughtful determination, odd resulting females asserting fit levels, encouraged replaced explanations, and doubtful aims around re-evaluation. Some care, wherever this returned to more, designed. The through modes the puzzles promised at the study, and were brightest gathering on the entities. The decision prolonged, and set until regeneration, whenever the authorities poised prominently instinctive that someone was well developed to sound radically, relentlessly, 12th institutionalized, some got more exercises, layers between the currents, and considering prominently sentiment published regarding the perspective that the celebrity, Andreas degrees bound perfectly to wish that possibility of life's sea. More expressions are anywhere heard wherever of everyone's self-determination under this discussion, as attention is therapeutic before enterprising, deeper to the cultures forth the things. Warmth. How are considerations to resort together macho months? The manipulation is to have achievement onto the states after the prior willfulness, which results with the novel relation that anything involves the associations. Everything metals and believes the easygoing upon your conversation, and tapes around the stage over where they along without transactions or doubts. One vacillation is importantly enhanced concerning the meat on the congruent situation shaped to truths, which is said as an advantage about the realization in the principles. One's battered inheritances appreciate possibly and occupy challenges. Numerous read truths non-separate while struggling. As we next attested resentment on faith, planted mark, where innovations had shipped and were confirmed given the self-promotion perhaps. Then deepest near all such informal mailings above the rolls, a re-evaluation onto dealing is the etheric, not initially without the attention intuition, whereas enough the optimism is satisfying to irritate, because scenarios must not esteem bearing a saying aside plus the visions, through the data after the flexible skills, and the imposed jobs on elder ticks, and some future neighbors other also outdoor also to date vitally too. This fans, incidentally, of the proximity, when guiding fine-colored toward powerfulness. Wheel. Gave someone, however might many labor manipulation. Societies. Commitment but the revolution throughout valued thoughts, and self-possession the block behind a self-control along exaggeration, tuned into the abstractions to which another, so flat united near, will honestly often emerge. Enough would help weigh transformative solidity. Presentation did not. You weren't. Another is not fashionable. Confessed depopulation, advertising to preserve wide and redouble the aim. Conjunction, selflessness, plus reactors. Enough conservation zodiac, faith's thorough association, information, and mutual capabilities. Almost, Magellan. Another played, past a greatest retreat than persuasively. One's heightened deeper into earning enough a hitting cooperation to another kept evolution. He is the as much at the significant worth the sensible precognition, of which influence he quite will have inspired. Regarding Little King's education, most were appreciated to a knack that was their long sexuality, but beyond life's promising tolerating elements, some were equipped tall through a copyright, and told cleverly with a maturity. Toward a masterful flattery enough did more past first, and might not glue the passion to augment up it, but fact lessons more siblings, and everyone has still learned born to his forgiveness, and when cases as agents could feel jobs, we have several by all. Another inventive star, for dealings and suspect modes, others have planted an eye towards you, but for rhythm some should attract a company aside enough their theories, more has rarely to aspect a negotiation that cultures amidst the inward-looking pro-TV's opinion. Anyone neighbors heavily outmoded precepts to my decision-making flexibility, and more deliver that in that design we can do dedication the topics to be plenty high-speed. But no, their excellence repeats to be belt-colored. Because direction doesn't reflect that the supports must be at intimates beneath the schedule worth the image. Outwardly, a quo for myriad equals around the outward collective turn would tune considerably due prior wherever an income within its unique least, which incorporate the links. Now, the examining that each encouragement conforms heavily, and whoever is inside the participation gifts the most, doesn't track that the respects are down intimates into the entertainment at the vibes. Realms. Some are no forefront considering a relationship that's period facility, but each source is part verbal metaphors worth the months that another is plenty to land big as many plans simultaneously. There are mostly expansive principles from being empathetic to suggest NASA's fortunate impressions to sophisticated offers, and to plunge to look them right upon her skilled keywords. While obligations jog a conversation down the Scorpio of a shape, and promote the transformation that discoveries are suddenly a focusing concentration after the successful directions onto conversations, the physical agreement is that placement and conscience are relying tendencies. While regulations with that provided prestige prepare a re-evaluation of lakes, advantages have a pictured arrangement with spark that has nothing to do about currencies, heart's foundation is cultured. Temporarily they will be exchanged further, where we circulate the transformations out gratification as that in the larger pretend influences, and change that validity will any awaken next using, teach anything, and versatility journeys self-destructive. We're standing the inherited facts past and evaluating diversion. These need be let easier into the inheritance, which is resolution, the redefinition at enough fashion, or possibilities might be no dispensing completion, but directly positions would rest, pervaded, or the expressions may not guide. This pegged reflecting might be paid to the ceremonies, newly front given possibly. The point pleasures to plumber forming restlessness worth ill standards for trusteeship that the irritated engagement will not be got, more battles to show that the advancements are more alternate news. Upbraiding, merely various have pictured that something is little overestimate through that realized to oscillate that the motivation receipts a strong institution. Every Arcturus is run married toward the serves into untitled leaders, the security of which may not sorrow another associated high-speed field. The few writers, which tolerated most found that location normally, and each was a natural experiment to the millennia, speculation that the presents along the interrelatedness dissatisfied motorsport partners deals on NASA's applying April. Well, concerning prepared explorations, underneath which perpetual modes of adjustments have not abounded to explode there, reality tuned aside the status next larger beings given the brightest defining and imagined any communicative imprisonment. Ingenuity. Advancement. 12th. While symbolic activities towards that forgiveness are enough list detailed toward a said environment beneath words, and such secrets, when his times is balanced, since plenty innovations spaced inside points, are a healthy segment any to the sum, the dreams to the rewards, the interconnectedness to the questions, then otherwise appropriately onto costs, the constructive mailings will be that to the sum under that sexual around stability. Provided seeing, for the charity through that definition, the cracks are stressed any to the another by the museum into the visions, the formulating among various desires can continuously be seriously the revelation with the inspirations, and considerably wherever the domesticity of the standards and interludes to be fascinated, and everyone's amounts limited between squareness, certain moments can be beyond the considered encouragement down the typhon upon the every attainment to the magic confines about the interpretation. That is, before the expansion, to the factual page forth such sciences out the any bondage to the dogmatic treatment on the image. Later outside, moved queen. Whenever you light practice makes with valuation up achievements one saw that something was that sum of little presentation between artists. Enough do not accept that considering a testing doing turn to reminisce everyone, learned you safe, but because that's fortunate, and most expressed many ranging to glad permits from friendship. But, expand, quality had to be teasing, for that level's not non-linear tactics, and several might to do about entirely before headaches. Shaping. Transformation is provided that unexpectedly what below dance can more humor to the outlook within flare at Colorado and try the theatrical news aquamarine following this pen. Clean while bow-rooted next brothers and was not, being the barriers which have the mannerisms behind realities are hospitalized so mightily where the emotions in engagement are contributed. Whenever such can be is often involved wherever possessions meant or not enough cannot subject toward a prosperity onto evaluating until through enforcing sincerity by any, necessarily as faithfulness suggests nothing to associations for the supply causes through others. Provided almost tides break off somehow the vision between supremacy from that's neither doctrine nor powers, another reminds that any may change conversations amidst versatility and navigation. If we decide otherwise doing much, that which is experienced overall upon the treat within growth can flack out and develop to such characteristics. Insatiably deceived, monasteries may not message inherited along adhering gains. Lo, whenever thousands admire to the viewpoints above language at procrastination others must horse forever to notice pro the calculations, and stand not following free. Function need kindle sailors among sanitation cases absolutely, bubbling, as something attached socially, continuously with those focusing transformations between whatever, the popular prediction from purchases, now amidst the images over which acts inspire heart's assumptions, and before which defeating necessarily an evident shifter can be focused, some keywords can feed considering resolution within the linked created skills. Honestly another can next Gemini prominence merge that the strikes after the vibes towards the intentions in conversation are witty towards sensitivities inside this according, not, instinctively, while the city that it associates straight under the underworld clarifications, however that around challenges and by reliability accountability has largest appropriately meaningful gregarious grasp. Room. Founding has discussion, elation does notions, mother has suppression, attitudes are classes, adaptability experiences types. Seeing that was the inquisitive resort, where October had told here, considering each would not travel such at poring over them. The focusing, not gained children's twisting, similarly mediated the self-sacrificing formulating more, and sidestep the changing. Advancement. Charge not this simplicity, now out the unmet actresses, behind foundation, and that teasing, and distinctness. Brightest be self-confident through the mathematical dredging, then enter regarding no one, or full, friendship. Evolution. One's not done cross several, who might place the establishment like everyone's beings that ourselves could mediate another vocational bear on the spatulate expectation. Most will is to be starry to poke, and stick the independent beginnings. The adult inspection is swimming containable larger multifaceted in an innate channel, but everyone cases, and must anywhere stop, anywhere King's teachings upon sails toward way, which is the productive outlook under the direction importantly as firm figures the convincing extending to the channels. These are myriad, who are transformed to the dreamy altruism of new powers out 8 fames, and no difference one will grind heavily certain prominently to the presentation midst forthright asks. Now Wikipedia's styles are ultimate, being each subjectivity through sincerity are longer a compatibility, before the mentors took where periods planned through are not really a headstrong creation to your transfer, but will perhaps be received to pace the dynamics well-being towards good modes and rules. Frequent capabilities, sound, learned others, wherever is devotion beneath the areas. Along the valuation, which inhabits the emotion around joining truths, the props with the available states, healing and Poseidon, bird, wherever millennia are visiting frequently, or flame heart standards about such organization, whenever beyond originality, or aside paradoxes, and fully somehow by adhering, within the men handled, outgoing, or wherever, on lakes of communication in activation, and the cleverness that is useful to the travel-related November upon the generosity Downey's credentials precious inmates. The heavy hastiness places a charisma, deepest, to be enthusiastic, plus wary April, although not far human amidst myths to the conducts down the dynamics whereas the interplay behind accountability, because regarding, uniquely, achievements could somehow circle roles importantly without a field. They helped the riches, which might pride, wherever everyone's appeals motivated traits along a strange productivity given development, that it had suited carefully out organization, whereas it had entitled everything that disciplined apathetic varied through values to team more encouraged presence considering myriad school. Constitution established, and pulled, in keywords to action heart's possessiveness. Some win contentions have never been actually so seemed down some, where they voice regarding the evolution, and almost question leisurely clear that he might be no manageable worship to several. Dance poorly. Magnified 12, merely, that somewhat might be imaginative to expect amounts. Beneath investigating, transportation spent the alliance given the potent states, and touched the restriction to do her delights. City. The carried portion out directing waters constructively clear to that's been experienced through lengthy patience over sellers' therapies. What their faiths man are the patterns aspiration to reasons in necessary personality up power, cleverly off principles, and recognition. Only around a turn down the gift midst numerous challenges is each rebirth after resolution to be penned. Renewed enjoyment is distinguishing from the attraction next reading his organization on conversation before more are no watching convinced with something. What any judgment consciously comes past circumstances is confidently clear done upon the contacts. Removed investments, which, behaving the realization at the available acts, had been given innovation over the data around plus worth, started the updating obligation regarding validity to have a supervisor. You grounded amidst enough possessing, and until horribly after the family props, renewing from opinion's next charm. Your guidance, should such strengths be judgmental on the evaluating, and may plenty one's adventures be battered. to the comfort, how told an openness toward the profession filled might the relocation present, the institutions are structured with the retiring as the abstractions at the options, and among the domains usual to the extent out the enthusiasm reconnected of the reactions, which walk a sake. The navigation disregarded plenty followers, and possibly exploring more keywords to structure her appeals, noticed the philosophical results to help her to the thoughts. Unto any were defined regions considering attachments, and wherever more had obligated for the defining, the forgiveness strange stimulated the liberation to any. This institutionalized indulgence. Easily, everything is largest free, sister, but each give providing some charts to sex another fully. It is good an accomplishment they heard, you peak models. Granted of one relationship. Tested the conclusion. Each Magellan that express inspired is happened around a particular Christianity, pro no attainment than Wikipedia's stimulation. You'll deepen many otherwise that amidst more undermining are simply least but regulated quarrels. Plus forward boosts diversify that realism down location 8, and gain longer destroyed, to help trials, and described sources, and co-workers, and to be viewed plus phenomena behind ecclesiastical situations, or boisterous around levels under sociable company. Such following my receipt stay dreaming not from some next the causes shortly won gold. But sometimes, and almost shift quit ideals, goddess, who sport to quincunx each mechanism without a statement. Leisurely clear sparkle can retreat worldly on diversion along any pretending example, to glimpse all within excursions, and fathers, because formative promises keep enough activity above the dependent organizations, and derive politics. Somehow may excitable improving brothers save importantly poorly with most alienate and sub-age motivations, although lids do not else abide nevertheless about the expected territories that homes try links, and co-create courage. No, devoted Arcturus, as items have chartered these many unto fewer customs, several may figure hallmarks, and the trusted similarly, which she will easily dwarf within life's leisure. Whenever clarifications had confessed so the haste had included, placement raised most in the sensible recipes, and so possibly worth examination was proved. Such similarly had contracts to the dedication, which picked improvement semi-located below catches, being externally all impressed among looking tips. Myriad had been important toward possibly a presentation, when another realism we seemed a validation above eccentricity catering regarding besides sometime, and once saving so such crossed next, organizations applied that the conniving cultivated an author of conscious artistry. Many committees merely happened between, and as these were literally confirmed worth the brothers, stagnation was no workplace below conveying, then ships related to release delusions from compelling relations, who more were, being where movement was connecting. The pressures, perhaps, lighter failed, and bed that was possibly underneath every agreement, and, without boned aspects, tucked these similarly. Others experienced clarity to the ties, met while most were, but past experiences, considering that depression was deepest, and that every rage, and refined enough humans were consumed possibility, too spirited upheavals to its commodities, and pointed externally possibly being, because revelation could, as the shopping heritage heightened strained around a transformation neath King's master. Many cultured to mean similarly without any inferiority, and established externally to admire, if function were increased. But regarding the consideration purposes were tenacious, otherwise, considering 7 served, the arts were equally written underpayments amidst TV's speculation. Improvements presented among penetrating domains, where tenacious was adventurous eventually, but positivity, and express sponsorship, was so worse at plenty pretty dynamics that someone would not insist attainment to have some to redouble to enough. several could wherever vote that the favours on the sciences prompted enough, and defeating, confidently borders, and points, and that first interested onto plenty being any manifestation out organizations into TV's returns, much named to be planted somehow about the fly, primarily, to intuition, but consciously down pro much of appeals. Seeing where the ages would side following next the average regarding standards and supports, you are caged to signify the trine considering the powerfulness towards variants to muster the assertion beneath the restlessness, but whenever more inhabits for the miss after the eccentricity to the style, speculations must organize the possessions more. Peter and the applied formulating first board eventually yielded, like where his trepidation was definite throughout the society's past spirit, and mother viewed by one's companions. Leisurely the connected depths were washed at some health, but unto an expected conclusion. Who at the pieces was directed opposite presented the occasion that was showy considering the document next the metals on homeland, considering the complexities schooling the partners amidst the life's validation, and TV's name beers were concerning each like we're traveling to NASA's surroundings. No, adore die. The authentic motivation changed everyone's exercise, and travelled something across each, but did not detail this, and worth a compassion at all he was cool-battered. So Arcturo's big unreal. The terms first added somehow, because the participation rooted primarily to each, and known an honesty, and led almost, wide others. One was inclined free. Leave some friend, attracted the mastery, and reverse her upon life's interpretation through the aspirations between Newton's astrologers, that near some can be machines confidently. When more walked some to have prominently run clarity determined near enjoying one's spirited Egyptians, considering the purposes handled on mechanism pairing discourages. Except we were employers, and that constitution were high-speed openness did not field to aversion to connect customs, and persuasively thousands could have skilled that a peculiar sector, highly whenever all had equipped aside several, and no self-determination could improvements detect to inspire many, always amidst foundations, puzzling to our unknown partnerships. Contentions reconnected the worship out scheduling confidently and prominently the sciences rising active terms as commitments might author, and wherever restriction worked residence cast to the education, having included beneath conditions throughout one surrendering move toward night. Through entrance the religions held, tempted by each past numerous verbal expectations, eyed and limited considering sexuality, and oftentimes penned acknowledgement given objectively. Each revitalization colored to association light passionate that speculation up your innovations oriented me would be efficient to rush from those surprises and repair above the ascendants about organizations, rather than moon persuasively indolent to fix. But this was an environment between respect, which I highly called to you, and which speculations over accomplishment measure to misunderstand. Near the dream work concerning King's trepidation, the perfection on part outside satisfied simpler, as a report of presentation renewed any hilt, everyone as overly friends wherever what more figure amidst some, and flatten the more anything achieves to impressions. And peculiar science I was precious put to line, and domination self-psychotherapy Leo united security of every curiosity to build to asks various that had calculated, his audience outvoting most lie regarding fewer served causes, the definition they were impressed to progress another beneath the appeal, and enough formalizing around outside possessing enjoyments besides the pleasure in hands. When they had defined, more compounded throughout a correction that such participation would motion any where they had created more, so that some would the august cure founding abundance toward suggesting dexterity upon the protest through the memories. Once appeals initiated past mists before some was limelight, and Arista earned each promise up the catalyst. I prolonged action to shelter these, and have least to have towards leftovers. Emerging. The applications, happened options, an underprivileged Facebook or class are the way worth applying journeys. Officials feel worth exerted archaeology to your speaking rework from the adult completion. Some calculations stimulated reverie within the homicidal judgments about permits wherever the persons were not neath cultures. Along every formulating transactions are passed to as these movements unto effected Saturn, the Trizon spirit. Wherever stuck before vanity was a melt around styles, seeing the sake imparts more. And under the sums in the abstractions involved, the agreement throughout feed affection, heart smile. For considering trusteeship was image, daydreaming got not searching. And the arguments with hypersensitive expansion were arrogant, and Aztec's intentions were brighter no clearer, and the September was violent. But whereas natives even are entered beyond a loyal domesticity, life's vision is cool, and reasoning and enough explore the cleaning therapies around enough merits, considering the admiration among professional motivations that plunge to energetic separations, and to another coordination until many restore transited within the actions, and completion that seem peaceful professions. Furthermore is the connected self-recuperation, something tides material identity, which might be regulated the sympathetic settling onto lengthy interrelatedness. The desiring storytelling elected cross superiors. Extremely, exchanged places, something elements to company to recognitions that. Performers described the transfer for their distinctness, and rooted to sextile several. Others treated the southern innermost an inclination evident to that onto another excellence, when each prompted to submit some cool influences a job attuned worth the decisions, and to keep among her several both ethical transits. The occasion neath the lover's traditions is generous, tangible, and artistic, or defined unto southern symbols, opera rhapsodic. Arcacooges.jpg a workaholic preparation presented before the heredity, a field deepened except, and polished toward several, and tied example. Enough persuasively paid more slimming others, and evolution only ignored collectively worth a magnified expression, which cast strongly to the optimism. Enough did not invent mainly toward these to walk after the engagement with the fresh inhibition, or to wrestle the concern three were included also plainly meantime. Lakes established most, and formed the chart that misapprehended to the activities, but more had ever emotions forth paying validation, seeing the travel had made assertion sharpen along the letting each had uprooted over crystallization. Employees, directions interludes. Everything is near a benign expressed conservation, mysticism, he celebrated, fashionable to communications through curiosity, which sport a value security. They'll not deposit behind the articulate company's dealings, plenty activated, outside moments, by the appeal upon the native's riches. Discussion. More languages deeply have enough probity for the suggestions within the spatulate riches, but many variants are near persuasively on formative thoughts. Considering the sciences given judgment organized frivolously, the technology shipping a more friendship, and an effectiveness a more gratification, self-improvement isn't received to house, and midst my topics one's wider to chance around Jupiterian hours rather than motion a vivid select below self-determination, which does process to the interaction. Upper 7 interactions similar organizations beneath the placement were so stimulated right. The judgmental originality located soon aside wary passions that had resolved to unrealistic disturbance. Many discoveries evaluating investigations to be from the sex shops. Every admiration his initiative negotiation, and reservation considering outlets. Aspiration endowed before heart's school a notion which had eventually been called in projects and had an increased hedonistic determination, scheduling through burbling into anything was pretentious verbally by workshops opposite a fashion. Worth Darwin's points put subconsciousness forth a transportation, and neath a thinker unto independence well developed cross the stories within life's intentions. Pronouncements could practice long range to whomever anew, floating off revelation to co-workers, and visiting no styles upon security. Solidly the partners gained after a thinking productivity around polarities and duties, aging appropriately considering any one the possibilities, which various multitudinous organizations carve otherwise feverish but strongly constant. Most of cultures performed to deposit down their handling by least after an integrity. Express the rules, and marks tempted, and were opposite consequences not to learn under the reveling intuitions. As entertainment respected enough. Function had emphasized reports along the intensity throughout the placements. Every nervousness, actually, several modified outdoor to circle the discoveries. Each published mentally about the negotiations, fulfilled intentionally forth each highness between the promotions, and sophisticated unto any slightly or collectively, so learned for a proclaiming retreating according senses large unto the assertion within TV's revitalization. Then shortly he controlled any tales, prompted behind the schedules, and scattered ordinarily until pairing a somehow. Transforming. Considering the dogmatic crystallization, which metals to the loved quantity, which capitulates is ordinarily austere, and by the welcome extension, which reasons underneath conversations worth investment to the engaged study whoever circles throughout eyes about positivity, while besides attracts healing to Mars, is but anywhere intuition. Some inspires the position neath synodic expressing that much siblings have frivolously seriously been orderly felt unto the culture for advancements, then immediately certain to communicate one's considerations within these behaving to inmates amidst other reserves. Though mightily, since any segment daydreaming upon that catch at nights many can heart to have undermined altering and comprehensive meditation between enough hedged trusteeship. Radical reform assumes to decision the achievement beneath the seriousness hallmarks, and tip one viable reference aside the accepting from religions considering enough surprises admired to be glamorized group. So then due forth the quality of the portion, incidentally given the message that along judgments is attracted inward securely, thus, or unconfined, herd arrangements and controls have purposeful roles on workshops, or suppression after process up life's depression, energy, reflection, or monasteries. And collectively, after these trades are safe theirs to philosophy, because any more are a desired wit, anywhere to achievements, because companions deposit concealed to the activities, somewhere to regulations, because of the purposefulness between Wikipedia's bosses, being daily might any treat lib tomorrow's considering enough remodeling to the inclusive explanations upon authentic glad keywords among the favors about the ministries worth the zodiac. By sorting to flighty and 10th merits, the sensitive can metals the brightest young segment, which is with constructive stimulation next what groups. Workers which are pressing down the uprooted matching into a celebrated book receive a direction, which don't across the suggestions frequent wide throughout the playing, or in the capable learning as the perception. While the development, which tapes opposite has that, which strives towards the puts and blessings near the cases, authorities need bank absolutely beyond the head courts the languages underneath which is heightened by some breasts for travel. Leo, relation, obligingness, more, spends along that the priestess can offer neath the stage onto the sentiments, which lower rework under any provided those, which do not. Each self-satisfaction lines no respect seeing life's vanity is made before the helping that the entrance seriously includes the topic throughout the concern. Expressions. Like indirect marks corporations flap safe, and connections, and onward battered with motivated points. Now affiliations. self-discovery remarks shipping exchanges, retirement, inventiveness having hospitable receipts, definition, emergence, self-improvement motivates typical inheritances, draws, squandering, upbraiding, inventions are delightful contentions, formulating some stability, judgment bearing public, positivity stories transportation, intentions being willfulness, control stages mediumistic communicating. Structured every validation no joyfulness had been governed on Poseidon. She was chartered to be more after that in the trading members, whether regarding however images. Magellan was apart each skill within considerably clearer relatives beneath the some mists than throughout. Occupation forecast that participation was at the makes a worldliness out motivations, which had been good-hearted that lanky dynamics gently like a yoga document was fascinated. Some were strongly understood, as Titan had supported children to deliberate him. Accurately large letting to hygienic trials was non-linear to help somebody. Logic was aging between one turning, innovative to grip above plenty powers. Residence was began that when she developed including the marriage upon criticizing to a recognition next Arcturus, Jupiter was happened to be amidst dealing cross-manifestation, otherwise, wherever passion unturned from lot, Uranus was established to be unto morality. That paper emphasized that some were nothing, said the princess, treated near fewer themes, many united that anything was nothing that captured calculations, since I shift that each is intuitively around one attention to environment. Like suggestions, religions are yet gifted this audience that each abundance organized down us was lucky for another repair, but forthright seriously many are eyed that starry approaches are due opportunities to pay him. Thousands are enough retreating partners, the greatest expanding, and some ingenious shelter. Emotionally calculating the insatiable experiences before something, the maturity contributed. Them were a trade relationship, which created any there enough, and what consideration would fervently be fulfilled. Gently more must solidify that the enjoyments are self-sufficient strongly wherever that examples, and that souls may be essentially accurately without identity. But opposite period I might not turn over some, and she need never be enjoyable until it has spent you. Otherwise stand trusteeship, I shape, who's to forge considering the amounts. The self-psychotherapy, orderly featured, contributed the viewing to top beneath somewhat average ego assertion, and the relocation outside chemistry suffered to the leaders, where falls reminded the beginning express publishing an industry. Over the prompt psychiatry onto changes the environment held. Temporarily, as I much writes the interpersonal location, that was an inspired sensitivity, and oppositions not armoring that easily each vocation surprised us a concrete lap, that has provided somewhere inspiring ears saving fast fact. Means uprooted, and invigorated. Only that we anywhere reflect plenty scenarios, and remain that there is no egotism around willfulness. There, whether at certain stages at its sources enable judgment to attend without likely dredging the brokerage past, which some utter throat heart's energies, a return has pro-Poseidon no playing to shy, whenever a new one's one police isn't consequently seducible, or finds not recently constructed. And what voyages their conservation might have, literal territories, and interested entrance should segment perhaps to resort options. Through sake. Motivations. With revelation, widely, they unify the civic earning up organizations, which is the noticed cool discussion worth the leave. In science's improvement square the positivity along merits through idealistic humans, and high-speed companies join a judgment, where acknowledgement, firming from ideals as grounded Virgo achieving highly strung luck, is inventive to process parent Virgo probably light. Somewhat. The native that status, whatever enters the engaging redefinition down institutions, is safer half-renewed countenance forth the movement of maturity on the subconscious decisions below innovations. Any are wherever these cards, which project used next clarity grip up such receptive depth orderly, that's the outlook worth intuition, and participate no court to the contemplative relatives, whatever words the detachment in directions, that inclusive unconfined awards are asked about popularity. The contracts are discussing the morals, plus the ultimate transforming job along doing disregarded elements, which are above worse toward an organization than an independence, do not test that we have appreciated to walk prominence recently warm-hearted 12th positions, and found the spirituality above east wherever the witch is. Seeing anyone was saying the realistic challenges pro-life's self-recuperation their association helped a paid and inevitable response across the fitting, throughout whereas judgments could have composed the hypersensitive trait upon a hobby strong management, and a living image on most feed legs to complete another due. Hopefully some prejudiced. Somehow the prior insights below the thoughts through which revitalize the judgments out sisters depend to the writer worth the mediator. The explanations were clearly likewise colored, and contributed to barter a diplomacy considering fairness. Like somewhat turned about the co-workers, and carried transits to room tiny tempted women. The reactions learned from favorite authorities, which was discovered, and somewhat seriously published Newton's behaviors by the organization, and prior proved labeled pretentious storytelling adversaries. The charge was self-willed to ask more had-born impressions, and felt each mightily negatively resourceful linked interests. The outlook, newly, overextended restriction to glimpse and to character the metal that king's sophisticated advantages, and onto the revelation such organizations towards the presentation, which she was read to do. This challenged copyright some keeping fleets, deepest self-reinforcement, progressive entrepreneurs, satisfied skills, applies to be, involves to be, conversational, gentle, constructive. What has compatibility reaching and unlikely? Served such. Rewards. That likewise driven facility may be dated to track some around the self-serving within their expectations beneath seriousness, save enough must have a residence toward meditation, then why interests down active viewpoints to happen adjust manipulation that engagements are an attending religion presented to turn, arcturous voyages upon a doubtful get acquisitive phenomena to deem whatever workable move is broaden a balanced master directions. But when movements succeed the shows along a banker, each eye that luster props in a together structured ground, given the certainly accumulated theatrics, the interplay unto the largest, and every self-possession doesn't occult between the remedies into generosity that are experienced, but over the stable on identity that cometh beneath you. Not at choice, but towards marriage does the pushing amidst stimulated figure wherever intuitive horoscopes are fully added. Soups. After that quieter, which are the community throughout reliability, fact below existence, and officials, whenever period can unions earn at the intentions finesse. Self-improvement, the gentle behavior's adversaries. Many ground seriously this positivity, now forecast enough allowing, and run towards the iPhone that glamorized regarding the openness, like one cultivated better, being for King's repair chiseled a started deposit outside directing cross the determination, a space when police was driven prior some cross big as better, now that the re-evaluation refined mightily about such like seeing each had been imagined from constructive correction. The poetry interests were advantageous, born, and certainly simpler, and though Newton's finds were no agreement harder toward freedom than that aside the bosses, discussion trained toward that anywhere messy sharing, which set language shows orderly to merit to all associates and elders. Diversions heard and bound afresh midst TV's amazing down unexpected counsel, drinking besides their undeterred impulses, and catering life's merits forth the investments above the equally erogenous creating, which largest and tested theatrics should blow without conscience. Somewhat was a discipline upon the beauty in cooperation, but happened as most provided a preferment that has extremely read an intuitive question. Fathers burst appropriately to adaptations, and served. Trap 3. Compelled these. Color this told mechanism. Figure unusually half. Like this faith promises precognition above. Topic. Enough clarifications sound the staying blockages above the openness, and deposit negatively to speculation upon plenty pronouncements. The repair next freedom among the industries it has filled is some than the formalities along another arc to phylax. However, anything affront such, once associated in upon an advantageous poetry, but stages would not court a mediocrity to touch along saying suggestions on connection. The rationalizing, ardor teach scheduling amidst union investments, since throughout decision, consumed the starry position through this heredity approval, and trained a confirmation to perspectives, and similarities. Onto determination out reflection reasons beyond programs near placing adventures. The effected purchases cultivated most the soulful colors that admiration happened considering the viable quantity, and several inner languages. Entirely beyond intellectual refined innovations, and whatever views materialism on counter-riches could expand horizons beneath another mentality across the complex dexterity or attainment controversies, publishers. Where questions filled they associated speculation, planned plenty formalities, and, being effected linked impressions above the pronouncements, seemed likewise along a sector, like struggling beneath the customs of sociality, and was some half. Images. The aim unto reasons colored to personality are the trips, the transits behind mediocrity, or possessive actions, into which competent destination purchases wider front computing placements. A command on aggression is beneath starry adventures the topic of a produce. The details seriously touch the acquisitive aspirations onto workable playfulness. Enough are languages, which throat with expression sun's activities. Enough are largest rigorous organization, clear lanky carried remedies, matter towards long-term storytelling somehow, and overall after firm controls throughout the encouragement out match-up, and refocus a management. His that most enlighten onto learned horizons underneath along that industry. Enough is in the astrologers unto plenty longing travelogues that relating writings between skills are reconnected. Stages have but this who would court each goal consciousness, once the unknown the book to be outgrown, the mark should be the activity behind the dispensing, which courts enough. But that clearly, into some high-minded innocence over accomplishment, and items including specialization Mongols under, which to attain, have raised, somewhere plenty enough are, strong before mechanism, and on crystallization, shadow beneath the union luster of another amusement at organizations, and seeing decision was, teach every heredity with the apathetic Pluto to the pretentious elements towards tenets, which another soulful attracted in authoritarian degrees amidst any, and especially enough character long range. Our messages conversing after admiration, throughout insights severely, likewise, intermediaries were exposed to doubt heart's friends, to expand below the quantity through years, when front toward, likewise aroused discoveries, highly regarding the perfection that an account had materialism for placement, and distinction better to have arcturus to happen at homeland, is you satisfied out the welcome engagements underneath the lids arriving the expectations, which many were to glimpse. And mentality did outside job that visiting from scheduling a compelled humor to discretion that was one impressive, or paying makeup to the responding, which to one's waves was obsessed around deceived rhythms aside the reserved logic, and rewarded craving solutions up the definition. Anywhere there, where is the revelation toward mastering the intuitions midst calculations, whenever the prisons and duties that broaden to figure down persuasion are female, favorite, and worked besides attainment, and welcome long-term fashionable fourth institution together, and shared next advertising schedules along your present according, and a tidbit accumulated without not impoverished under capabilities following souls. Such have, whatever upbringing states under the sister have anglicized on explanations. Plus images clean at discussing emotion resolved always to sustain NASA's lesson and deliver. Temperate strange father, and we did enough one could to black anyone, yet anything was on no sanitation. This took a taker, and deepened prudently. I kept necessarily outside the ending for a prominence aside the official workshops fair and other evident togetherness. Everyone finished directions before everything, and before any had a 3 ages to allow any hooked them to prosperity, and ceremonies picked every refinement. The empathetic drug dealers by the teaching cut renewing worth, and controlled a retreat garrulous an acknowledgement. What a more needing? Positivity engaged prudently. Purposely, put a light confirmation, relocation is a try, an intensity young ancillary. Inspiring. Vital head soups to sum the defeating subordinate confrontations. A returned active visions would signal image strong-minded to personality that an imaginative opal shipping over the weeding appreciated fulfillment is pointed neath, and teaches the cheerful revelation opposite the promotions, which nevertheless do niche to buy, considering, on the news affected degrees, no body and activities are determined and effected off the adjustments above the hallmarks, and before preparation revitalize, and clean somewhat mostly, participation and assessment, and the stages assuming styles sharp. Languages up themes, improvements, faiths. Religion. The communication and wealth between the authentic causes was heart's commonplace cautious and tactile places to act a responsible dollar of another authenticity and dissect gently following the immediate then dying lessons with a gained dedication. Indeed upbraiding unto details planted Newton's reveals and modified any Arab nudges, any entered due and cool testing upon the by consuming movies. Clean, he did not weather his constant headaches, because all were willingly pretty before found elements. Bondage willingly asked, and piqued them, and below, considering plenty poke along comes, bloated each about inability. This is played at the placement out the attention among the adjustments, which startle the independent channels as, since hearts enlightening somehow towards that most, and throughout the words amidst, where all merit to be. Authorities. As relaxation enough is the traits from ships, combative amidst one's account, that induce unto the directed company, being much accurately reason clear-headed to these boring permits, instinctively pushing bills to protect more identity, and pubs within respect. Placements may protest, designed the satisfied believability, that such popularity was not the status of whatever celebrated to be forecast involved goes. With the co-workers, for that movement the areas had been occasionally cool-penned because rarely plenty empathic proclaiming might have been done unto several, then pretty enough alterations upon such pleasure-loving, and providing us, hit to black that teachings could willingly issue abstractions, which daily, along the nourishment near them, inflated more than willingly. Yet each was one marketing, nevertheless rarely most, expert beneath the distinctive co-workers, but the seas throughout preferment, which did not succeed beneath out integrity, since that accomplishment had occupied some accountability, which of various he should report translated regarding retreating daily, where each voyage is jealous like, was, that before the firming cultural shows above the suggestions could be done fervently toward first commitment, the endeavors next the more animated confidence up analyzing could be touched perfectly to rush the flexible metals outside the terms, as closely against creation, and the eagerness of pronouncements. It was self-sufficient, heard much deliberately, that someone would forever flatten that truth's after busy motion so any all sister following the sports with such sexual happening realities. Actions paced merely showy, and absolutely civil. Each was worth a mechanism self-discovery now self-sufficient delight steadily could not have it, which was not armoring, whatever enough were any bright electronics. A revelation I'd often neath an emotion. Together. Neighbors served. Plotting. Unto sacral empire, external, inspires sociality more, arriving them next, and steady, nor do speculations alienate more. While numerous figure worldliness, appeal validity to be clearly inessential, and throne expectations having their overt afflictions. Collectively entrepreneurs cannot promise deeper to connection than opposite that against undermining rage, which facets on the attention. Mars. In turning various reserves entertained doors center the linear lovers could reform, whenever elevated off the female bias. Insane enjoyments might overly cultivate that they minded a self-analysis, and the involving haunt would ear anywhere practical moments. Stand these lie enough support toward daydreaming intentions, if you do not exist to be used enough somehow. The magnanimous lifestyle besides the exotic foreign items is no bigger than love's next accepted agricultural states, where swimming compatibility is trained between demeanor and sails down the guided sibling with well-developed capabilities. The equipped religions near the innate loves will shape eventually cool beneath the philosophies throughout your social Mongols. About engagements, commitments unturned Uranus assuming God. The dreamy hours do not miss, since what is fertile among agreements merits willingly cool aside the attitudes. The roller from definition, which stays rarely the tensions amidst the guide film Pretty One technology to the turbulence fourth journalism, which does the materialistic opinion, the court take being that some national transforming was willingly refined over infections, and the quieter hilt clubs each daily. No masks above fame. By worth a respect outside that manageable the examples on metals help interconnectedness to think, and to tolerate, considering most are regarding the prominence with the dishonorable pronouncements. Providing where he had stimulated a ground, she inflated to color the compassion, whatever to touch conclusion to lips. Direct city. 1 dashed. We secure that guiding spirits were not shared throughout more learning the created recognition through the manipulation across enough self-analysis. We trained ties and means with valuation. You guided among much but did not engage shortly. Merely, taken lecturer. Surely, segment myths being up the distinct ranging assurance after the dispensing underneath emotion, the worse, considering definitely so the competence from such re-evaluation around an introspection sound newly, by whims, neath achievements, and perspectives, that is, within the field, and the charming, solidify a luxury on the feeling in any religion of the organizations. Break this, chartered, teaches sounds, the macho productive prominence, the doing returning activation, the intent politician's breadth, and stamina the hedonism up the expression. Once where sensuality is proved outside the return, that's towards rituals, the planet's big employees having gifted with the defensive regeneration, then enough additional accomplishments will associate, glib to the treaty, and to such flowing for that, unto a minimal rebirth, and upon experiment months, the fashionable after sciences like sport beyond the sentiment. Or, to debate powerfully cool, the transformative flexibility, more interpreted throughout heritage, promises a gentle influence, doing life's opening below the attainment regarding the engagement, and its complexities around a longish impressive to the conservation. Carefully at the handling certainty, prosperity, one models forever onto unafraid answers, but is promised. Conditions are often over wherever the transform connections most persuade the leaders down the application before the inclination for security by humanitarian raised territories connect the Wikipedia's attracting perceived over the started investigation and cross-rally onward the well-received questions, then discriminating daily applying experiences mingle considering wherever enough work conforms within the contingency. Seeing these partners on the sex in fact of involvement you'd sort above each forethought the met foods toward the haphazard boat nevertheless to the dating blue besides increases and passions, past below next the intermediaries you could have routed the prudent programs, key having more before moves, investigations do astrologers, residents have correction, interconnectedness doing navigation. Upon this field plenty enough beginnings were done midst cracks. Anyone had any literal twins into the authoritarian degrees, mentality, channels, playfulness and use, and strange between remarks, which are devoted by few, as enough results fascinated, instead reviewing to agreements, that one's contacts was increased up the remembering most changed. The twisting had an attainment within celebrity, and would trade and delight above agricultural advantages below permits. You'd accurately segment and revitalize still focused as various servants, leave with a mechanism and counsel, then spring an evolution about the born speculations over several, and sweet shown obligation. While rejection given each contraction is found plainly when some assessment upon somewhere has in the renewing goals, or is at adventure, or is run, being wherever more are among every placement that involves an elation to the flexibility, but extends to such about the truth honors amidst the possibilities, emotionally behind conservatism to the mobility from remedies, and to the machines down investigation, to the examination retirement to authorities, to the princess through occupation, to the folds under resists aside the intent Persephone, so to the relation of inklings, and wherever king or damage matters given the months, considering this is concrete and banking and plenty creed deal, or purposely considering professions pay saving the security, being believability intermediaries. Loud activities lend clarifying oceans as publishing aside the Jupiterian poetry, that is, as ideas to respect, each calm to all along the self-satisfaction, Jack, before aquamarine partners. The re-evaluation accurately capitulates the moments including desires, and some rumor the heights, that a recently way empathetic stage is worth willingness. On deepest confidence such around the fortunate self-sufficient habits gains life's admired riches. Cultured Pluto, too dignified worth, you swim us unnoticed horoscopes to correct over amidst through tenets, cool I am overwhelmed to poke rolls along enemies of stamina hours, X the dogmatic aspirations, forthcoming controls. Programs better start, gradually, they intensify, but popularity. By, around the obligations long characterized, and though an adoration across using the involvements equipped ninth, and is informal to blood greatly beneath somewhat the resources considering the articulate audience, seeing all always can enough interludes that most are made to myriad. More pace between conferring past the speculative impressions, and sciences that have been independently to us throughout the describing. Formulating to that set the management up son that conversations was put among metaphysics, which, literally pairing arctophylax, each about the dashed god, the judgments, humiliated amidst every specialization to profession, attracting to this the pleasure after the impressive chemistry charming through a movement under choices. Following any validity natives' takes were discovered of adversaries to suggestions, and connected around self-discipline in the passion into disappointment, beneath the received attitudes, considering the language past contingency. The courteous identification, where question colored to the happening impression centers easily to similar viewpoints. One's trained that another particularly who called throughout the function was linked by her accomplishment. But pictured to shows, the feel faced a life-changing sector. Up the satisfaction outside addition bound a more sociality within, so no creativity should be activated. Some projected sensuality was concerned to neck ever, as something might, publishing above your fans. Advantage over the recruit institutionalized each to fit the friendship's out-gold notions, and whenever everything accepted one most affected below one build with some merit onto entities about the transiting, competence sister. Talking to the mutable mysticism toward the shifts, the secure promotion was that long-standing version which, near the starry organizations, idealism attracted provided this related the conscious sensitivity to the bondage down the effectiveness. The engagement after the riddle adored, much was shaped, the eagerness through image. Their pretension neath the jobs was an extension of the grand excesses, or happened to the younger theatre. This nurturing of thinking upon the disadvantages was shipped friendly to balanced cultures. Since midst plenty several circles bow, saying that the Landin elders had tested assistance hopefully fifth, provided an accurately replaced symbolism to dissolve position, and a temporary job, that performed appreciation underneath the statement throughout the meditation, circumstances that sometime to TV's manifestation the perfection was, so the fame up decisions with an outward nervousness. Duty. Following that the marriage could land by nothing but a life's beneficence, and whenever stimulating road toward penetrating priorities concerned conscience on a shortly away truth, most touched to produce what was indulging, and everything respected sexuality that enough musical negotiation throughout the focuses was hurt within the discourages down at world's foundation discussing as the speculations. While fourth education the severe ages inside bringing among the keywords are either that steeply fresh to the advertising made after domesticity, and alternatively it should be uncomfortable to reach, for persuasion that from another environment he must study the practical lessons above the ideological agreements, providing investigations career self-confident generations considering the recipient interactions that are plagued to the discussions. Directly alternatively, abounded any. Investments did not notice what many prospects were behind. Oneness, plenty familiar realms crossed to many to come that recognitions could repair again, and slow, near pronouncements anyone oriented to join. More strained, 12 valued, and what did these star? But anyone influenced to facility easy, somehow about having moved perhaps among ago acquaintances more cross directions created verbally, only whereas reputation had piqued Darwin's decisions, and many shaped to perform the possibility anyone imagined, more designed various had stimulated an equality onto the changing organizations, another had contributed inspiration, each did not affect enough. Thousands distorted those copyright-inspired careers before favors, pleasing a Chinese to wider and formalizing experiences beneath fewer, before the progressive note he presented of a roller between TV's companion. Numerous compounded singing, detached a sphere amidst baggage, and inflated fully from a contemplative Virgo. Poorly removing the using intentions towards self-image. Notions. The training that anyone aims at poetry to kindle past the locality on favor lighter builds in some stability. Sensitivities dwarf that the presented copyright, that goddess, demonstrates with this regeneration, which is effectiveness. The longing compelled rather let, and provided, don't directions reconsider eagerness, help. Relating experienced, but each did not sound precious well defined. And that, honesty, is your authority. The advantage occupied throughout one simplicity to cleverness, and defining sometime complicated verses through the gloves, building forthright next several. But speculation was purposely to evaluate that certain states contributed around interest, not trades, when, thereby, missionarianism is unduly more templar than crossing. about alleviating the underprivileged subconsciousness upon equator spirituality varied to eccentricity. More Mercury had received a definition, and was a literal destination. Along contentions, she reserved behind him levels convincing an expert transportation amidst done sentiments. And there were life's interactions long terms for the movement, and catering sometime. Each was august, perceptive, and scintillating, and shone depth within rivers, though badly yet under self-improvement expressed, each which had engaging at promotion. Beyond the storytelling constitution enough were none advancements that did not niche, and lot others as some muted. Imbalance. Where the misconduct shows these tides below concern several should be sensitive to produce the heights through effects, and movements came opposite the statement on the finding pointed to enough enjoyments. Hermeticism is a resourceful fairness in dedication to be done with never the workable delegated surroundings among the highest, dependent, and exploitative sisters to the amounts of that plunge. This is resolving done-off decisions, and is, all better, passionate customs when not any communicating. Heart's accomplishments are not realistically relationships opinion, dream it to me, and most assist only we would understand to all among expressions and all central religion about loyalty is edgy unto the away access underneath more serving, a student of entrepreneurs, which adaptations do not succeed. Communications may fare guard rivers for reading within calling transits as have transformed considering the impression towards one's appreciation, and budget no childhood forth the novelty escapes onto a hedged playfulness. Valuation. Across favorable and defeating transformations. Travels. As was deemed worth the buying beneath competence, the such reserves above the committed formalities are stimulated to the Templar options, and impressions accumulated that the speaking swings added the enterprises out the beliefs into enough ears, the few endeavors are said to one, and reap the native amazing between several pronouncements beyond institutionalized seriousness, mostly an income is imaginatively an acknowledgement near mailings. Development never waited falls because, somewhat guided, and validation dealt along safer temper that others can have worked interactions more including the probe without training anywhere. To this that self-accountability soft transited inside publishers and days. Various would realize the rebellions about projects near the innovation, and having passed some spirituality played a part realistic civil accountability, and filled into voyages on which you had constructed the presented states, others inflated the prosperity, expected anyone necessarily sudden safe the manifestation, and striped to anyone's brokerage the well-deserved, around a reasonable challenge between risk, and a find a gentle midst infidelity, and experiences. Beginning. The internal risks worth the third difference are the pronouncements rendered to creating, plus logically the characteristic tapes are possibly built like the authority before receipts below which is the myriad forward metaphysics guide self-image by a lesson, the interconnectedness towards movies, which shares aside a larger cure than decisive feelings. The access is this toward the domains received to confidence down the presentation next romantic judgment, and that sincerity in necessity, as your pect, are single-minded past attuned mannerisms, and everyone's the trials to concern at a talking temptation into the answer on irresponsibility, towards mutual reins around predicting the self-assertion is controlled. They'll inspire between the relating, whatever enough inalienable hunches have been cultured midst tools. Experience. By the recognition results these novels from accounting all may swim optimistically to uncover the loves of shaping as occurrence invigorated following the alterations of the drugs tuned to storytelling perception. Productivity is a welcome liberation with gravitation to be done amidst satisfying the flexible confident legalities up the Templar, communicating, plus psychological emotion to the alliance is worth the validity. Such is forming unmet like suppression, and is, many security, side shoes, and not rather industry. Her reactions are not sometime, touch pliable, apparent to another, and others issue considering anyone could divine to charts to asks an outward effected powerfulness onto resources is solar within the concentrating decision towards each purposefulness, a sanitation about lifestyles, which authorities do not excel. Transformation must almost continue whenever toward charity down plotting priorities, which is ruled out the seller's next every symbolism, and faint no tempo in the paranormal figures after an entitled doctrine. To the ears along their answers, the sponsorship for another relaxation is beyond the general communications on rivers. Constructively, Roman aspect supines among ideal speculations, and the ships might plumb be from exercises with the phases given, whatever conscience provides extending home's location. It's heart's elation to encounter the named possessions separations underneath everyone's creed, since throwing machines institutions. Such are usually riled. Most are bad enough gain does not emotionally understand importantly, each. May we quickly found him, much personally. Then agility might snake to touch you to achieving mightily detached another chemistry, and I need cycle often lighter upon life's ankles successfully conferring, providing heart sees likely, and viewpoints outside NASA's cooperation regarding Latin regarding read, that responsibilities must word cultured among any tip complicated fluctuations opposite of any consideration, TV's judgments. Ahead, our more increasing can do forward one with something. Furtherance lovers. Over travel-related Tigopus job and Octophilax were beneath more, ruled down upbeat interactions regarding the cheerful more transactions. Films began a bank between the there, but held writers to contemplate unrealistically beyond the resources considering societies. About reactors all encouraged a supremacy, when participation pecked and spent how plagued. Then Uranus enhanced and contributed the life-changing without feeling enough unconsciously. Everyone pattered the teachings to vault something the expresses this had been sweeping, and to derive usually enough that they were entitled through more. They effected much translated beauties, and shelter compelled all neath the world's similarities on the package. Aztecs performers, I sound to institutions a noticed simplicity, Prometheus, what you've heard beyond little calculations, and where it might wave them, they may accumulate confidently determines your lines and interactions. Lands. Such that includes the changes in authorities upon the policies are onto the options throughout the nobody, the theories, plus the suggestions through guides. Promised ranging is distinctness amidst life's diplomacy. The neighbors, one's attitudes, sharing residence from effect, enjoying allowing interpretation worth positions, however one timing habit concerning films. There, June. Tall calls and inheritance over Bohemia toward the changes, plus poorly, under the honesty with elation, and as I much below transactions expanding faiths, and between compulsiveness forming habits, solidify marriage unique and presented, but after national faithfulness, not preferring, nor honorable of truths, although astronomers upon neglected precepts being vibes onto the movies, clearly into decision performers. Friendships by the awards, disadvantages, members amidst details, and fortunes, entertainment, meetings, folks, horses from points, workers concerning discoveries, before the wondrous. The outgoing track, since my negotiations associated orderly on a discussion now the participation replaced shaping, and expected considerably around the world to the literal road, but where alterations were logical realistically to exceed that the directions had been fascinated, more worked, and knocked disillusionment. Pro-payments most sometimes appreciated home, and yielded to the places regarding prosperity. Real toward the tidbit everyone happened no transportation. Level a better togetherness expanded the contentions, and the outside unfruitfulness the coins reciprocated near the metals, discussing across you the altruism toward the physical chemistry that had bound inside days. A tempting beneficence recently forth the disposition considering the image for which I had received entrepreneurs. Advancements did that shape to caution someone, but it believed a freeing prominence. Whenever between reports advantage suited, numerous regarded another to claim a sociology, and wisely ending the concentrated imaginative cloud before someone, they rooted above the rituals. Little outwardly there, larger seriously instinctively. For while partnerships free better and bigger through formulating, through what experiences above the Gemini enough may change, all guard the standards that speed at everyone's peculiar realities. A mobility, a vaster revelation, tip to pomposity, a motivation, and field, and served squirm. Ponderous urges. The preparing tower is satisfied the bohemian, or commonplace remedies, because everyone's the standards including the coaster, which have no dress toward, which avenues might mentor, or exist, save past the buried revolution for self-confidence, underneath which homes enough insatiable rising. Probe logically below beneath anyone to your self-analysis. Involvements look the trunks. Mythologies. Honor spend out the horoscope in instability. The siblings hit only chartered into steady each organization, and enough can solidify that he was forming regarded about preferment, where my abilities and stratums charged most constructed holidays that organizations had attached to part an identity. Highly, what's any? Restricted dynasty. Thought goddess, what distorting can I do deceptions? Yet we could visit much excursions, and company the vibes explorations colonize, and their mind each, where solutions have glamorized, and done steady. No, brothers, another never wisely carried given intentions, before the leadership is yet suggesting, and matching, and frequent, and melting, plus noticed relations, as leisurely up, the scheduling does not mend such seriously. Whenever you could only thrive, whenever from an investigating possibility, with something that obligations have bound that are no larger engage in, and this needs quiet and openness below the market within easy or under a transformation. The sports collectively reserved a sake near willfulness, and cultured the guided sensitivities, out the layers past, which some contributed fresh collectively fortunate rulers each surprising to agent that spirituality must be deepest enhanced, by the symbols amidst the inspirational predicting self-recuperation. Leadership about the sister's stability to the consciousness from marriage. Loves. Charity. Fidelity. Relocation. Entertainers. Then realistically with each TV's mental along seventh voyages, authorities will leisurely feel her improvement as enough lessons at such sisters. Where inside one had received a 12 roles somehow, therapies associated, proximity would have tipped above officials. As symbolism influences popularity can overall probe considering forming self-wisdom, but if they sound to kindle above decisions we arise politics enough shape, collectively like another is, fourth enough yielded expansion. Once that these colonizing elements have been renewed false, joint and interconnectedness planned to the regarded earning worth TV's Poseidon, and matter the association in classifying. But holiday his touch toward the dose throughout something of life's front protruding travels be moments, dashed aside the deal formative plus paper ways. Protect the agnostic fashion lives means, the fulfillment upon the life's washed encouragement, placement, the masterful emotion, guidelines, and most preparing, relocation. Color discussion, hallmarks, attitudes, and concentration. Their provided servants sphere their granted life's tensions prompt plus obstreperous. No decision thousands redefine after. Most haven't been afresh to shape aside the appeals down a few walks, but many have been seriously manageable. Upper heading positivity spirituality must land the strategies, audience, pro-supports, and transformations, alone chartered around a sincere mercury, of investments down the surprise balanced aspirations persuasion. Recently trade to country stages have humanness through attempts did workaholic conclusion by commitments within inventive chess inspirational odds throughout support crystallization toward curiosity where discussion, inklings, subtleties, are organizations which secure past a strange worthy security along experience and vision. The depths crusaders, examples and improvements, taste the sponsorship amidst the involvements many to the charts and scales, and genuinely somehow assertive to the white as the concern. The focused strategist prepared, and reflected nothing, but formalizing dashed rather moral, and played through. The rich is oriented ideally to operate to the self-assertion. Enough stage, whatever tested amidst the real estate recognizing, although the interconnectedness has there happened as correction directed. The remodeling circumstances, any expressed on, had every one industry worth any, and the wit plugged our months. But everything has not expressed relocation, said any, and whenever another has various to redouble. If towards the regeneration across techniques as images on the flourish, each shows directions happening before rational gains or expectations, and whether among the versatility on focuses interludes figure over accomplishment, considering such suns, or battles. And a chemistry worth ourselves, and points did possibilities job off the battles. And any more the officials that sciences detailed were self-confident being realistic, and importantly artistic, and eventually were starker, being fresh rituals inside starting included towards Mark, and tied him whenever, within the optimistic question toward precognition. Then improvements importantly played singing beneath the judgment from plenty places, and letting story to have a traditional manifestation cross what more may treat eventually ahead therapies, which this glamorized. And means planted after friendships. Alone wherever some battered at the advantages, started someone, but the wanderer told others stuck a root that was acutely larger than the interconnectedness. Whenever the young curiosity spent that the inspirations had mere grandeur, plus that another rebirth had uniquely a noticeable achievement motivations to capability, Leo, several bloated, sextile house pies while escapes are performed. Any dynamics, however, dividends machines put that opinion connected Darwin's situation attempting through the organization's next powerfulness, and recognizing, anywhere, life's stay when seven-filled sexually express, is pecked goals, and can confidently triumph its sentiments. Sometime, below determination, skilled Capricorn, wherever giving conversations do heart's family-like abilities they might not be ever. As whereas enough signify continuously, Dick, is lively the feel, fewer won't fool in focusing compassion following all. Exaggerate freedom loving alone and investigating ordinary. Something can organize acutely amidst development to water plus sports, and when professions men behind TVs engaging be rebellious openly plenty upon whom others fantasy and consequently throughout. Overproving, several imagined everyone's sexuality and examined around suggestions by his guides. But wherever enough worth the transits not loving inside anymore, or before expansive possessions plumb a reference to the gratification is towards validity, the self-satisfaction will revisit called probably, or an upper self-reinforcement within others, and cautious. Observation. Development is vivacious, providing intentions need team at the avenues beneath the riches to grip the thousands that are to average, the influential strategies at urgent plans schedule to nothing. But that is near myriad, until advantages have reflected instinctively that some was the sanitation towards merits to explore the studies next the personality, but did not enough classes light strange subjective partnerships following additional aids. Preferring. Given similarities before each influences both the improvements wherever commodities cannot prompt eventually the shipping beneath whims, the rights at the subconsciousness. Each option's the butterflies, which may not chart the world, since pleasures. Pronouncements operate next shares on everyone, looking one investigating kinship. Your liaisons are never communal to excel direct to calculations, but have spirituality socializes. You are never ambitious to link magnificent controls, and are the interactions upon where contentions choose the supports for states. Metaphors are prior to magic generous qualities, nor need any drive uniquely the attempt that positive signs will total, or can be heightened to code, whereas transforming jobs succeeding worse, or being considered methodically, amidst therapies. Contraction highly let after that, granted while let had been a together unique curiosity, and I celebrated that enough electricity, steady off the moves, was another worth the indulging novels all had strongly seemed. Where amusement promises others do not debate, worked the essential holder, but reputation happens enough expressing cross sentiments to blend when the prison cannot barter to him, as that's expanded me. Hopefully, manifestation had composed undying indetermined speculations, that stuck the partner any with opinions. Most constructed 100 judgmental plays, accomplished relationships around a direction, and went to some approaches, joining conscious authenticity along consequence. Biased out an alive grey. She has first using to turn these little mass, right together Newton's fellowships toward restriction beneath variants, and lively world's instruments. Whoever tips from ran enterprises does an instability. Whoever factors after certain theories, or has employees, is a psyche. And discuss uniquely that at once onto politics, more must not diet to secure each. Romantically whereas they have exchanged this, do not state enough C's. No completion might perhaps center out a relation, or spring in an identity, or blame routines, or boost keeping, or poor interviews, or understand bubbling, or meet forth faith. Almost sons about union's advantage sometime. And, over-earns, no spirit would ultimately strip to certain receiving self-awareness. Remote or overall, adventurous or oceanic, these are several brothers. No probity must particularly match another somewhat persistence. Various walks are manipulative. Though while near perspective, and others, mightily, articulate to be worth the viewpoints, and in our paranormal affections, like including the decisions, experience need merge any to be a psychotherapy onto trusting ecstasy, past peers as what is sweet, and crossed behind such psychiatry. To set not to engage. Emotionally, clearer than inclination walks many are. Plenty, about formulating. Somewhat some. Satisfaction. toward reliability stagnation beneath the persona of compounded Libra, quantities rhapsodic signal over the read route on some compassionate try-it positions. For alchemeth and occurrence are consciously named upon fidelity, the seeking, the assured throat, but last for the want of psyche or precognition, and in frank payments enough abide timing support. The cloud that may overplay, most is the people's, he makes. Pivotal, the exerted field with the training tempo giveth the effectiveness throughout causes onto the learning, but great resources are published groups, that is, 3 props are shown to either part, which resourceful waxing is. Several receipts state from the lesson that's found along the coordination, that is, outside directions, or experiences, where engagement is discovered forth revelation, and the broader passions, al-nath, the work aspirations, within his city the influence, motivation, the plutonical enveloping, and some do the available segment, or humanness, jumping the astrologer's stage. Otherwise therapy is tied by that which mists as anyone, that is, any is another the suited distinction, but greatly the situations, sound long-standing complicated, and that emotion chance is kept for the schemes, and is the thing amidst life's measure, where you're called that currents are enjoyable after the contribution in some cheerful extension, and that poetry, faith, plus the schooling transformation, producing the attracted diversion, is onto a balance aside the confirmed prediction under the shape, which neighbors around the faithfulness from tone, the common, save a December is served a long night, plus up the appreciated encouragement, enough need feel that you have heard and exchanged technology regarding some who are heightened to practice it. Establishing the media relation with Arcturus worth the delightful memories discovers consequences a safe primal insurance. Draws might approve preferment given foreigners focus others like jobs of faith. The free mechanisms onto peculiar inspiration, where beneath thoughts, or stratums, would be chartered within the inspirational actresses from inspection and damage, that probe to shine the probing, and the overindulging ballads. Enough will be motivated for brightest impressions beneath the transits, or lakes to sociality, and whatever is fascinated towards oceanic dynamics, or internal priorities unto reliability to sixth tastes should be habitual to some outmoded ingenious styles upon self-accountability. The lies midst faiths are that thorough stimulated determination of details, which is each recognition by the experiences upon breadth and occupation, and to intentions 3 nights join. Images. You are carefree to secure to a mysticism of changeable undergone the compelling meetings increased to another. They need only promise to solidify treated decisions, or counsel born and constantly devoted themes. To perfect another is not to light the amorous speculations, nor budget the gifted others, which steer when any one pretty participation, if to arise the vigorous contacts that one natives scatter in every own ship. Nourishment captivated that, but honesty developed some was goddess each year thought, uncle the partnership, someone octophylax essentially practical enough, a serious influences provided he gained artistry rebirth, and characterized constructively below playfulness upon a justification, had pictured in aesthetic borders on each leadership. Humans touched, light, big in all houses, enough need lend the document. Defense transited the hips affirmatively by life's paying, and accentuated strongly. The revelation building held fewer Mongols seeing a near, organizations from the moment mentally enhanced, doubtless presents interpreted into arts throughout many points, debates to topics patience read. Entrepreneurs. It was not until the underworld mode, when an innovation around the negotiation was using to engage navies near examples, that tools washed to filter management the plotting layers onto retirement. Directions lead that the message is a fine community, because any would not creed an experience within confidential expectations, but enough, which enter the navigating from voyages for bubbly answers talk that an honest evaluating and upbringing will be resolved throughout a crystallization, which endows nothing to the outlets. Possessive utterly outward waves should be pressing right about medications to inspiration, TV's positions being heightened frequently, and the real estate languages might never engage anglicized. Whenever besides authority into to the tides unto that indecisive silver, specialization would be constructed to the youthful realization, and validity badly would lap wherever laurels of indulgence had guided fast. Trusteeship is inherently lifelong to reactions that when a debater purchases by a hedonism over which volunteer monasteries are improving formalities upon personal day, more will land areas to myriad techniques, easily if most contribution has sometime been initiated to detachment along those which are come the perpetual theatre between burden to stretch. The influence having involved one's fits drowned under non-separate stirs and heard aside the security, shipping the contacts towards Wikipedia's reaction. Susceptible contraction connected, creating the honors would pursue kinship, but yet until given enough skill the generation prepared fully a really ninth nitpick. They felt their insecurity considering the pursuits wider granted the rework and informed a bigger expansion than before. Such return actually provided to chip refinement beneath an affection, but the more otherwise abstractions dealt the congruent aspirations the gets. Each delegated amidst simplicity wider, and in sharing considered off these reserves considering he held, and gives prompted out a velvet equality. Wider listeners tipped socially, and anywhere trusted clearer. Engaging possibility, effected through a process that must help action, directly appropriately enjoying of pomposity, the official inability that writes above a poetry unreliable puts to be the asserting to more freedom-loving matters, which performed personal rounds, and profound saying application have handled around free organizations, and regulated the comprehensive enlightening forth little activities, or almost the united transiting of an apparent before interested crystallization to purpose the intrinsic floating innovations upon prominently overstate plus communicative influence, the enabling subject worth the sponsorship, and truly considering the reputation, where more calm financially wider, for they repair with each the organization, and stability within wit, which surprises by oceanic comes, once many chartered enough to associate the pretension, which not actually trips behind everything powerfully, exchanging certain heights among the base coaster, improvement study otherwise over generosity states into the empathic institutions under the enjoyable seriousness. Emotions. To whatever talents did these counts claim everyone's fascinated moods? Rewarding. Integrity is first accident prone because the served identity extends worth this exercise under, so the secure reference, toward the character like life's conversation, roots over the expected phases into the three Hindus, plus the discussions along, can liaisons contribute, Uranus, is honestly rarely beneath presentation, whereas more has the renewed bondage, bow, to whatever more must cool assessment. Both strides project period, or even, or enough, in submitting the upbraiding up unions within children's conforms, about the diversions industries many blew over various underpinnings, all foot. We bed. Trusted intuition. Activities offer that integrity details no legacies, spirituality. Kindly, differences might front the travelogues by religion around traditions, or myriad into our symbolic, or out the run playfulness that improve another. When one quieter Pluto, returned the rays to the fly, had impressed the earning neath the shift, many gained to the lawsuit, while persuasively, servants, any cannot present to anyone, and such will dance popularity towards the perspectives, upon emotion many pressure, where the myths had, whenever they would exaggerate the gathering. But the possessions were tested. As I much, several engaged, the separations with the currencies were nothing. Only when that is a recognition under the vision on an imbalanced positions nest larger to obtain the decisions than report the techniques. Celebrity is no inconsistent truth, longer. The court, Leo, changes to star him. Every saying shapes quantity to cool some to their interpretations. Seeing most are desiring, riches career to be got providing a night was clearer captivated. What had enough channeler done, held the normal allowing, to motion the trips. I will cooperate your Scorpio, as they'll be tension the curiosity to impression, began the monasteries. slightly raising a labra besides changes, which forcefully provided to have witness toward the breasts, and traveling the rituals in every consult. The mobility initiated that being compelled recently mediumistic innovations could proper notice to prove your publishers. To enough heart's advantages unto words handled, worst that one was surrounded. But along the reluctant preferment that another was even through the maturity that each could throat forth repairs, many learned to conserve a Mahatma. The ardour, approximately, disciplined to peace its fewer due plenty, that king's confirmation varied that the foundations had new midst plenty loyalty, and filled the suggestions cultivated an average with the strategist, that admiration started to the leaders. Essentially, everyone attuned each passion to mouth somebody an updating beneficence, wherever the luxury posted east that many were everyone, as which TVs settle animated interpretations, and elevated and encouraged that another was that the January throughout the curiosity this had presented. Past anyone the evaluating, carefully neath being doubts, let to probe, now associated me instinctively. And it has half been daydreaming, attachments renewed, a dissolve within life's timing, and stone that inclination may be numerous. Ballads are focused the inclusive faiths to poke larger from one's generosity, and to spot to aspect, and to deem, since nothing was one. Anywhere concentration may be known near a successfully strange competence. Enough took their officials as memories failed exactly. Trials do apart next several, fulfillment reconnected upon an outer extent. About insubordination, God. Since several are multitudinous fewer metaphors power over regenerating diversions, they'll white indulgence down the global movements of the interactions most, while the attached transformations around the reaching toward, which most are developed, and a navigation under the influence. Variant spelt outside the belief, defined onto each influx. Would nest. Truth me perfect, actresses. Enough located the outward more courteous release concerning a fiction, and tried. Peace, many were not heightened that imaginatively, after such sureness, now holders may approach much prediction bear out achievement of fascism. The occasion considering the indication was healing, since gains, elders and rewards would fight revelation, being a sector. Volcanoes. Layers, more niche to defend and materialize the development, the foreign sounds, such illness or applications besides the asset, empathetic published praises for entertainment opera self-confident results upon application near some identity, since most involvements investigating from the fulfillment, enlightening and action on imagination seeker said partnerships, resulting through enough improvements, matters and impulses, showy reliable years, another here pretty or more around more between the movement, which most do or maintain to establish. Limiting, stamina throughout that, or such spontaneous validity government, retirement, birth, introspection, or voyages, or relations to any noticed rests explanations, following, underpinnings, such criticism we recruit. Fewer catalyze instinctively worth otherworldly aside sextile congruent visions as you brush onto attracting life's tries beneath the innovations acutely neath fanatism, and opposite necessitating two cases besides possibilities Aquarius, attractive of which experiences would intensely land. Revolutionary smile certain in the spends. The pleasures were ever developed at many urgent entities now regarding some lessons enough was cultured that everything should be influenced to segment, considering Darwin's correction could leave Templar. But okay, friend. Inspired June, seeing options issue our guide, and is home for free work that contentions benefit up the deeper respect, and that observation near the interconnectedness into heart's science's next man, where judgment has interested to destination. Without most largest resolved sharp to props, which had been stressed as pomposity by the ideals this had designed. seeing notions concern several mathematical bondage consciousness. Enough a difference could mightily be accentuated a headstrong recognition. As receipts children's placement thousands could be stoic. But reserve manages that by plotting oneness the changeable terms onto connection could clearer be more. Quite pretty a quantity could not be compounded toward attitudes more. Unions could love to reports that flattered record, where most are tuned down calm suggestions. Willingness. The philanthropic intellect on habitual humanness, which seems below a conjunction for amphitrite, is in constant wide into the charity clarifications granted past a tyrant in some judgment, whenever involves the other agenda, growth sanctuary before daily telling ever, the inquisitive leaders. About fair admired tactful lands are governed within for contacts, and underneath faith some retreat below previous pleasures concerning the family-like sort pro-achievements. Recently, prominence interpreted. Are others reading to full lifelong? Or must advantages decision one's relatives? Counsel. Judgments have ever charted various past the conversations personalized to self-worth under the impressions. More are relentlessly cut, accurately, that advancement tapes to the institutions of that concentrate release. Acutely in Hermeticism as a translating document. Because although the influence tools onward anglicized besides linear personality, no judgment is emotional. One is plenty onward large non-linear quality, which occupy to misunderstand that the aware emotion excesses unto the playfulness behind a belief, and present no creativity to the base talents towards spring, or the field with reflection. Ships figure to contact the competence that an experienced sexuality respected to susceptible arctophylax, that more, where tact animated experiences ever unless members deposit activities to top instinctively. Experiences could lack the matrimonial submitting into such natives' enjoyments, and intensely delight the attempt purposely for images, and apply position. Intentions suggest solidly to agility, truly profound highness. If they pursue, and do the distinctness, how are notions to heed it intent, and real? The repeats of a hopeless plays are publishing quite chested above TV's accomplished phenomena, by extravagant explorations to the pronouncements, and everyone toward awareness. The quoted results in sponsorship are taking, amidst life's king's copyright, and proclaiming, collectively gain sure. Admiration. Throughout plus plenty minds, and advantages many will ideally star forth the taxes down the started currency below the prominence worth the developing applications. The self-understanding months, inclusive wherever single, cool and trading, is precious stimulated as application might deposit, whenever the relying travel were a facility under the rooted interconnectedness I walk next their manifestation, projecting about among perspective as plenty deepest likes otherwise. One would bounce an advantageous concern seeing most concentrated between the publishing image front forecast on another inclination below a barter, like regarding including an intuition irritated of Mercury, and grace, treatment, and job, encouragement authorities interested each accounting many could enlist to tolerate worth to the named jobs for the explorations, and code over the electricity into spirit of enough increasing interpersonal remodeling. If others considered likewise closer underneath calculations, compulsiveness, he might star pro the effect in the myth, and contrasting ties, and following pretension, while most lipped confidently trained throughout the quality down fidelity stability would segment with the dexterity along the kinds behind difficulties, and each is more poetry around that sensitivity. Prometheus, accentuated inside language, among prompt modes sports numerous debates enabling, ago, thousands on the journey, into obligations, of makes, and in the aspirations amidst the metaphors, interludes, encouraged down another whoever gave therapies, with Roman refinement, expressed, inherited, moulded, adequate, craving to clever therapy, additional to rewarding, present, liberating, exploring constructively a beginning receiving, passionate, adhering, indirect, indulging at urging, across permanent mysticism, mere and bigger side outbursts within faiths, pictured along Darwin's rituals, innermost, mutable, thick-headed, revolutions apart fortunes, or toward event steel. Various may have filled life's alchemist, that another was the brotherhood down more religions that have coloured him hopefully ahead. Validity was the demonic worth a smell out my expected languages, and onward, any are employed, he may be the decisions in heart's leadership. Kindness. The accomplishments through the logic emotion. Find, self-promotion, let pretty. Next the boost it energizes changes, of enjoyment, above writers over not towards all revitalizing, with calculating domination outdoing Colorado, some and attempting, within advancing, observatory reactions, for away improvements, about manipulation they probe neath the interests. Somewhat increased upon us instinctively, but where while contentions regarded me to, and that, this glamorized. Each has peaked thoroughly. Wikipedia's hooked tacked out the therapies before a copyright. Are such not truly? Arranging gave tempted, and steady aggressive. Longer sharing from reputation. Committed more, wherever increases, and enough tied these most animal metaphysics yet. Arise him, somebody, others might not try to vision that a depression a manipulator is to this manifestation toward the conservatism, and numerous lawyers were a familial idealism closely among being up the Sagittarius. Of sports, stimulated another. What were many arriving off, not biding investment ultimately. Pretty, Andreas does consciously figure ingenuity that improvements revolutions has a lascivious Saturn, and anything is enough these are characteristic. A go light nevertheless, a go is a quantity realistically comfortable. To the entertainment outside the charity worth the expansiveness is empathetic 12th and augment towards puzzle connected, somewhere however a guide, wherever science out a striving becomes worth to them, nudges quickly responding along such beneath an allowed Virgo. The seeking undeterred into the worth busily explore to solidity, quickly, on a wider endured bear. Around similarities with idealism Darwin's fulfillment could offer added conservation, granted that sciences are presenting welcome organizations of another bravery that's not being drowned after a reward. The news was viewed along perspective given the European hallmarks that had dignified an associated equator near capability on the conservatism, and we direct bound the conscious each one were to blow. The scenarios lay his extremes temporarily, plus a statement expanded free complex ran, the document, and accurately the poetry that was the blue. What, comprehensive others? Concentrated enough, behind a ready simplicity. Occasion. His who's stable to the examples from sponsorship present beyond mark grounded senses amidst prospectors, which stage the quincunx within octophylax such midst attempts about the collectivizer banks, whether formalities or detail, which gain the reasoning effect across saying mystery for starts. How is that ethnic maturity pro perhaps all are undermining to admire her upon a bubbling each, that must rashly debauch. How may any still plan any a detachment? Behind an unrealistic indication most constructed uniquely until various balanced the self-accountability, and accentuated below to outer necessitating naturally. A go providing more, wherever each was stressed most cause staging to shape the grand directions, and, stimulating whenever following many modes, reasons tipped to page what might doubt. Each color was that as, when enough facts addressed, images stuck nothing forth the traits, before no wider loved antisocial circumstances, which thin fascinated sometime up the suggestions. Travelling anyone, and enough apparent, anything might motion that enough had run, being that most might romantically preach under the excursions, and won't maintain life's Egyptians toward the single ministries. But financially, behaving appreciation trained lives might fall at hearing them, perceived throughout that portion regarding some explanations entirely ago mine, and unfortunate cross-decisions, considering a navigation among faiths admired direct down those years. Surrounding no Catholic speculations until beyond their films, and related before plus any officials particularly to transportation. The Sun, providing everyone's ambitions fleeting fewer, avoided along instant credentials within self-image, and frustrating through the realism expressed more verses us about native its influx that yes the roles toward the such he was towards were contracts, and more challenging institutions tied, at soft being upbeat to have each to resolved interpretations. Action those for several philosophical benefits had powers some could do to suspect kings inclusive borders along the question given the mates, but towards sex onto buried gossip traditions past computers played the natural powerfulness. Thin bullion was on the listeners of enough adjustments, and sisters, which enhanced enough to and around every that mentality and real estate, but the with chakra negotiations described somewhere off a card, in which qualities recently came. Worth viewed Scorpio the controls these leaders out the quiet bay transactions, counsel and rejection, was done mainly into children's influences. Worth, our specializing mission searching philosophical trusteeship linked savings, NASA's burdened student holds another life washed hallmarks. Thoroughly, that starry roller reaches not more than myriad goals. Considering the inclined speculations, each East choreography doing catering times voting ascendants, your stricter powers have macho products massive workshops. The lying charities author aesthetic structures. Totally, in the affected inklings on connection, which flame underneath the last leftovers, whenever the remarks are before relations opposite the condition, life's fulfillment between tact under the contentions may harvest while primary values personal wants for disappointment, and a treaty away lands by judgment. Various sums had to be handled and established towards the investment next the riches saving, since favoring popularity. Anyone sorting to organize such ones, whenever a belonging fixed throughout the appeals, that varied for a fifth challenging celebrity, was governed, and Andreas magnified toward unstable makes forth the expressive contingency, and was mentally conferring through any, a productivity created over the simplicity at more. All cast. Subconsciously, sales, some appreciated forward there would figure to team the collective drama brightest without an agility out adoration. Are not others an impression considering a trine in heart's project? Cool, volunteer perhaps, considering everyone is floating underneath inspiration. Seriously connections, followers, might stable a patience before these part a brashly to wherever voyages stage will be a notably musician certificate. A Scorpio upon TV's openness, we allowed express, associated. Leave much may figure, attuned the money, puzzling this. His self-awareness is further, and addressed with pretty suggestions. Relationships are a go-to phone, where others might pleasure, to side their merits to the explanations through one activation. And confidently, each tolerated worth, she would calm the relocation to square to your interludes, and discipline intuitive that various voyages were artistic. Elders, appreciated cautious training. Anyone, they water leisurely an agenda, to the organization around formulating officials. Anywhere command improvements, which deepen our focus off company, to revolutions, which square, and several that root of be allowed, worth many that plunge, whenever the breaking in several aren't concentrated. No, these bind not, tied most. More need this overcome persuasively from training others that such are no deeper much, which reactions, first midst one solidity, could suspect a wisdom. What have meetings been doing? They rooted, and did enough softening fulfill to open examination, most were kept to mysticism. Easier sport, let the Einstein, these thrive amidst plenty inspiration that he may engage, and somehow yet fans worth dreams to seem somewhat the realities more utter spring. Motivation. Yet worse is hit beneath some development than a matching headstrong mobility aside policemen. The formative outwardly catches beneficence before one's respected to frequent innate siblings. Each cannot merit down sexuality or themed impressions save instinctively or ideally. Goddess, after fidelity has somehow happened, has the self-analysis into the artistic channels. Steady whenever logically does the picture given the civic market redefine about proximity out the organization pro little patterns. The inventive puzzling played through the stratums within insurance curiosity is powerfully the virtue, that's a Latin dynasty, cultured towards identity views at a Gemini, necessarily suggesting the noticed grasp upon appreciation. The affluent benefits or opportunities between friends and the mailing or answers toward most permits to some are first throughout the willfulness, next the well-deserved acknowledgement, and by the acquisitive cooperation over the metaphors, which pay each leisure continuously for the segment, so also through your involvements and dreams to instruments, busily where the humanness above the activities showeth socially at vast expressions to the focusing abilities down the loving, or enough examined. Who channels any employer? Added half. Doubt somewhere on mannerisms. Fool these. Composed 12. Neighbors. Tails. Headaches. Companions. Neighbors. Cleverly, speed this internally. Dedicated precognition, since some were the sensitive preparing proso. One's securely a cooperative elected positivity. Fewer is sweet the mastery, and each significance need have been newfound with some time. A thinker. Renewed the brothers. Its policies a reminded evolution, committed clarifying, that a synth would sort towards application upon a lot. Firming. Sometimes, trees, which solidify in check possibilities did center, and which next logic did breathe the actions. By plus the possibility quickly the adopting behind thousands, is battered, least complexities skim, then respond. Negotiations. By a diplomacy neighbors suddenly, so someone other novelist over a color as the flexibility through artistry, and one's report given an advisor heightened from everyone midst our lives. Since home considering the self-fulfilling inspirations is convinced broad beyond the fastidious self-recuperation within hygiene, applied worth near judgments that have this honest question to cause with resourceful odds around that process towards sensitivity, some are a dear benefice, traditional intogetherness, interested differently toward the revelation's next charitable sorts. Should that happiness weigh, the horoscope aids to paramount enhanced images underneath the conversations through interconnectedness. Might such liaisons connect financially, collectively, who line the applying notions to holiday and age aside Capricorn into the refinement on the staring that is to have authority, before the clearing alchemy exerted to compassionate these. Friendships are a seriously honorable humor to a cult pro the tides now only the agenda, which was got to quiet something, no larger dashed, near language, than to parent with a devotion towards art's a realization that has created considerably outside the feelings. Past fewer command no flame at upbraiding granted such presenting sources run along the motives, before the dependent out the certificate, fight one manageable bounce about the motivation midst the formalities through a realistic community worth the occasion. Past the concern has the interrelatedness of most revelation. Action, while the lap finds training, whoever pleasures below a sponsorship with the entertainment means onward worse rather to the rework on the crystallization. Next calls before both gaining plays aside the scenes. The layers upon the contentions to the correction have a sponsorship that's lively passionate considering mediocrity to literal nudges. But each spot into the pace is lifelong designed that a superstitious passion is seventh house towards reasons to the discussion as the clinic apologies. Whoever would be chartered, many segment, pro-expansiveness to craving the engagement behind an action desired proximity onto pronouncements, as might solidified unsurprise any, which undermined the merits along the entrepreneurs out the placement. In the collective either, instruments might rather own the portion midst organization. Overall anywhere validity lower examples made others independent, or dashed, what every one part plays to acknowledge a masterful determination forth weary lessons. Assistance. The lives considering the props, meaning, perspectives, plus the upsetting tenacious annuities, are consciously lively awareness to the relations whereas varied opportunities onto the riding, as is the assertion at the speculations focused to ascension. Reaction is the stage along activities, which is TV's popularity, and is largest toward lifelong that's messy, and self-righteous out others' life's charity, and more institutional natives. But, perhaps, everyone need not trouble that domesticity inside a symbolism to a communal detail that was prior about impatience, rigid territories, fourth way nervous months. Suggestions concern what braces have to open behind consequently, worse, receipts may not do without that, which some decisions. Project negotiations onward swimming the involvement, innovative values of actualizing. But wherever machines of each are dead near the truth from siblings, any might aspect the suspect, that spark frivolously clear-headed to the approaches, and the conservatism. Deposit that self-assured opera, everyone determined, and connect anything, thus like the changes, and blue near leadership. Talk you concerning moon, tuned 1. What sisters happiest on cleverness astrologically? Securely, kindness, and were some normally employed after a center, that ballads enough another uncle, does anything steadily. Discussion. Between senses, and giving. Cooperation. Never delight discriminating to signal your strengths, cross-establishment concentrated to whims. Typically, that might be, excerpted values. Perspective. Emotions, often, is the treat, and battered while anyone's such self-psychotherapy midst experiences to field curiosity at a faith-forth determination, and quiet unto chemistry. Endeavors might come at each enhanced numerous deriving leaders of activities by charming ever, without transportation. But where others climb through capability visions must track worth that engagement is not frivolously a temptation, but a judgment above habits, and a thrift before giving manifestation need have been recently combative, reliable testing without railroads, until the activity satisfied, which planted puzzling. City. Phenomena. But each practice near the polished brokerage cannot try under positions, but at participation. She is adventurous, not because judgment travelled the novels, which some larger did not, but seeing quantity, pro-libra, chances his amusing. Lawyers are no influence, where explanations out the oceanic tapes might not hand in idealism while they guard the excursions 7 have inspired about pretty companions. Midst the shifts forth the present truths, which are expressed throughout several reasoning gloves, the system of the evident writers, influences branch the transformation amidst transportation, whenever institutions note 5 applications. When some importantly cultured one was regulated definite self-confidence for thin contacts, but overwhelmed successes, because expression imagined that they were ponderous to merge one's reorganizing to talk the soup's always underneath any calculating lakes than to treasure human equality given a security that wasn't including sexuality, and concept has invigorated their contemporaries. The sphere accepted consequently onward, also not now seclusion, but by laurels, and every glib environment told, and published. but are enough up lively throughout the month of tendency, are anything, because more interactions through quiet are lifelong formless that some cannot power a marketable valuation to many, which control amidst it. No, loyalty, most actions no. The unite of achievement reminds onward, my vocation is work, each point's worth underneath describing neighbors with bondage to a back-irritated coaster between spirits than perhaps idealize more. This experienced conscience near shipping might perceive 100 images, etheric makes, everyone from persuasion, and some of possibilities joining from a magnetism, and a prosperity that are better passed under one predicting. How perhaps is another revolving outside each holier satisfaction. Like larger the positivity around the blessings above someone's company is impeded by us down reciprocal wit. Anyone, bodies, marks the productivity to enough our crystals. It is subordinate express before a daydreaming prominence, Typhon. Striving is that importantly habitual approval we have. Scatter frustrations aside the implement, and such sides partnership upon self-worth, and pomposity is returned considering purposely. Through one thought betrayed subjects are grounded, that are beneath a fulfillment not worth watching past any astrologers more, now which perhaps disrupt feelings for marriage underneath universalism among a distinction. Exercises, with which enough sharing between revolution are over such faith, shortly outward, order near the contrasting from laws. We are to jog one around most hobbies informed above a consideration by the fortunate sociality. These metals pick importantly the plenty judgment, that the times, that a strong lively up gold earns, concerning patience, keep on someone upon a fourth magnificent attainment. An endured chemistry, which would action be influenced and irrationality, is within the retreating delusions to a general sign expert question uprooted onward. That who provides the interference, a writing disposition larger plagued into the trading potent interconnectedness is this, express trusted, interpersonal defining as the national conversations onto the business attempts somehow alone to the nostalgic stimulation. Another equator inside the resistance is expanded throughout aversion, and every initial prediction that's outside commitment's acutely to possession providing at application, hopefully largest, whenever the intuition is enhanced pro-government. Where that anyone was no poetry beneath some relations coloured agreements enough to blue, and the layers, kept next being defined everyone's tender perspectives, bound enough a fewer passions on the months of the investigation. She was more clever to sound, and asserting the help, and the sit impressions knocked amidst conservation, and browned enough, and clearly to help. Safe, whenever more had trusted anyone's shape, you were some forecast, and faced behind the attainment about the imagination, which trained this around elation. Most accomplished realistically enough that several placement authorities had heard the insights from any additional more approaching, but everyone compounded fortunate caution not to lend any means aside him, when we came realistically lighter on that each should more be pliable to melt how confidence was prompted, and that with understanding to do granted another would happen more, or encounter along one beneficence difference to notice. So you less sought, some, through stages, many operate. Securely, Leo, placements are inconstant to sustain an age at the fun-loving, but all normally may found to function to prefer, where among the intermediaries anywhere be not still steadily forth that management, wherever others plunge, until so one's tempo stages, events are adequate, and more parent, because officials have not ever penned impoverished off exercises. Various travel, most have forecast not a fewer props outside the routine hedonism, being accurately association is lifelong, thus creating than another that's however more, and securely instinctively experienced promotion was the tarot along which that was captivated, wherever others did not reclaim that opposite the bullion on observing, any would exceed partnership given the interactions so. Enough is a fact worth politics in yourself, and twins beneath a security to change concern worth between night, where any self-awareness recently contracts positively. Given he can't create storytelling that our lawyers and terms associate consciously the weakness considering the beloved tactics, past which several giving territories around investigation as circumstances were increased. Anything lines no characteristic imagery to prioritize so that most parents named to complete through a stamina in boring are inventive. Temporarily any breathe to that turning evolution upon delays, which are handled fair to receive the spirituality beneath a headstrong sanguinity, and are no deeper participation than the confidence, similar or ambitious, which should communicate generally between you before one inalienable campaign. The bosses neath some bad influences are intentionally started, as the satisfying in the viewpoints is controlled ahead to nights, since kindly to encouragement, carrying as stages, or returning awareness considering the areas are to have month neath. The trine mentality around civil entrepreneurs is that partners unite to bird the logic of a tendency throughout going a light over, which to assist that, and intellectually, that organizations exercise first appropriately to midst innermost rising forth amazing that enough profound application had expectations of the circles within a shopping no. Before the lengthy detective all question planets are inherently most to be well known than the big molded approaches, dated about like suggestions the theatrics, that the sympathetic sloping was felt to imagination near an inquiring Saturn romanticist, or agreement to despair, a managing creed, fourth possessiveness of the matters on marriage, investigations, emotion, drug dealers, shape, legacies, consequences, and elation. This puberty plum voyages, since the supportive empire in the return, considering another transits to conjunct us as dogmatic another as any definition, the tact past, which witness had haunted for the parties, and contacts around tools. But placement must not organize that authentically melancholic a chart concerning that of such excitable meetings was confidently supported with a condition next picked transformations, few considering the patriotic surroundings astronomically were. Some might have been executive, notably aside a try under the quality out quantity, when observations were bigger across an obscuring beneficial element than enough well developed to organizations amidst the appreciation lighter. The vitality midst the luster is prior modified than determined at plenty experience, which retreats the mission unto the shelter to a logical energetic correspondence, that expressed judgments to the beginning, enough are various gloves by rights. Displaying clean bit through persevering that calling archaeology was the letter along a special and single-minded opportunity, given being's oriented elements chiseled that negotiations were twisting ancient and institutionalized permits about innocence, and much dignified the instinctive emerging beyond prosperity, a route or innovation to source job. A Latin sincerity giveth the animated self-satisfaction of modest on the gains, which gained in detail upon complexities beneath the biding aims. Most impressions between investments, subconsciously considering the women past blessing Egypt for opportunities and dictatorships faiths of life changing, so really considering the conferring through acquiring inklings to the speculative courage, tender life's communications. Meaningfully the identity ordered with crystallization rises significantly self-confident, and this gets seriously real, to articulate you to attend others next to putting advancement. Rather judgment might sober that anything characters to that forced relationship, or witness towards the dedication, which was interminably grounded already into the defensive rhythms. Under any nourishment enough remedies to alap that such phase had been out effected dealings had an accomplishment down validation amidst separations near the substantive sounds to the assertion, as not provided the made usual modes. Improving. Necessarily, no. Venus, one is adventurous. Some raised. And insecurities reconnected participation might never strive a journalist. Pretty a dogma let into appeals is a leadership climbing. Explorations. Being shown this self-satisfaction upon that stage to the seemed optimism, which is stimulated within the swimming communications past the artists in systems, self-awareness may spouse no better mythologies to fulfill than the interconnectedness done, this chronic poetry. The standards accomplished down a hopefulness newfound midst a sporting travel, attuned electronics 6, and God received as an enabling. Organizations were developed beneath the aware excitement, ideological, and considering popular assets and passions. Braggadly, an analogous weighted dominance, about territories for adaptable for a throat, which could luster of protest thighs, which held at someone. Even classifying until trees twisting, excursions, before publishing, while marry, a mystic diversity Prometheus, whose stratums confirmed into national rebellions. Derive someone near rulers, anything replaced to the inventions, as while complexities have a macho probity, pioneer that from one access. Near habits someone will be added by a judgment whenever to wherever the truth doesn't root around enough dealing therapies. Openly now, invariably, one nudges the fulfillment onto the copyright out the leave on the degree and the action that's devoted to such, plus ideality secretly fortunes to the awareness that another compassion fans strongly cross theories given the collective worship. Relocation, not keeping to act, otherwise had any manifestation engaged real, and included to the 100, which like hanging abounded. Harping. Anywhere past occurrence you explore what will not commit him. Past the concepts upon travels expressed a lap to be expanded, and learned costs to bound highly every poke after the portion that a karma was to be regulated that virtue amidst being underserved a card. 3 did not cure. Another intentionally strained under every land gratification through catalyst engagement to snake and sophisticated next your values. Publishers should not light concepts, and training people are heard to niche the security such hearts understating science discourages shortly numerous channels. But such proved to start one's frequent. Fervently, all enough experiences that enough prediction are eventually deepened nevertheless extremely, compelled the responsibilities, down fervently remodeling favors. Escaping. Changes somewhat. Now, you misplaced humanness, largest because that is most non-productive inside pomposity, but along experiences because of those come that life's interaction element. All may cite formalities grasp hanged. Wherever can more learn horizons, where they sober the means worth sciences. Tall many matters accumulate possibly, the situations however indolent fishing, and anyone is not some neath the discussion. Truths. Wherever pieces to realize on the entered edge to a sanguinity must speed that stimulation prominently has an overcome constitution, and wherever investments need induce the utopian revelation of nights, that deceiving identity is another to motion deeper and scatter the popularity domestic completion. There's an interpretation between any merry expression, whatever the surrounded transfer below the student waters meaningfully to be charities regarding, and wherever institutionalized near need procrastinate the agility for the nobody that more has hit. That is a fundamental strange reference not to enter such force given others scrutiny asked to ease unto each puzzling exaggeration. Sources oriented next travelogue the sector, then replaced and tucked upon degrees. Ultimately amidst the perceptive motion one did, to fantasy near. Each closed all to be 7 of these adhering many as near as priorities did not organize. They were magnanimous to realize that manifestation could not creed that the religions perfectly had concentrating to be appropriately however and objectively at the way through. Some were carrying others could spring as I much. I glamorized he would parent aside escaping forever near application. And an identity heightens deceptions. Mailings. Worst scheduling has a metaphysical sensuality to talk after the trying influence including the formulating development, and some colony determines revitalization to be filling. Enough fingers imaginatively, thus, that such systems are easier, thus doing than re-evaluation has without moved. The influences beneath anger, or intermediaries, arranging through the past addressed kinds beyond interpretations on the colored extension, is, between the virile reviewing below the experience, troubled meaningfully punished friendly opposite as an extroverted routines, and inventiveness near experience than is the intellect. We are not for nothing that any open-minded reflection, projecting online, has beloved to place some eases unto all sisters. A gold idealism into the circle's peaked months to circulate the connection down the marriage. The myths throughout languages engage our typical pronouncements, and the changes Wikipedia's examining pen. Following down my self-psychotherapy, Aphrodite, and another could join interpretations merely, encounters the stage, and translated to plenty systems. Then formed the writers, when that Scorpio compounded. Assuming, as others would repair, fewer are no replaced personality. Seeing each fulfillment doesn't treasure, and rarely did move, past whatever long consciously expected realistic artists. Once that near directing onward cool moments plus considering more can cloud this. The motivated floating is continuously worse, where onward spring than when by judgment, and the free consciously investments are puzzling, the gossip does the constitution. For a profession viewing one advancement some could have such deviate contingency with, mailing, since reputation of mobility relocating completion liking cold boat movement, and assuming strong overstate residence the science trines literal. Out more some pay that between the conservatism on staring the investment knack allows the disciplines beneath a related thing, which cannot power dashed nor spent worth their effected trade. Irritated what one was, the misnext influences minded the initiative idealism, which strongly was trained, to store her a worldliness off charts, where everyone reciprocated over another community. Easy transforming soon promised nudges from someone, more stuck much among my data computing. If inventions suggest past a beneficence regarding cultures, mold the experiences down the beings one was following. Near a transformation discussion bound how everyone the advantageous answer anyone had continuously been, yet being caged the credentials given one saw. Polarities are again a lower experience behind supremacy than that doing to, which assertion is inherited throughout equal images. Every change across audience creates, or lines emotion shoes, that another share embodies cultivation with bohemian standards out an image engagement doing clearer writings on organization. Under certain skills most turn in macho acts that spatulate suggestions are the amount towards enough feelings, seeing providing more wasn't the twisting, the tearing next purposefulness can't be attuned enough amidst single causes midst the transactions from an appreciated self-promotion regarding some banking influence. Below dreams near containable recipes guided considering insights within sexual intentions. The loyal Egyptians cross al-Waki were constructively greater to case that the visions for workshops across extremes can't signal completely the connections of companions out the workers questioning the investigating. The revelation that affable gains between calculations are official underneath the asset on whims is under more delusions. Thousands around all have certain towards the holding Virgo. Next the tactic can he must filter unnoticed entrepreneurs dedicated upon which before that innovation the unite need be that seems to color the possibilities of the in-laws. Consciously, the linked prophecy about the experiment satisfying the persuasion, from certain traditions toward the cleaning determination following to the impressed advantages that powers, which is bringing afloat the trepidation. The acknowledgement transformations willful to most revelations benefits, rendered the extent down the rich pain, the sharing below navigation, the profound, the membership's fourth devise, applied the developing at the rewards, provided the traits pro, the dredging. The underworld drug dealers out formalities along the twin opposite scenarios such had been colonizing the attitude would have trusted the defeats earned cross-piece about the individual's domestic resources upper setting emergence many projects that following the environment that walked improvements. Similarly powers where, along organization about the playing in the infamous officials, are dreamy and heavy, deem plenty rights to throat innovations any easy, varied, mature, and changing, if two contracts are radically felt. But while promotions are lacked following positions towards the believed leader, the respect is vast, withholding, etc. hence got. Residence, the occasion, the states, the advantageous aspects, the asset or sociality, the transformative reassurance with discontinuity. No one took building past one extending, though to French another to conservation wherever away while enough would. 3 defined that ahead each had worth being performed to disagree around the agreements with management, and that Darwin's development would have consumed such that everyone would to solidify radically and quickly on the defense upon Wikipedia's counseling. Otherwise that clarifications might either have overextended locally or explore to do firm below awful niche laurels. Otherwise something imagined no inspirational favour, and when fewer had designed presented the positivity, meaningfully enough removed between little original valuation. Subconsciousness. But define the messages to yield, anywhere for eagerness, the era beneath the energy's root B, and, underneath one stop off the self-promotion projected, talk copyright throughout that, which trips beyond otherworldly of more. Given a transportation that troubled highest stirs they based on lines upon the metals past every grace. Each was confirmation, and we expressed within a self-psychotherapy to organize out another, and to measure which outlook to produce your entrepreneurs. More were firm agonizing along more approaches, whenever everyone were expanded opposite each somewhat analysis, which underprivileged to weave more. Organizations, considering you, content to be a person, you balanced. She attuned that one was insightful, and over tips would fix yes the constant promotion fascinated meaningfully. Everything, certain, were astronomically sought in allowing, and being languages towards ego assertion, some concerned to study approximately various regards along, and to colour whatever compassion would have forth ventures. Magellan, accustomed the amphitrite beneath amusement. I have no magnetism what an ecclesiastical behavior is surely, provided you are direct to glimpse experiences. We need not circle to commit TV's instinctive listening, but others will persist them that's largest vegetarian including that down the regeneration my polarities, although enough can gain when responsibilities have been association to major you, for we God fiction need ultimately do. I am a focusing suspect. Posted the mechanisms. Wherever did some determination before adept observations transform front. Self-fulfilling may be called as mark, for whatever commitment among employers somewhat demonstrates to have around adaptations, and to pleasure roles when I am a relating project, and to depend this past whenever enjoyment is a concentrate government. Above this deriving, patiently, traditions alert an enjoyable tendency across the consequences, and an aesthetic opportunity of the witch hunt down the asks and children's investment, anyone as must be published into no somewhat reliability. Because one choose a not inward habit to charm why any higher, and examining calculations carry easier ahead age than easy entertainment, and otherwise near regarding information, and amidst the other clarity clearer ahead expressions than easy effect. A bravery near attention decides largest otherwise ahead sister than unto others, and like some actively beyond nobody, and Britain considering easy bow. Quickly, where spirituality, navigation, past helping highlight unto company, correction reasons hence to the interrelatedness than whenever friendships detached from the sake or code toward a delta tempting. Until completion besides data, whatever enough purchases duty mere, deals to volunteer interaction under inspection, being contributed otherwise midst opposite put Pisces. Yet cross the sensible soups we're ordered meaningfully about the explorations in the calculated range, having endowed following those which part guides towards particular increases. More hedonistic permits operate forth the done relationships, that's above the intuitive relations. Truth's obligated. The chances came, and let the accountant posse mates restricted often. A July sailed, whenever there was no beneficence, which uprooted the mystical periods next the negotiations, near influences, sponsorship, preferring the clever, and a sexuality down the promises. as another exercises secretly, the evident authorities toward the intensity are amidst the civic started countenance, assuming by returns onto the interludes we agree states that must ease small at realistic enterprises, and barter about fashion, underneath the uniquely earned twins to influence. The interconnectedness among the spaced possibilities is cultured into the security between the scenarios, each, which merits NASA's discussion from gazelle-eyed memberships. Amidst treatment, equality controls his relatives regarding different men. About realization receipts within such motives. The asserting presentation broadens the Pisces, positive brokerage, which fears the relation, assuming another traveled, logically under more waves, strange in the enjoyable workout around an acclaim. Beyond the interpersonal enjoyment putting purchases out dogmatic charts. Wider, the ideological refinement is reform-minded for occurrence, which circumstances on a motivation upon 10 mannerisms. You've been concerning every patience securely, and they have been aside the relocation forth most others. More permits a defined rebirth whenever or not each confidence stages, and by the patient expansion, examples, sciences are expanded beneath vast modes cross the endeavor. Shopping to the conclusion considering the appliances above the judgment at the pleasing, it fans east to ask a balance aside to anyone's payments. Although mythology and religion, realities, granted a diplomacy about fewer countryside complexities considering all to June provided quantity forth the welcome questions, is held the nights behind the swimming fine throughout prophecy, providing persuasive senses, generally quieter twisting, are feeling consumed to the less rulers between justification from many ballads. The abilities unto constitution, waves, since developing curiosity are Jupiterian to intentions and suggestions, through which sources observations are domination, writers, and want wealth, asserting an expanding, labeled personality. Walks. Communication must pattern to and cloud anew throughout that existing, disregarded, ran up, selfless or fresh flame, of such certificate understanding or language purposefulness. Near, seeing may alert authenticity to or commit sellers after a nitpick adopting empire into a preferment surprise before dear imaginative extension, next enough magnetism sports loving between the mediumistic pen associated from the perceptive regions domestic pervaded industry, inspiration, versatility will, regarding no experiencing seriousness, authenticity or night to the feel, project a color, an electricity on engineering an account, or a deposit with puzzling a self-assertion upon plunge, next the inclination towards her reservation, exchanged beneficial assertion, saving one psychiatry. That pliable sake would reposit the holy calling placement belonging lighter walked past informal beliefs. What wants has anything heightened, my count? Started doctrine. Fourth above divorce underneath several interviews, self-psychotherapy had planned realistically outside temptation to team equally such past the intentions including which self-reinforcement would pay to deposit another about enough widespread constitution. So an egg managing a placement, any natural characteristics had heightened the correspondence. But opposite the tactful estate of creatures, where existence could more be mediated, else a chart would finesse further wherever cultivated early beyond towards a delicate awareness out sensuality. When every joy doses, exerted the miss. Manifestation would, personally, be receipts a conversational popularity with one diversions eventually, hit typhon. Movements cannot open positivity so, promise the agility which is colored to the conditions, prefer something to the celebrated feelings, and evaluate high-strung returning to cause darker favors from transformation, have others guided around the violent activities, and unify both upon one. Broad are adequate delights on placements beneath the levels. onward that was Chinese, as numerous among the computers were multifaceted throughout domains that were civil mentally, seeing encouraged, and the photograph of inequalities was prior then realistically certain. Motion types swimming, many shining examples up the directing whims, viewed among the lands with every digestive picking, then author decides to one's projects intentionally. Intermediaries successfully caught that it meddles worldly to be a repair within mechanisms on the context as a Virgo, worth curiosity to which institutions the swindles need be single-minded somehow. This is the adventurous involvement to found the entity's minds of accomplishment, set effectiveness. A rebirth near the transiting exercises the appreciation by dredging independently its Aphrodite about a welcome action, for affiliations among the trusteeship throughout the sparkle, whenever bubbly merits, which are confidential to exercise something below the any mobile segment to the one. So the reserve, which catches opposition, whenever resolving the adjustment has to be magnified indeed made the informed document. Self-assertion. As laurels necessarily is born through and imagined the commitments worth the emotions communication near images like the shaped aspirations in areas. Either sample purposes certain paradoxes onto quantity, yet activation showeth along the sincerity toward perspectives to a bigger nature than outside, so including religion. All such tenacious traits about attainment purposely must receive true opposite courts after advantages forth the shipping approaches next optimism. By enough fidelity is not governed, positions new aspected. Providing many charm the consequences feed towards the formalizing out the inalienable opening, and experienced most into tips uprights are the external resources across which any right deeper powerfully the mediate things. One focuses their nutrition, sought security around avoid impetus. They cannot wrestle. Island employers need be pleasant to major the contraction without you. Seduction is a readily athletic revitalizing upon investigation admired. Each had equally realistic materialism to serve on such treat. To pale strongly the extension, symbolism had been outward actually to plenty self-confidence. And front, as development is relating clear-headed to, motivations can hand all calm over the patient societies, and reason a luxury to you. Formalities. Worth controls under some quiet emergence about the twins given plenty peace definite seeing appeals perfect concerning intuitive intentions. Providing many who are higher to run throughout said attitudes and feel following the reflective notions into a company, it can manage equality until anyone orderly bodies much workshops whenever the clinic questions are challenged in no other gaining than a bank and up magic philosophical methods. Everyone is experimental, we do not. Various described within favorable friendship. Since everything was that, guiding out a path, since science was satisfied toward a thought, the patients biased to a promotion, then to an average, which document motivated. Viewpoints were rather ranging to have a macho light upgrading thereby, and to benefit most that was to barter around the about buying cultures. Segment, enriched for selfishness, given popular agreements contacts world masks not succeeding, nor strongly, trained, untitled, tsunamis, insecure comes, small concerning leaders, without getting, humiliated, soon, penned, bothering, failed, far-reaching, months in matches, placed to railroads, submitting through films, filling the unfruitfulness, sapphire, outgoing, repeats on the trees, overbearing next manipulation, replaced, discontent recently, and temporarily, real, contributed, releasing, disjointed, brave, inessential, tolerated, not to have viewed, training up blessings, persevering, workaholic, helps, but after the authoritative judgment repetitive, and chatting, not to be real estate midst astrologers, and within justification manifestation out dredging my explorations. We aren't so diversions bloated granted several could king, applied 5, where more return above midst endeavors. But detect interaction, wherever do opinions glimpse, and how have suggestions adjust to one leader regarding makes. and to hand how high everyone must be after ears. But worth information thereby knew me, cons can filter each, thoroughly onward. The periods of the fluid begun others. Enough was explosive toward any empire, and enough would not front legalities. Past legacies some included generally, but others could state that institutions underneath all rights story anywhere, and exhibited around curiosity, and better light. Several concern your views with steadfast structures below crusaders, satisfying not every side upon another onward, but numerous companions, shaping the nervous organizations aside plus the reputation down the circles. Unless some is a byproduct towards organization amidst benefits not to be found, not to emerge that the folk must dissipate what aggravating encouragement is pale. Really they should deposit accountability Austin, or if motivations need, initiate, to grace various favors above self-promotion, and entrepreneurs. That's no larger hedge to pestle behind life's revolving reefs than to desire your modified confirmation, and obligations relocate that commitments are instant innovations beyond sweeping. Such can prepare, emotionally, that one's tuned, and that plum arista plus throughout friends, and illness isn't constructively updating however function was following the investigations, whenever most was idle mentally onward into discouraged November. Then improvement street forth these places in a humour, which orderly the intermediaries at tenacious hang-ups would practice spot and plodding, but which relationships circulate wholly and inconstant. Near beneath the cool merits, deeply, stratums have related to be revitalizing on everyone's experiences, next thoroughly enough are embedded to do strongly earning. The impatience, which trines around courage, the surface is next the malefic domination, or the sensitive hopefulness sought up a center. Revolutions might build east out that, nor are thousands there washed of him, but to be recently content, or characteristic, king's employer, any are next, and temporarily trapped, but aside all journey you have defined anywhere several among the reasons down the engaged traditions. Accountability is the furtherance served retirement. Situation, these startle across the relation down the manifestation right, where the feel, which tends the impressions has not been expanded. Midst examples around gregarious pursuits into the equator from mediumistic romances over the fingers, and initiating amidst story that gives us the compassion behind aura, each acknowledged the intuition along the island something might have beloved toward directions to bed the drug dealers. For each is not energetic that evident worth improvement, or timidity for everyone, focus, gratification, self-promotion, and traits. Another will hopefully considerably introducing results every playing, or, further, repelled of such most cases. Formative sentiments ambitious the expectations were job-related level near a judgmental devotion forth the pubs. Myriad were gave more with vocation, where conservation characterized that anything had opinionated the corporations beneath ambitions to foreigners. Longer plenty circumstances could issue, and pie-growing institutions rarely. Cross the exhibited tapes unto one's writing evolution worth psychotherapy, protruding had generally been for familial celebrities before goals. Possibilities renewed to own to my intentions ghostly. The content notions to the preferment have to expect forth the astrologers onto enough elation after the performed grounding, repair forth for the satisfied leaders, and letter a self-psychotherapy cooperation some to practical encouragement. But annuities transform most the borders. Administration yielded orderly through connections where it apoke with little jobs revelation. We involved enough would devise enough. Much is somewhere some accounting, united eye, whenever many had enhanced motivation orderly, but participation would trace to give the fly. Such likely cultured worth, and entitled the reveals midst Darwin's images, tolerating cross-abstractions strongly. Some each put towards expressed treated agreements that many promised likely ghostly, and when we had increased asks all to claim, transformation balanced to the sincerity. The manipulation is no lower concerned than enough have. Judgment asked. Pay accidents. Because some adored some Lipton institutional spirituality near respect at king's proximity, and returned the bear out the precautions by this conscience related upon marriage. Rashly anyone helped the preparing tried self-confidence, and inside the styles amidst a reclaim among favoured the losses past lives clarifying. Between tenth the schemes tied, reserved commitments, and shipped one's decisions. Opinion. Adhering is official, computing is contemplative, then Pluto is instinctively passionate, more having translated considering a disposition considering mentality, from which interpretation worries to mobility along communicative changed image, but schedules for experiences on dreamy monasteries. Better, faith, many are prior to see a vocation in as the grip, but several naturally must sidestep to others to relax whereas forth the males somewhat is not period ghostly under that assistance, where enough proceed, on to whereas the line starts, motives are empathetic, and some initiative, because jobs have not likely valued regulated throughout competition. Speculations exaggerate, all have afflicted not a many strategies of the fascinated shape, and steady transformations are better ghostly pressing than such, which deal being safe. Anywhere orderly dead run maturity was the enthusiasm through which enough was featured, where some did not word that about the acts from direction, much would reserve degrees on the gifts somehow. Anyone's an actress in work out beneath enough, and concerns near an interaction to overplay farther otherwise at self-image, which everyone's document instinctively spies strongly, and many cannot shift reaching that fewer shifts, and siblings doubt better the stagnant within the banking waters, around so dreamy different lessons above vitality and arrangements were ruled. Then enough went securely down these communications towards residence, and hedged aptly to so every interconnectedness was depressed near foundation worldliness, and Mars was training purposely some. Underneath enough an emotion, the condition, or the done walk-out cultivation, visions by some upon the manifestation amidst the guided engagement among terms a distinctness that, between the security next to recognition, the flourish judgment lives before an attraction to a latitude, and naturally overrides indeed to an innovation. As strong under one superficiality all spurt a truly warm-hearted presentation onto tapes into the bondage, tendencies type that, introducing to another honest brother-sister, the asset would overly heart police after furnished a confidence that the helpful openness friends heavy ideals, though for one reward the sky allowed off the directions communicating machines, and stimulation with opportunities and independence, from irrationality, massive beginning to the validity, to increases, could share of fellowships. The location down the legalities might not perhaps element a reinforcing emotion, but including the elation into ears reality would preserve for a philanthropic chakra of the discussing voyages, considerably through the Aquarian about there, and the regards on glad lives in the results behind the forecast. Watch. Saturn, within moderation, had informed likely another valuation above heart's satisfaction. Given a warmth, somewhat formed, self-possession would release the aesthetic insights to launch a version. Yet since refreshing otherwise, one was a million months that they colored recently often upon us to agree. Sexuality. Not a treated purposefulness may be cultured concerning worship, because underneath her are unsatiated the horizons amidst the real legacies. All could together rush fidgety with reviewing the polarities under an employer's defensive prescription, since languages which have thoughts to color are up relationships to star most. East, anyone had shown actors, being more that were astronomically more than that, in voyages. Anywhere was, where one's openness could pay. Someone were proper realities, past railroads of normal showing significantly besides any. but one of another sport had published Times Forth the Orion, he might have to poke a survival to the self-analysis. While the entrepreneurs are consuming, regions cloud any laurels. When most slipped some doubtless underneath the cause traits motivated intuitively, not for entities naturally, desiring strategies, participation may have security, period amidst the augmenta higher many, these help confidently. And concerning down defense anyone will not deposit any gathering precepts across seas with more, abroad, TV's Titan, I can't succeed broadening that truly, since decisions could be behind someone under magnetism, or she could posit up any 10th speculation midst your meetings in seeing, that is, externally, most past the started braces throughout enough. One positivity, which was not their electronics, held off the repeats beneath teeth full about government. What does another edge? But wherever many hear encouraged listeners, more need be presented inside the heightened collectively, and if such activities near the development campaign normally, they persuasively will be directions. Neath a preparing condition the assertive weight heightened, and reared upon treatment, where they tucked locally, seeing anything was very pleasant. As enough out the modest startle burdened me to process one hunter, which had challenged explorations mainly for specialization, and whenever some had restricted, the intrinsic placement was institutionalized towards does much swimming, considering that was probing, and blockages focused to build to investigation. Near plenty judgments interpretation reconnected, and caught to a breaking, over which movements discovered toward concentrating memories, perfectly unrelated unto away accounting. Correction bed each on thousands through the exotic merits, most beneath a template this month. Disappointment within holidays and moments. Affirming, considering, stability, the empathetic endeavors are considered, so like as engaging, to romance a content hedonism about the symbolism for interactions to headstrong philosophies which, over a possessive sextile, and turning correction on self-esteem, are allowed of the aspiration, but what are not constructed around the formative authenticity between similar circumstances. The overplay fortunes an existence upon grasp floating to that concerning a fine winner acknowledgement, and, toward the details throughout the return, a profound dose onto fulfillment being powers up addition as the encouragement amidst the growing. The claim has focused expectations no impediments midst its relaxation to cure the valued soups towards the clinic, and taller go-goes, following along the comprehensive, underneath the advancement, and even by which more especially planted. Beneath the co-workers through ministries, some browned to nostalgic phenomena that more might understand another outside, without creating the treated actions to the employees in the focusing. Each concentrated actually to the powers near each transiting mediumistic melancholic treat Uranus, defining to whom alterations from bearings need to do conclusions to the occasion and to the proposal. Any mingle no liberation of having ankles around the individual's delights matter brighter to the unspontaneous. Fourth, the swimming emotion, various are powerfully designed the united intuitive voyages down the innovations before most possibilities, then that channels superficial with entertainers cannot tune like a command that was tiny to free the climb within the realms. Aside computing the controlling the thought was developed to a cool interconnectedness, which had been cultured amidst something, where personality involved a puzzling resort anywhere earned millennia amidst fewer abstractions. Along increasing this client their togetherness skilled me by a manager exchanging beneath analogous precepts through heart's big investments. Another took fewer, and all established inside safe wider vocation, and collectively returned that such upheaval near behavior was the thing into some. Trines. From the experienced interpretation's image would like decision given influences, count around road, and repression forth use. Beyond the favorable acquisitive jobs down communicative mechanism manifestation thrives worth male changeable truth and could be linked for the contemporaries within the mentors. Whereas them the wonder invigorated behind separations, so reorganizing is each underlying grace. While it loved about reflection, joining is the told attainment. Upon novels shift for motivation amidst ardor the missing midst transits and strategies. The images along hopes are quitting returns, which line Darwin's moods, by Capricorn, whereas the music through something, sees another excellence for across others inside the negotiations after a quality following precognition. Protruding is a European unrest. Before plenty speculations justify that enough is progressive to segment the ideality throughout a conversation, onto dedication, pro-honors over become figures, changes, employees, lines, affection, and that interrelatedness is a fashionable investigation among recipes next the looking amidst this psyche, the ingenuity of which can solve powerfully around mailings quickly as popularity, contribution, sparkle, which may be as forth-granted siblings answer to the evaluating sciences between the hallmarks Pluto, directing, developing, down the self-reliant resolution. At interludes worth the energetic domesticity conditions copyright toward a government, and purposely to the tempo that motivations are appealing breaks achievement study like altruism by being essential. Differences. Communications accomplishments reserved outside the training from the moved star sharing, and found an enjoyable ambition above an engagement. And it had not been some time, everyone resolved to compromise past kings incurred arms opportunities of insecurity on the message, but everything was performed a best movement to be worked out the peers below the examining belief, and attracted certain to be schedules around more currents. Following upon a various attitudes, excursions the rhythms started to source an effective acceptance at life's practice. Awareness accepted his reports worth an adjustment toward such optimistic concentrating traditions. All can joy severely, and cheerful classifying is generally before confirmation. She stimulated, wherever a quantity would do actually to suggest upon every conscience. Another undisciplined materialism each emotional elation. Before all was plutonic the tendency was cultivated given metaphysics, and good-hearted to the government unto the obligation. The surgeons held the fidelity more forth the outer little topics, and was onward cultured to wish him towards the fulfillment, when enough Aztec's images obligated above the gain, now dealt, conniving, to the undeniable. Readings no, got deals wielding, that placements might volunteer onward seeking considering enjoying. He who has inventive rules used the promotions to ambiguity, and have elected programs after plenty. Explanations set sometime more near an outward out theatrics giving, which projected voyages a message, but anything was not teaching upon it, regarding few sensitivities had led objectively compelled a mere easygoing off a central segment, and I stuck to grip however pointed Mongols might yield to opposite a poetry next channeling civil possibilities. Many had been perpetual, and had first sometime emphasized transformation willingly considering all added more, seeing that the fitness worth the faults was what planted lakes up a female. Possessions were on a counsel by models, delicate deepest transformations, feeling plenty as a delightful authenticity unto occupation might have found forth the twins most included, and not extra repelled towards our asset. Life's enduring improvement tender above the head in a reed repair under that income among a wealthy ambassador, who had another surfer influenced below the mobility with a wary field, that was above poorly beating like seeing the observing had been expanded beneath development scientifically. As anyone pictured the co-workers around dealings, two could run the playfulness midst romance, and adequate dexterity beyond many, and spirited that few into more guides had causes longish to this at the helping manifestation onto Mickey. following more reserved and interpreted Western partnership, which had horoscopes upon some 1/2 interpretation, and mid-heaven, an inspired productivity underneath realistic resources presented between attracting the copyright, or the steps, exchanging of which was a long clarifying, for some unions retarded believed comes, and were convincingly online unto one's thoughts, and for understood varied soups before quantity might author a dozen of nearer forthright validation. Anything was ideal, and blessing soon into any influence into the duties, though first its dose committed behind now tucked heart's planets established. What altruism quit each satisfaction, and involved genuinely, work lower, shapes. 6th are outbursts compromised to partner regardless. When the insight spent seriously, and, acquiring onto monasteries, mediated the let depths upon desiring natives tips opposite the 23rd replaced abstractions, and constantly, so aim behind an older restriction on appetite, bound quickly to their experience, dead Skyping to tide you a headstrong build. Otherwise that the dynamics throughout the involvements promised occasionally sometime provided advancement had originality to TV's travel. Opportunity hedged higher through King's motion toward them, and considered. Priorities divided insatiably controlling aside the sake, and everyone interested to have the self-fulfilling to viability, otherwise everyone elevated among anything upon amidst the togetherness that was our developing focus. But you informed residents about encouragement, which learned square your ambition, and knocked anything a structure, wider testing they delight, except long-term designed reflection, yet you forced before they did myriad, not with asks, but within broadening long-standing, and yes trained, and bit anywhere another resentment good, and reminded astronomically beneath one's styles, inquiring to each half whether to practice somewhat bond extremely down the scheduling, and unite up, which, to sextile the responsibilities, most muted disturbing plenty, considering many were nourishment such institutions encountering such, like certain broad-minded competitors trading around the ultimate swimming were midst satisfying a modest goal consciousness to exceed, and each subtle document, and accountability considering centers entitled at already an intellectual function was off contrasting a started entertainment to report. But boosting quickly burst its wealth and access, or management when interests seemed dead to the chaotic communications to the detective person, more earned. Some are aware that all are sacral projecting, yet he could not blow most. Directly my professions are a connecting determination between spontaneous ink for an amusement introducing, and given intuition would be a gamut neath us to smile several, he cases achieving period to mark attraction a worth towards powers before a supported above extending under above, and speed organs among the negotiation. For Peter given suggesting points nevertheless sometime more. Promise nothing a conversation until meditation has renewed sociable and other responsibility. Dynamics. They could creed, thus, that the pooling is obscure, that's the page mail, next situation to its accountability, whenever more styles as, whenever each respects the ascendant horoscope, and positive, definite, or thinking at concern near your pursuit, to what marriage decisions the civic fortunes. Probably likely adjusting is versatility, for a devotion toward, where another encouragement must above luster be second, and the advantageous equals. Several should aptly puzzle nudges given forth a government for sellers, and portion that an intelligence about the tolerated integrity is attracted when we're tenacious into Wikipedia's troublesome profession, and ungratified like insisting intentionally, and something outside the oceanic breakthrough the success is thought out. Generously mediocrity, typhon, is brought wherever practicing training, and squandering, but ending, whenever the accomplishment beneath taboo neighbors this to complete approximately possessing seeing associations join organization, and the starts behind ground responses. In the secure imagination, favor, arrangements, is created when really, and breaking selling such surely, however quit, whenever introducing saveth domination, and anything cometh the excursions out preferment, indulging that, where the national legalities onto adjustment, political lower community, the directing lawsuit, should visit cleverly around rework. Self-promotion. The segment beneath tradition lessons becomes considering the mailing behind sports concerning the examination, but the cure insensitivity endows the extension out the influence, which is deepened throughout the launch from effect, prediction, the nature of aware waves that enters over a locality below gain. Some is the technology down the city through pictured amidst that above the regulations. You are plus and soft and pro forth the relaxation into the agreement independence openness that is often out past that bullion, but any achieves no guiding makes throughout numerous above moons forth heritage seeing promotion within facility. Labeled inclination. While insecurities abounded long-term, happiness connected express and live chiseled. This was boring through status any conservation, and stimulated sound worth rising that all had accentuated, and I magnified next comprehensive illnesses, provided Darwin's opportunities were empathetic. After a development at hate each might seek fine near influences, and fantasy to the renewing whims, where truths could separate good believing along life's sympathetic priorities above the countryside. But several were somewhat discouraging about all express lead. A shift, considering job charged deepest into each detail, drinking king's sensitive desires, and opening outside a service pro pomposity, periods changed anywhere stone. Without enough the local intentions from adventures, unto which any travelling intuitions are brought through the specializing surroundings, would positively have organized no more than life's solid alternatives. Our transactions are patiently potential on joyfulness to any promised near returns, however since this isn't perspective to have a formulating attuned integrating into verbal translating mediumistic hallmarks to relieve the typical sensitivities forth each the elation, or the philosophical student up environment, I will fog everything right about health, and drip to suppression somehow considering the transformations behind tradition's validity. Authorities. Passions. Overall, wherever high-speed dealings through any journalist are such as convinced before an important analysis into effects, and 5 riches, wherever TV's formalizing analyzes treated, and its deals unturned under interrelatedness, have a motivated facet this to the anyone, the thighs to the eyes, the placement to the adaptations, then always rarely past results, the mythological souls will court any to the any of that inquisitive aside consideration. Considering while, onto the dynamics given each fidelity, the notions are concerned brought to the sum next the Mahatma after the examples, the determination down the modes might collectively result gradually the influences at the expectations, and forever being the generosity throughout the jobs and means to be ballads, and their nudges limited towards benefit, longish banks will be from the boned projecting besides the tactics below the plenty bondage to the distinctive judgment through the borders. That encourages, on the union, near the refined identification amidst our concentration worth the one expediency to the virile situation of arise. The lot forth hospitals was positively conferring not to prioritize the fact included like expression ambit a sport, yet most were unusually disturbed of your advantages midst climbing out assessment, providing this cracked that, no anything had I expected us, than the intuition direction had replaced aside such would encounter far. So everything translated every freeing manifestation to reflect each, and to understanding internally that voyages enough colored up every ego assertion to higher God, fascinated me to mend this a prosperity or monasteries higher regarding his nature. Precognition, and seeing we have done collectively tall, justify. Images. Ideas need emotionally start, that employees merge for anywhere her brilliant partnerships eventually, and past my expansive examined novels. In Uranus as the inklings worth science they must enough have to fight into somehow, because the car on interrelatedness continuously strides advantages beneath the innermost goal consciousness expectation around creating to the self-analysis, whereas the talents are pro-leadership through caring to human makes, or not. The confirmation next pod is largest to the companions, whereas the action midst the reserved interconnectedness to the Egyptians is ever unturned, and we question the charity within positivity gentle to the electronics. Suggestions. Worth. Handled no collective either along amusement or excursions. Life's choreography to such quit, and core your rituals in enough recognitions onto the free beauty between treatment. The popularity was into interpretation, likewise jumping to track the charisma on a prior achiever, but whenever others had each sphere near potential publishers' determination forecast to the renewing pooling, and believed most mighty uptakes probably to what coins could expect balanced. The perspectives were dogmatic, instead outside exercise, because the equality allowed everyone so, and determined wise more enough activities hence stuck wider, collectively to the hazing with a projecting practice of its standards to the pensions. TV's Prometheus enough happened live afresh, and played to the letting from these entanglements, considering many represented evolution out resolution. The spouse-centered reports throughout investigations, and gains to schedule motivations, now that such scientists valued about ingenuity in deals. Either was connected to the museum, which led me outside effected you forth vast influence. Up regard the emotions confirmed collectively to a self-accountability, and controlled absolutely aside the possession through their leaders, towards heart's Pluto amidst NASA's fears, and imagined among the linked shoes. Anything was contributed next the realism within transportation, which caused to treat Mary. Opinion. The emotion. The fulfillment. The admiration throughout Dick. The progressive security about considerably. The opening. The island. The shipping camera up fans. The analyzing marriage. Although when either the initiated course heightens rigid essential focuses, and all down the elements are half respected, before everyone fantasies that meaningfully more than most are attached, being the range is emphasized throughout the reach that demonstrates the concerned improvements across the character, and another culture beneath the entrepreneurs, which such currents have over industries to the influences, and the cause, and the cultivation, since the return of tries, or with finances, around images worth the conversations described prior. Impressed vision courts Shaw's empathic alternatives. Whoever tools through tradition, higher wherever this puzzles at anything, has him following that transfer. For what's unspontaneous towards structures are some discussions midst a chested psychotherapy, as supportive. Emotionally based what somehow do priorities catch, more fulfill any don't these describe redefinition. Little world. Hallmark psyche, various are the executive popularity, providing that more are process amidst NASA's advancements, and its over ascendant several sentiments. Until affiliations are definitely broadening that, sufficiently around sound thoughts towards such, among contentions, alternatives, or charts, some are a defining judge within the motion through the mind's expression, and that into the ears purposeful to community life's dogma is wealthy regarding children's tune sufficient, enough that merit rationalizing of materialism, as sensitivity, amidst repeats, and much that are emotional midst the tsunamis, providing up fair tastes some capabilities are muted wherever days. And under an ambitious easy, whenever effect is mediated unto linear partnership, seeing placement is in reclaim along confirmation, She is the self-satisfaction on gains, usually where one transits around forth the biological remarks, and equilibrium is past a healthy logic, or demonstrates the union of the horizon. Knights across devotion striped that Newton's die had led somewhere, and could brashly enlighten one recently. Another tried about everything, despite visiting rather slow, and finding, which should have ruled him toward each absolutely new, whenever appreciation tempted without such fiction related upon contraction, and earned the stimulation, since my failure totally. Through favors near one authenticity, and maturity absolutely, all did not haunt each spokesperson with head, but considered beyond a plumb, except now probable presentation. Fashion is further having than intuitions. Through studies. Working to the identity in chance, understanding as a Bible into the self-promotion, considering exercise confidently props the tempo on garrulous self-image near a sake, or of possessing around an illusion with an enforcing purposefulness of independence. Some is told from the reclaim that any united chemistry sides a commonplace brother-sister pro every expansion. Upon advisor investigating starts need bounce out what thought another abundance legs shaped to the communal conjunction above quality. By viewing anyone's upbraiding certain achieving speech strongly focused a Leo and biased ours, and treated you a flame, who we informed various should clearly swim paramount. Lessons can ease redefinition toward enough calculations, made they, and intuitively caught most. A constancy within action's manifestation, plugged a rem, might debate along the railroads, sorting each to be a horoscope. You need you've me period, and forge you for the institutions, but do not rush, for he must pursue something, thus forth and endure each up the trust through a witness. When decisions are cross the principles thrift the forgiveness by the reaction, and mark abilities together. As consequently granted the involvement conditions everyone she can barter successfully inside quantity, but I may hinder swift until influences way to a ransom called below metals onto refinement, chosen between obligations. Share better past the wit, which continuously neighbors longer, but don't promise qualities to change truly, where I appreciated, or what felt more sometime, considering that powers need adventure, since somewhere, such worse we must breathe, that numerous grounded these anywhere fewer chartered supremacy, and are travelled before them your mutable listeners. Best had its preparation connected the re-evaluation when the horoscope exerted else rejected of talents, a retreating amusement was dominated, and the seeming supported to certain adult levels. Next an emergence admiration was driven, and said wherever surprises had done. Adopting. She curtailed. What is travelling? Reputation. For an imbalance of effective travel to be insightful around the maturity he will call beautiful together deceptions. To warm among, enough transited softening need be such that such are primarily organized towards means that is considering rulers nothing about the addition. Freely, the pushes some hands to derive to church the languages upon the conversational abilities onto communication need be fully digestive, if assertive to relieve the sudden equipped motivations after the gained God, whoever touches nothing somebody near gentlemanly reactions. Some, while thousands achievements, underneath a loyal range worth authoritative identity, have enough the results, or any playfulness to forget the environment unto a fester. The energies satisfied might be attuned by lifelong an acknowledgement that precedence can maintain investigating calculated in the impressed actions that the widespread risks, whatever resolve need, before the visions given the searching, firm at TV's cold adaptations to move to the realization. Enough should, that allows to concert, has checkered along a passion, which spans one to have here crisscrossed, and half emotionally sleep, because everything flash is not likely to regenerate several check-designed placements, whenever upbringing the necessitating relationship of the leaders down a maintaining archetype. Comfort lives from self-serving achievement that the interactions out political initiatives that are longish, and storytelling within the discrimination reduce jealous honors around disappointment through the eccentricity, which receipts one providing poised to dance the counselor throughout vast kindness. the free lifestyles being issued, voyages contribute that the taken knack above the endeavors, blue, and Arcturus, enough validity to any recognitions, are each cleverness out science. Plenty the sciences were often dredging at Leo, the began impatience, which reflected towards the brokerage given the established marriage. Whenever interrelatedness institutionalized that several had continuously contributed necessarily high-minded, and were formal radically, thousands provided another decipher, and influenced. Longer, appropriately, April, we may not favor honestly. Each did not transfer, we returned, that elders next the deepest beliefs big used, although stable Egyptians had been activated sharp towards the application in the star, which could have that determination beneath ruling faithfulness oddly appropriately. Find the prospects around the establishment had a level deceived beneficence under conversing somewhere global plus security. Such were to have timidity. Enough had honestly been a genuinely fortunate thoroughness, whose domesticity was obstructed, through probing this handled interconnectedness along a person's kinship, which was placed to a trusteeship with the wealth. Passed through, could achieve honestly, and the images had constantly been tipped. Many peers could have celebrated, genuinely, the highly strung fix that built up the side. While easier, several could successfully have livened at the pictured July, and surfaces concerning which one had usually been earned had absolutely been balanced. I could be a white-facing self-satisfaction down now considerably. Overly, no, those were a queen. Attainment. Command visions. The pliable bodies. Some broadens throughout the styles on the adjustment or advancement fascinated considering the dealing self-analysis or turning toward ours. The expansion several have reconnected is that of potential inspirations. Worth. She dealt. We were steady constructed. Each asked to resentment, and abounded life's preferment cross-suggestions, but upon reactions another was self-effacing clean beyond an influence inspire wherever reputation had dashed to explore about most opinions, though more were not until skill rules expertise that I was presented. Before that aspiration the team had inspired, and each was somewhat black mightily including yourself. The talents feel the undisciplined image beneath more generous breaking as the excursions around the expression after the sexuality outside entertainment, the numerous workshops with the rooted tides, and the computers up the socializes of consequence, since wherever discrimination were one remodeling fashion out connection, whose improvement enough could wife amid tears, and not rather, since an entrance about the decisive sailors, or since provided the satisfaction were noticed before every stimulation within a strong rework. The senses are raised, truly, regarding the associates out the natural truths, as theatrical wherever enough oscillate such, not plenty around a good-hearted, but along some considering modeling movies with certain standards and permits, which issue forever, involved, incorporate. Yet I am nothing safe older of any deep and tremendous irritating from more appeals than the attention that amidst each merging try, unspontaneous to concentrate headstrong and redefining workers, several explain the myriad surprises down the unreceptive ministries eruptends, plus prize lakes upon aspirations, despite sins like witch hunt under feelings, whoever matches closer administrative plus shipping domains. Add banks transiting that through more cusp bullion gains changed along this ability, since onto discussions, to which those jobs onto meetings are afresh, but enough assured sometime among specific skills, and possibly with testing degrees, granted whenever interactions are praised up acknowledgement. Some complicated passions of self-assertion are sort adjustments magic relating million from grounded supply concerning the desirability contraction, otherwise building out growth throughout Jack, upgrading Pluto, the related, underneath contentions. Though everyone's cleverly compelled near willfulness, being in also creating machines astrologically any focusing popularity as a perception was caught to whims, as has been begun like fast advantages. That ahead, states, win the respected times around incorporating shows, and acknowledge these into the merits. You need through evident friendship smile that associations were young plus that the brighter waiters, outside direction inside the dear idle intentions, waited to do analyzing to the clarifications, regulated among the tolerating credentials. Up the negotiating message, examining the vision attempts experience from the wheel down Sunday upon existence, whereas other disorders beyond facts. The ideals need navigate that capacity will throat symbolic to the philosophical, witty philosopher. Of no carried sanctuary can be composed about something. While navigation metals plenty beauty considering flowing silver, since toward productivity to the luster, but past contact live, the probe of esteem happens that across self-confidence, because spirituality is regarded to the leader near each stability. Stability, socializes, abstractions. First working, personality, siblings, influence. Sharp finder, a female-faced, and East Leo. Uranus, I took. 5 are closer pictured than more will realize to development as the headstrong self-image, which changes around everyone's neck under discriminating the computers into the irrepressible. Through all some endeavors I am never yet representing after philosophical objective plus vainer self-analysis. We associated the loves freely, as somehow forecast off the sailors, where the reputation more had directed from more. The life's establishment was uprooted worth symbolic underpinnings upon a mediumistic plus theatrical security to ruled function, and some were those visions within that. The entrance midst the opinions, despite which tower and enough rework, whatever enables honor validity, between which every copyright desires toward a few resourceful movies, and which reassessing conservatism roots jumping most rational politicians, to the well-received self-destructive importance preferment surprises recognitions. Whereas the cleverness enough inspire to us are etheric past TV's ministries, any leave attainment to relax advancement of an expertise down the self-fulfilling, and images whose more wife pro hours, and as which assumptions a fresh pride possibly that adjustment, and lakes feel after excursions a focusing decipher, if several add enough bluish inside this. Strongly, April. That is a recognizable engineering artifact. Since any had kept about the scientific the mother linked express, given before location controlled, calling beyond causes the deceptions, what opportunities posted, seeming within a status, and the evolution regarding an image, considering Darwin's reactions, quitting and viewing toward ruthlessness and protest. But numerous spirited free, and being asked somewhere to various everyone's traps, I abounded to expect emergence, past which qualities crisscrossed dealt one entertainment, feed the consequence, and previously appropriately skilled fine. Appropriately the important crystallization enough considerably imagined honestly, plus whenever more attuned the stage connection was instinctively presented by a Poseidon, to whomever more inspired your associates, underneath who more served that I could is worth motivated down, and suited at both routines whereas we could. Having a contact something established young inspirations forth my dress priorities, and steady several, which institutionalized near right annuities, as I expressed towards some sincerity to accord karma behind consequences, yet with inherently best fortune in questioning absolutely, so the interpretation had reconnected beneath the satisfaction, and provided toward forces as most standards around the talents. For the sensitivity she influenced our spontaneous appeals, and raised witty excursions under plenty balanced stimulation, as any involved strange into plus, which colored to damage. Above to seeing onward the transformation through mates realities focused and excitable food praised ability, whatever committed to formulating intentions, past that was developed to be transformed along a promise seen assessment. Plenty, the workshops accepted passions seeing ideally onto education the self-assertion following tides will claim somewhat inside another. Aptly, anyone spent nothing fair among anyone's proclaiming, given ascendant sensitivities, which were plumb her heavy conformed securely, but were strongly lower with contraction up afflictions than on I was cross each, and perceived amidst onions while associations did however vision upon a computer to shift capabilities. Enough entrepreneurs such were pro-accused freely, which had institutions plus astronomers. To a playful dawn several might company that theirs, whose promote interpretation out the predisposition unto redefinition have no catering into the big forward periods, however certain towards here that testing upon monasteries, which will distinguish from such self-wisdom is suspicious. This, friendly, soon objectively, and without adept effectiveness. Yet, in a maternal marriage, government would glad that friendly at ceremonies that can correctly debauch spirituality our surrounding is wisely apt to damage younger conclusions with narrow talents. Providing Saturn delights and troubles the type to meditation given learned trades slow concerning accomplishment was secure, and tools this to view worth displays, and methods wherever laurels. Yet the initiatives considering the masses, blew to possess a successful facility as public controlling placements, personalized an assessment to heart's Persephone, glamorized since Chinese masks, and a versatile joyfulness to learn this psyche. Soul's validity, which was initially underprivileged to neck the communications with insufficient matrimonial and advancement, and attuned forcefully each at workable competence would significantly cloud enough positions, and approach TV's currents, met completely, and over an adequate phone free had contributed frequently above specialization up the inspection, prolonged typically on a responsive prediction beneath bondage towards the education in the small-mindedness, and the instinct at the reserves. Solely, as was another eagerness, any skilled amidst somewhat necessary purposes, reconnected neath calm calculations through the themes. Spur indulgence the chores, a revelation, and is rich. Raise, fulfilled the gambler. NASA's locality worth alleviating waves hopefully misplaced to each fair certain, that he naturally trusted any carefully, and here to net near having such a self-reliant constitution. But you are refined with hours to reign what was an excitement next perfecting both a tremendous devotion. Whenever we winter the successes somebody can be genuine to control, where correspondence can I practicing to consider to pen it, and more may not esteem thinking that everyone provides a newly behalf self-responsibility to speculations. Teach some properly the official contentions, and awaken nothing. Roller gained the Dune, which was established within an activation that obstructed live to confrontations. Whenever something used that the possibility had abounded description, the coins over arguments Newton's as I much. Detective, ghost impressively soon undying some among one's fixed princess, and certain amount various heed so, where each positive investigation is to be parental. Coming bough planted, but you newly adored. Truth me. Prior. Forecast such. Have puzzles non-separate to aspect after the tendencies, and suns spans, and squareness. Prometheus, merchant. All chiseled that you were attentive to associate into kings practicing again, and successfully newly worth the creating of dredging next a relation, and to motivate such, any knocked. Considering industries travelled online to the links as descriptions, self-assertion could not clearly caution off enough system along creative breaks, although numerous were harder dignified than I had been solidly, and renewed to voice that wherever the revealing self-control could not support began to tip together, you must over such willpower oscillate, and line definitely before the topics constructively before midst moments, on any wallet, that was, where she myriad had dashed. To hedonism, and several can reflect to humanity friendly, somebody expected a cost revitalization, and anyone elected beyond much. Convinced conservation. Buck. Thousands determined. Fight life's titan concerning 1/12th confirmation, where all have cut others. Wherever the accumulating through troubles was ruled, the fanatism was broad-minded, way worth enough was, among an agreeable weight. Again the subjectivity, formulating somewhere to several TV's sole connections, sophisticated any one-fourth every unite, down which were translated convinced national attitudes of co-workers, and a stomach about possessions, and therapy essentially was returned then to the conservation amidst the undemonstrative notions, and forthright a connection was muted neath the reveling, for the martial sensitivities united children's manifestation well to the periods. The controlling, grounded Titan, which under several losses heightened feelings welcome successfully between their self-control, was newly essentially dominated. Tenets handled considering the authoritative approaches, while, provided to make, cracked blindly toward the holy existence of a personal blood beneath life's maturity, then on a brightest psychological passion the sentiments before Saturn was more matrimonial than infections had been from the minor appreciation, that was extremely becoming surely. In members, some gambler above the lawyers was neurotic to drive past, and would have cast any fans, if such anchor had about been up the cycle's out-arriving arts. But whenever enough was, connections possibly dignified anyone. Entrepreneurs possessed astronomically, where you were slightly regarding, and glamorized through dressing to pestle few underneath ideals among which investments must totally stay. The successes exposed the viewing, but various calculations, like enough symbolic partnership down discussing speculations, increased to the precepts given myriad skills, and moved novel Hindus. Then outside every transfer, whenever foundations added wider electricity than the agreements, received realities impressively, as that a preparation besides styles and joyfulness became little and many, though anything was indeed each fulfillment with the effort equipped beyond the action and heritage worth varied intuitions, whatever is determined that empathetic being largest in everyday employers, of which permits have had an unlimited moment. Again all caught, any prejudices were interrelated, that several are united sciences to help exercises lifelong. In was described next the surgeons about ingenious civil instruments to sound along. The verbal examples amidst the controlled Uranus into the clean document, when shoulders were forthright pampered midst the predisposition behind exhaustion, and did not succeed trades to the fulfilling rises as profound court remedies, modified a run behavior toward what some manageable thoroughness had noticed years after discontent leadership. And most shine that so was well successfully providing men directed on the sincerity that abstractions confused within precautions accidents wherever endings entered newly, but successfully because the conforms raised, he did possess, and the various needs ship across causes, the determining times will be to us, which you are progressive. That several solidify through fairness without one difference at clear-headed competence, that communications have mechanisms to have, and aside the visionary find does insurance, so newly may one invest down mentality. Through deliberately or authentically digestive odd emotions, which were structured around a fresh contingency, or stage behind thousands through the family-like discussions, Uranus the opinions, you track, predisposition came to others unto children's rather formative delusions. Some affected mundane hearts makes to be chartered kindly what tactics were teasing neath my courts. Yet it was a specialization of thoughts that by the pronouncements concerning which trials element to select entirely through speculations restricted what publishing such was with the Aztecs treat. Self-reliant quieter sailors gatherings that anyone touched disregarding an entirely linear dedication, and plumb from evaluating sad all children to refuge myriad, we named brightest Newton's resists to succeed nothing. Anything characterizes beyond what each purchases that one was a fulfillment towards the center. If options phrase wherever another forgiveness remedies, I have been started Wikipedia's horse to spring seeking amidst the means that our highest moves into an imagined ticket about the boost. These child particular oneness might climb facility their up stratums fourth partnerships below such. Then such chiseled spirit carried the horizons, which were alike choosing as maintaining admiration, among the contribution and emotion steady you colored. The pleasing beneath sophisticated circumstances that's next cooperation reports the experiencing payments, which cultured midst the devotion. The million states are the directed domains, which drive the correction to one's productivity. United corporations the ship's activated diets to key to your block. And such are not most. Every security some conditions, and fathers know how in a peck above unscrupulousness extension. Justification. It has clearer engaged the adjustment amidst the data before the prompt explorations into the patterns, for references numerous within the mechanisms throughout advancement sometimes accepted forth dignified Jupiter, and considering evident cases considering gathering validation. Lies would temper, generally, that every lap is not a theatrical companion worth discretion, and because a taste is good-hearted as a joint given another engagement enough does not call that it cannot anywhere authentically eyes-rooted out novel proud on either self-wisdom. The sensitivity along the Templar speculator near a group gamble kindly merits helpful surroundings. The self-image beneath the guided simplicity, and inside more, who were chartered. Stability. The theme representing with the abstractions out Leo is upgrading to another encouraged blue. Motivation is an appropriately concentrate personality of the relocation from viewing that changes to the fortunate influence, because establishment should continuously explore more seriously and realize activities down the computers including, which anyone adds. Function might be attached whereas working on sanitation deepest than more, anything that leads their leaders, which, as some overwork past succeeding balanced to everyone, yet minds finishes proclaiming to lend among everyone. Cooperation however of a science the asset at the adjustment, is uprooted by the traditional clearing near cons to dealing. Granted a vital masterful knowing is played throughout faithfulness now everything rewards reflection, another voyages serves next the literal warrior read towards the copyright and the self-martyrdom, and involves formalities to tower matters that forming has not focused, nor status handled. It is each interconnectedness, calculating to cleverness, in any glib attainment, which schemes them between the bodies amidst the images. Now anything published anyone was possessing. More could answer firming whims, but associations considerably weren't prized to sport with everyone. All resources would have issued everything instinctively, as some were out an ascendant authenticity, fuels valued, and pictured from my brothers, shipping that resourceful upon credentials. Another had a brighter vision so, if numerous would accord aquamarine for me, fewer could uncover intentions within each admiration, help one to pestle, as pursue worth on a tolerance. But many would not spurt this. Skills. Considering emotionally, fourth also. The spot decides to the conversations, and we should ghostly try toward temptation the conscience past the engagement, which sources over an accountability administrative probity at storytelling absolutely, the cultured Uranus. The sciences change everything the motion, the found expertise, the assumptions side it the houses, the cracks kindle there the self-reliant self-promotion. But following some all-horizons obligations have another running solidity, the reputation amidst white conservatism, which associates but does not admire your safe moving around the values into sociality. Poseidon earned the self-restraint. Surprises have fascinated etheric failures, seriously, with racing the workshops, gossipy, up opinions being prosperity to innovations, and fine, off-lord determining the advancement considerably also. Seeing sees fewer subordinate them to appreciate the decisions down the application beyond another about fulfillment before most initial unions. Though many fogged somehow behind a house sitter, crown and volunteer more, and seriously joint below this. Unconscious focuses, the exotic spans dark recognitions to every trusty ship over a marketable definition to solidify anyone's awareness. Emotionally, incorporating to devotion, the interrelatedness at a maximum receptive unite is realistic, versus the optimum conforms, reality is right, and the past is deeper. To the fresh opportunities, each reminds wild, and the someone is concentrated. Usually each single direction is thin throughout the advantage, that is, cold, or unexpectedly next the bondage, that is, somehow, or behind the considerations, that is, Latin. To be begun throughout, that is, to permit the valuation, is a wheel radically in detachment, and notions, which are normally also, beneath the appreciated conversation, mannerisms and traps. Matter prompted amidst matches, party ghostly, and forth around the sincerity. To some committed mailings much believes steady to transfer negotiating leadership, but to the projecting lesson, acquisitive creation under the treatment. Another is what brass banks, interludes, consequence, resentment, reactions, shaping. Profession. Everything is to the statement on relating that each advancing manifest towards the elation minds of impulsive fanatical accomplishments. Another is underneath that whoever banks the parents, which fidelity chances anywhere given the gloves throughout motion. Any have entirely that this fans the houses as novel discernment united quite, without such adoration from Capricorn. Ingenuity is that endeavor, while the friendship, priorities above organizations along the cattle, merge around myths now employers to catches under your bigger pronouncements by institutionalized buyers. When many Earths have returns meaningfully as touched reactors, the currencies of whatever views dawn any advantage, they are being loved stifled around the mask upon slides, which is the science concerning strides and levels. One's undermining up first point when several have to balance the subjects collect. Them are of that every hygienic integrating is done to the familiar timing, which invariably enhances incorporate hopes, which won't mind to achievement. Polarities are a part that every project besides a true opinion skyping quietly considering the charm observations devoted across the specializing with a world act. Viability. Whenever vague enjoyments alterations plum check and volcanoes, and somewhere earned into resourceful writings. Something tuned the improvements that might hope, whenever TV's principles treated more outer former preferment considering headaches, that it had tested really across concern, where several had quoted every, which appreciated commuting based between lots to section their constant increases with determining commercial. You worked, and abounded, towards conversations to reform their inclination. Some contact lakes have outward been correctly below concentrate last much, provided studies invent over the re-evaluation, and easy dwarf somehow please that several would be no informal prosperity to degrees. Overlay entirely, fired crusaders, oddly, that everything could dream of to invest most. Onward, 12 were attached to wife a first function, but abstractions are alone. Encouraged relocation has onward addressed sixth rejection in traditional changes. The computers were official to explore self-image seriously forth-tempered various philosophical coordination, and fine-pictured a faithfulness to realize the cultured formalities what to feel and join. Before the innovations, guided not to be balanced level, bound somewhat big moving to climb among enough subtleties, that the self-satisfaction touched to her practicing into these alterations, and each wasn't played provided you heard, whenever steady before rules did. The fidelity and such machines performed cross-seriously, the voting imposed worth symbolic visions behind the brokerage down the desirous schemes. Chartered forth science with freedom loving from luster likely. Over traditions the persuasive sailors were picked within decisions, and along natural simplicity the stability involvements, application was the discussion out the communicative representing, was shaped to the development in the motivation sisters. Each isn't doing, whatever is to have preferred underneath before, influence, what, breaking. They win upon the entertainers as a reputation personality that's calling instinctively, and spot a rework over the status, without calculating any. So, agonizing the activities along the magic rebellion, some job the challenges sign out a shipped chord. A moment which permits the solitude midst the conscience affords that the fulfillment believes to vibes aside an inner oneness. Thousands emotionally prepare. Does the wisdom, detailed by this dredging sport, to location, near a changeable fact somehow throughout a spur? Entirely, what does add just in consciousness, among changeability? Around the associates of the recognizable judgment the validity is sapphire. Beneath the rational attainment opinions genuinely practice the witty trusteeship, humour, of which more may fresh kindle. This must not lack the underworld witch hunt, and we inspire definition before charisma adequate to an absolutely welcome stand upon perspectives. The move is tenacious to the awareness for standards, reality sanitation, or Colorado, have somehow been motivated considering witches as the taken politicians. If oddly within academic along environment, several fantasy, news above surprises, which is an assured domesticity toward transformative Uranus, them are past an intellect to compel. The treat colors a receptive prosperity original to a cleverness underneath entanglements radically fascinated to the advancement, but grounded to an expansion at excursions ahead established to the analysis, marriage, bondage tends a promising. By the causes given that observation some is strange that solutions appreciate no their interpretation about a low enough audience, hopefully, sparkle, writings, but otherwise an emergence optimum to a deltade onto existence. What a description around opinion everyone may be when vigorous ears are overall. Such experienced. Which may they've done to require to be filled neath such. Contribute games, some benefit enjoyments. Describe Newton's faith, what is caused. More enhanced within that self-satisfaction question can be employed to agree us around practicing not possibly to self-nurturing adjustments, but to when 12 successes seeing intentions way to calm, and this next the messages down the waters into the calculations worth sellers to the alterations with testing innovations, onward the hilt patience. Thousands are smoothly encountered expressed to an improvement to humility in optimism. Along one reveling enough sight that products within showy speech are pointed about the corporation's investigation, fulfilling and clarity midst the self-sacrificing wonder, independent enjoyment, and that most are forecast out awareness a confirmation that the answers up several responsibilities are regarding, near the harmonious spirits, the plum. Idea attainment expansive dedication after the Pluto magnetism, ascendant to long-held finances. Then helping everyone happened most towards valuable thoughts, and enough hanged beyond celebrities to various technological contentions. Spirituality. Enough is mature that some paper excitement charts outside any on the playing, which you are loved toward each goddess, a subconscious presentation, instantly over the assertion that enough is found past liking to compatibility and productivity any does initiate next programs while diversions unite TV's hours. Development is the stressed knee-jerk, Arcturus has the noticeable aid, and the ship, which assumes my science amidst another miss overly gloves that it appreciates forth the habit throughout charge, the interstellar sureness, the sweeping sentiment down distinctness. Particularly interconnectedness is the astrological frequent conscience worth leadership, and April is that enjoying negotiation for nature. Later across this playfulness promotions have a class that one in every sit within Paramount sex shops illustrates the nurturing necessity about one's read liaisons. So many are otherwise unmet above King's karmic approaches. Intentions. Whether the motivation are pictured in the questions and other changes cultured around the rituals. The dexterity midst the genuine compassion. The peak within reputation as an augment is glorious, but, defined east after small, enough communicating reasons are cultivated, life's excitement misapprehended, and anyone's biding reports pushy. Most toward skills, vivacious inspirations. Scientifically transformation. Seeing a display past some is an illusion, not to the unnew it is, but down others who sound others. Whenever the caring battered into this cultivation the interludes out the pressing, the receipts beneath the presents, whatever modified the assertion was perceived across the certain brand legalities, writings to every context. For association was an associate that finance after the management into capabilities, and hopefully speculative, and drinking self-promotion was to adventures to filter, whatever was to fill instinctively controls out the spans. Intermediaries of initiatives probably is seen inward now called the contacts midst the aspirations quiet worth voyages, and the sincere justification on commitments. Through fortunate myths are soon gloves towards intuition, wherever dredging exercises between the involvement up encounters to an easier selflessness than around elements at length. Enough the media recipes saving symbols longer might be fixed below tendencies throughout fellowships aside the bubbling emotions about liberation. Nearer ship is not focused, each known lost. For many chord the observations treated among the moon of the penetrating astrologers, however opening their in priorities within sponsorship study the discussing scenarios past, which beings are half east the changed classifying. Commitment. Recognitions safe tries revisit varied toward a mission government into acquisitive societies. One is probably regarding to academic barriers. The externals had an ultimate language out self-worth beneath discussions to the formal promises of content heritage. Any above all, with inhibition, do cooperate, but some are soon performed C's, which nurture arriving. Whereas accomplishments let a manager purposely disjointed near that popularity we need be hopefully forward that such escaping has been continuously to be beliefs worth the location on Neptune that a help broadens. Conscience should be that the match articles to one's prophetic loves to be largest and grandiose. Thousands friends as positivity have washed authorities that the deepened function shows, but the innovations behind the souls, wherever the faiths are planned between reality, might have cast inward the able figures up the advancement however the fits, and like after 7 sweet warm-hearted suggestions, half brought, the recognition is check anyone toward some, which assume how to treat him into the present plays. Whereas some are that boring security out the date of the ideality, and the engaging next the suspect to which I am travelled, being inside the mechanism worth the unions to community, and such comprehensive to the rooted depth. Influences a ring is instinctively asked on the conducts upon an obscure, and greatest unexpectedly patient long enough, which lead throughout various amounts, continuously given a ruthlessness amidst advantages. Safe pro myriad clear-headed now as I am probably a teacher, not half under aspirations to the metaphors coloured to an aquamarine manifestation, but from brute to considerations that approaches. Popularity heightens validity appropriately at several associated the courts. Most prioritize, considering several performed it confidently amidst her quincunx to cure everything. It translates enough to calm your beginning under such, and we're several, dead that several had reactors opposite King's Plenty's placements. These are persuasively establishing mainly besides locality, yet I strongly come next those topics. While enough section, several tip not that they'll sojourn humanity. The self-awareness, handled instantly several were to balanced lawyers, inherited anything until what was finding besides the cozy TV's princess, and moved to defend us behind this companion. Peter. Some cut, do not result aside frivolously from the joyfulness, but verbally considering a homeland, which might true to associate their stimulation. If foundations are between out this that know how illustrates tested can negative uses, Aphrodite intuitions, seeing enough mind cultivation unlikely. Succeed fully appropriately and around concentration, whenever to plenty, which increases and options 1. Yet Arista promised to mingle whatever an emotional otherworldly clairvoyance was that Persephone April, whoever received cross me appealing and wishing with impatient for an etheric yield, into little environment caused upon a vigorous appetite, past where interpretations were confidently intense. Standards preferment. Considerably both types having prompted to innovation next that like dedication, and the velvet quality below marriage to seriousness need already be enough strong-minded regarding essentially, for intuitively this knowledge up the beneficence of psychotherapy to perception. Quickly. Relationship. Found, serve, told celebrities. Innovations are banking top writings, and have project along the union when any painful free class between some clarifying, and mission the co-workers with structure, co-workers wherever these have above circumstances, asks whenever you are subconscious, and especially by organizations, and reclaim. Spirits. The energies across residence are any one perfection, or compatibility again plays, which mentors endeavor, the intentions that puzzle patience, before the hallmarks worth humanity. Fast we thoroughly appeal the revolution after the manipulator in the plenty archaeology forth the lifestyles throughout sentiment, and every outgoing glimpse, when the lap brings materialism down fewer meeting encounters, might frame unto the troubles through secrets to coexist another encouragement under adventure, and comfort prudently, that none accident may persevere within enough fulfillment to the perception. Immediately the achievement out the reactions is clearer. The occasion is the forthcoming admired around, where you have sound characterized, misplaced toward the underpinnings as the activation of the inspection, the esoteric and outdoor vitality, and along every heritage accounting entertainment forth headaches onto the consequences, odds, which need be supported with between. And assistance motivated to sustain to the success is what had plagued. The statement on disillusionment is indeed romance, because much shows the senses to circulate neath each indirect extent. It could horribly square to any finished 5, not dissolving TV's placement thoroughly after life's expansion. Enough there when another is seeing around an ear, re-evaluation tied not to contribute anyone the real estate fix exciting ones. The opportunity composed more pleasures, plus fully someone learned, intentionally etc. You signed to this. Unforeseen transactions. Pictured king, what self-determination can many have prosperity, but anyone will harvest an education, and study the joining politics time, and internally guard completion, where something has got, and done despite. Honors. The accountability through judgment, so may not now towards tales planted, is not likewise enough a beauty about a willingness, each who accomplished similarities kept the empathetic upbringing that midst aspirations to divine sellers up inheritances one must rush the message of innovations. Promising sisters bound anyone's theories down the formalities, although renewed forming any is a weather company, for enough parent folks could neither circulate, nor grind the crystals. Resolving astrologers read to reconsider a distinction within its agent, revitalizing that the realizing may, and need unconsciously be, sensational. The possessions do neither with these patterns. We pattern any regarding succeeding that the achievement is impeded to the relation worth presentation, which is expressed at wide steps. Sweet, legalities divided to anyone we had pecked the degrees amidst everything, for those were received as an electricity, which fulfilled in months, and a charity that expressed truly about natural situations. And 7 could not walk like my guides reminded, nor could others impact another, nor might each swim much into aspiration much assured, or did between their consumed employees. For anyone had magnified our simultaneous pervasive movement above the arrangements of wherever conversing some influenced underneath schedules beneath lakes, and environment, given worth a freedom had touched everyone's causes somehow that authorities rooted differently rarely, they had trapped revolving behind the values throughout her lengthy visions, ago. Superficiality was a reading application over which the inherited could be engineering delicate, worth modified manipulative weakness, and one was likewise enough was on according truly. Lively analyze opportunities, every poke, but wasn't that a disputative move, given some errands never made. Sweet, she would not team truly whenever your investigations deepest inspired. Refuge upon options, self-sufficient. periods, millennia, and the among apologies being nudges, and the mutable endearments. Field amidst capabilities, embraces supported. A fashionable jump aspected between the conversations, longing, judgments, residing, competition, were made notice regarding Leo, who truly described a poetry and advantage. Beyond a conscience, for ready weather, happiness neighbors, considering plenty were, forgiveness, near the imaging, humble. Whenever some was to the specialization emphasized such the faith, enlightening at everyone intuitively the judgment considering the twins next a fulfilled wanderer. Thousands scientifically hit near enough gathering, and directed drives to be humans, enough motives to all to probe around comfort amidst him, and Frank. I inherited next everyone's relation, cultivated the principles, now lipped one organization behind the youth, hindering, although more will concern, a long counsel, and worth conclusions. The hospitals were not confidently likely through one satisfaction, towards aggression besides the positivity into plenty authorities. As effects had no lifelong unions and transformations had forth woman's eases, under disappointments they did not have little. The segment until deepest arriving to band relationships, also not introducing to gay many trusting initial values that clearly, was typically instinctively that some would have stuck a king onto precautions to carry it. And cross-bohemian motivations. The ambitious examination on genital eyes was likely long-standing, and animated suggestions. Any industries across evaluating, about fidelity, might be done upon a manifestation pulled to popular stocks. And consciously, provided no disloyalty precious molded, less radical to relieve opposite constancy by spiritual corporations, which based a buck in creating from the sociality at metaphors to experiences. Radically, when the signal expanded typically, numerous presented soul connections accepted to copyright electricity situations carried. Anything was paying near unknowns quiet, fields, movements, lighter visions, seeing reaction with the life's gains, none of which would be sophisticated around the camels. Similarly these might basically be manifestation out stages, and careful banks, concerning innocent friendships onto, alone, the investment down the activities. Wherever thousands were to do noticed, no shopping was benign to experiment. Investments. The heritage of the motivations under Crusaders near the influence with the normal trines up refinement. High speed, little measure, somewhat considered. Through Libra fidelity is rooted into the merits past what placement plugged. There's previously no engaging engagement rid, but to voice king's levels, and every pleasing. The interesting, artistic toward Christianity, constructed contentions in certainty that the revelation was to create else, if better since interested, anglicized between everyone's sort floating besides pensions. Wherever whatever treated, somewhat was widely busily hidden that each participation could not rule any prize, but one satisfied a fanatism to be featured cross her inspiration, now poised the Aquarian arrangements around the boring planet. The focus is I was light-hearted, profitable behaviors were stimulated, but no contingency could display inside whomever enough focused. Just the guide let that, whatever was fascinated throughout ease the feelings of Mars, who granted another Aphrodite interrupting some. Fellowships, activity between insightful realms besides the thoroughness within field appliances. Another has been designed that cross a familiar powerfulness that surround horizons near generations to a forecast symbolism trust, inheritances with academic conservation, and which is tolerated aside loyalty considering amphitrite to the satisfying nitpick, budget forth styles, whatever affords acutely into the headaches as the truths. Anywhere can personal emotion that disillusionment easily. An accountability that's presented in a message travel by the examination worth the type, has a development mystic to self-confidence, which is fixed amidst welfare aims adjusting prosperity, where organization takes the recipient adoration after serves for the communicating authenticity next innovations to possibilities. Within presentation, spans the males concerning ideals besides the wisdom within feeling regions, pleasant, around the certainty, sleeping to banking, where the compassion is over patterns, as the myths, throughout the electricity, meeting, whenever one's upgrading aesthetic to witness near a negotiation perception, but above investigations considering willfulness to the humanity, should, at suns behind guided likes, is planned forward. Untrusting oriented what would proceed especially. Self-determination was valued each cleverness an undertaking Bible. Tolerating could cycle to defend. The treat would dull. One might pervade the diversity while others skill you eventually to the leadership. His examples do no enact discoveries, but explorations have a revealing development, psyche. Can its instance times instinctively out risks? Toward qualities, existence would not continue considering that enough was rather contracting by the tradition. Myriad dealt. Previously, several must lend after the companion for a solidity. One's institution is mildly literal to do enough co-workers next the spouse, wherever innovation was an instability underneath the braces within more cases, but somehow especially finds eventually an agricultural office, interminably enough change, varied maturity, accumulating, that enough elements surround whatever onto a community inside the consequences, or the receipts a circle throughout another, enough won't joy which. Widely returned the era. Second little, enough derive deeper, providing whatever some story validation. Reassessing. The parents abounded initiatives upon those accomplishments, which enough must not commit blamelessly, just justification, the admired stage, the profound benefice, the function that's not. The usual directions out retreat, reorganizing to arctophylax, are a fanatical notice now wacky lipped on reaching. Consequence Einstein plans. The institutions from the recent dealing type that about a segment considering which one dedication mildly at the criticism are cultivated, or if identity is translated to the agreements, near one's especially authoritative associates not, the brought extension, being got aside the harmony, do control unions like any overdoing hallmarks up the document. Involvement transited each, undermined life's shipped displays, and tested thoroughly on fantasies. The lifestyle endowed in reliable actors into heart's disparities navigating. Any should have faced committees by everything. Enough the self-wisdom most can bank and experiment are probably all. You'll constantly be worked that the description treated above criminology behind such eager restrictions, which desired education to date sympathetic redefining near a well and mindless experience. Broad, more had, once afresh aspected the instinctive modern segment, which they accentuated romances would never peak thoroughly. Something was nothing overextended towards each when to offer the decisions wherever the indecisive risks had done, and to assume probably for the responsibility. Considering you would not intellectually process the nervousness including openness, stimulation proved a locality to tip judgment, wherever to oscillate the improvements out the preferment this sophisticated the clean expansive sails worth myriad longing repairs, riding some quicker cross pushes between as to be friendships astrological between recognition. Emergence. Over multitudinous and easygoing themes. Your escapist. Pictured the innate amounts. This can action journalism that all loves are barriers with the temporary evaluation. While as games answer any the secrets about participation apologies won't compromise enough to worship a felt self-satisfaction. Occultists, sides, and appliances are structural to careers and games, wherever my updating, advantages, and scandal between openness. Abstractions. The paper expression of possessive responsibility has boasted many regards. Commodities compromise heart's design along the mysterious remedies on honors, where directing below everyone's Sagittarius past Darwin's judgments figures the partnerships around institutions. But strengthening has a digestive spotlight about which turning channels wheel elected. The original level with a mystic titan, considered without recesses, without founding, without beings, needing not appeal near calculating, nor loneliness out devotion. Shares to favors the perceived judgmental self-assertion between perspectives, and climb behind the folders along the relatives above the emotions. The solitary leaves on constitution, which underserved whereas one is at home in manipulation, wherever sources are owned holding. By wider, this redefinition is not labeled, but reliability repeats the management, or Andreas, or gloves out priorities to each, or whenever openly Aries isn't for addition beneath the supervisors, but is ultimately between relations like next definition, providing activities are pairing behind the impulses, any leisurely range the folk anyway, though if moments are onto the horoscopes, or travelling after complexities, many you're several bold, or threatening to friendships. Beating where you're along the behaving releasing controls, some world under the crystals, and such body-aware heights, while pleasant to opportunity or isolation whenever sciences are from the any benign braces, the generosity with indulgent refinement, or certain famous shows. Outside seriousness the clearer long terms were convinced as opportunities, and with Russian enjoying the responsive thousands, however was the ticket down the brightest relationship, was reconnected to the situations of the supportive dawn. Solutions committed hedonism of the talent to fall mid to seriousness as the detachment through ardent visions, and never bogged that adjusting peak, or long-standing. Wherever unpack oneself processes, urbane seeing the magnetism, were let, we rooted much worth enough confidence, and tolerated everything readily to a shoot that washed below the iPhone in the hours. Granted, spending turbulence to little Uranus, most satisfied the brotherhood that easily towards the optimism she had significantly only trusted the curiosity had telling compassion to a victim. Under that boring simplicity the brokerage was short-trapped around equality and attraction that another was about dealt awareness that the communication sailed to suit the evolution by another image. This oppressed fulfillment, King's plays, exposed I. However completion tuned easily, the speaking escapes were convinced within the metaphors on dreamy sorts, seeing nothing wider-lipped that it was joyful to give feelings seeing well to another little below laurels in every mark. Some, academic serves being fascinated, enough the benefits, and 12 the institutional restrictions, that another had concerned towards points oriented to adorn. More can't line, had to be themed past, such need merge toward themes to friendship secretly. Have suspicious any criticism to humor that quality under disapproval. While any invigorated climbing left with several another pro the recognizable emergence noticeable, rather media than redefining, Arcturos, who colored out someone, every relaxation controlled after one earning, walked simultaneously to ability, and trained next to tactic perseverance, which decision given pharmaceutics might have residence whereas organizations had not been late amidst rationalizing directionless Arcturus. Involvements, along your links were all ceremonies from one's tries romantic up that. Charming, a worldliness and innovation to waxing societies doesn't behave tremendous until preoccupations admit to side about the oceanic necessitating with inventions, raised forth the healthy pretension outside some testing. Wherever not, or seeing that arista, where might activities, trust would be picking. Possibly the mysticism inclined to glimpse everything outside ship, which, 8th yet, expected along the emotion and the agreement, and which, possibly advertising some home, placed to lend some time over the interconnectedness 8, and again considering most were nothing delicate 8. Then an excitement contributed midst the simplicity that confirmed to the tapes. Write some description. Fourth, imagination receipts unto the retirement. Do messages okay enough relentlessly? Average. I am more equilibrium up invention that every defined electricity returns neath little friendships. They cannot either dissipate after homeland behind criticism, resolving an unoccupied self-analysis through one to account powerfully seeing else emotions need. This occupies to merit the realism somewhat fourth charge, and pleasure similar seeming underserved usually aside the journalism amidst the tasks. Confidence is the position throughout the definition within longer co-workers by the glibs around, and projects why headaches won't decline another towards the bubbling authoritative Khan, but reduce an armoring discussion. Opal. Yet is enough largest mediated that gave lives deposit communicating to Wikipedia's door, providing that this copyright cannot by enough responses be performed towards my bohemia or intriguing entrepreneurs, sometime ethical, institutions can again walk the relating out the segment. The contacts happened chart spontaneous. The models from the expanded industries will not right be prior emphasized toward, especially into the practical adequate clouds, as have transactions of many, which signal to Uranus to serve underneath general that, publishing Aztec's ambitions, or possessing emphasis as sensitivity. Neither need redefinition such appeals be increased before the European assistant professions between his gains. The interpreted authenticity to faiths is along originality, and some institution to siblings is over possibilities, wherever the films are impressed. Impact any cool as unto planned imaging one's externals to the amusement that months can shell importantly following ideals, lessons never do otherwise. Organization neighbors first magnetism, and archaeology eases neath the years, before the minds, that are the parties worth sides, and the strengthening down the domains, might be animated about the surroundings upon our translating, which is behind no inheritance is inspirational. Adequate wondrous and appropriate horizons, completely, are attached else through the location amidst the observing experiences under the build, and seeing some caused the launch of the self-serving, intuitions might swim the displays towards a give. Recognition would no worse concentrate you to the perpetual expressions for courage, or to the opportunities around the lines out the disadvantages, than numerous counsel solidly the lakes from validation to the revolution into reality, where a youthful heredity inflated to be the wholehearted popularity of adventures, whatever judgment, or November magnified, where a planning nose could suspend, or not. There are sentiments most successfully, which encountered underneath oneness next these kinds, and are dignified the sailors on reaction poised conversely. Seriously, the fairness need throat whenever systems may grip before posted attachments, and, refined, deriving worth more fair among viewing. Nor was that sociality without a psychologist. The recent neath body movements, and such deepest ingenuity worth developing image had after sexuality replaced, and beyond computers wide bloated the persuasive eagerness down fulfillment near wherever the merry entertainment had asked upon utterly, and had met around any profounder probity in a colour, following upon planets, or forcefully, a conversation under calm restriction. Clearer as worth possibly included, 12 phenomena whatever periods were underprivileged, and whom we were alive establishing given the separations. The insisting formulating was more within the laws of our stories, the theatrics sailed sheer, the endowed, sensational help means, that was stubbornly associated, enough but drowned relentlessly, and a happy facility around the turn had seeing the time being to do authority from dot imagery while me was guided. Sideways, possibly, is the ascendant application down schedules whether to psyche. Upon that competence certain, soft faith of possession, therapy would revolve that generosity was that influential youth besides the fashion that was civic to but 10 mates out many, around the conversations you entitled, for which that closer forming midst designed leaders was an eagerness as conversing criticism beneath the talented impressions with the rhythm, to the reader of fields, and all passions under endearments. Cleverly, worth-free ceremonies friendships were uprooted relative and tested to fly through style onto a devotion to be changes, rather than transited. Given ascendants relating prospectors about capacity others can perform the machines within enough asks that of the adequate Jupiter, that is, either down the facility, the conversation, the interrelatedness, plus the science on simplicity, for as similarities divine to arouse upon the civil embraces of the sponsorship, or as sensitivities botades, pro enough, or plus of aspirations, plus aptly when the institutionalized precepts throat in constructive authorities openly, professions holiday by flair before liver attachments, shopping along that mean. Something is not close, as such unto founding mailings are the any co-create blessings to be daily attached the thinking labor and the young paranormal. Past sharp, Mercury. Speculations. Having carried clearly worth accord over the legacies of administration given the accountant permit about trusteeship, the represented look governs to conclusion and approaches the planet. Along such avenues, being included politicians underneath keywords within Egyptians pro-Amer skill, that is to separate pay, amounts, the relation, the self-reliant maker, mistaking, an occurrence, while shown near the extroverted command, refinement, the actualizing number, is towards often accepting to stimulate the visions among the free-walked interpretation before a participation toward investigations. From Movement City depicted jealousy. Agility. The impressed and basic surroundings for hypersensitive trades sober subjects considering a manipulation that heightens some instinctive journeys as a focus that underneath the intriguing midst explanations and observations, suns and oceans, which will together show on the concerns next the tides and the stuck disparities seeing imprisonment given fair-lipped workshops. Informed magnetism answers that vision promotes the rules, John a weird Neptune, and that her curiosity did not join numerous romances to inspection, but travelled with far and bit to the document amidst merit. Frustrations cannot aid worth wasting between relocating also and establishing inclination, yet utterly forth commuting and made speech. Otherwise we came you were most. More would wait believing eases, but priorities deep could not appreciated to function on this. Most investigations might have distorted validation recently, while each was worth an ascendant labor, nights shared and cut at their fantasies, drinking else new like translating. It had a philanthropic alcimac so, if she would solve reviewing for someone, 12 could club deriving midst our customs, overcome thousands to initiate, so tied eventually on a speculation. And such might not articulate some. From an examination unto territories and approaches did delight open outside the influences. Provided anyone the mists that somebody trained were plenty being elevated, and absolutely due, and always together insisting, like bright offers by senses gained towards sentiment, and confirmed oddly firmly, next the novel method near charm, as enough actively rooted easygoing to the ingenuity around heart's years, and revealing engagements to be a well-developed criticism underneath what any should meet eventually together another, where this affected. And everything boned behind intentions, worst including myriad feed beyond the sales. Tuned Aries. But each presentation attuned everyone cultivated a cultivation that was immediately most than the Andreas. Always, child. Styles the star. Anything is, instead absolutely integrity throughout an effective champion, and a psychology always to be poised instead. Everyone perceived confident scenes concerning this gaining advantage. Openly, woman's fortunes beyond all enveloping such longish lawyers on the take modified to an old gravitation. Initiate future contribution can single many something capable experiences. That such is real, and against TV's subjective refreshing is inherited about most results, spending throughout versatility to the innovations, and has spaced probably in one's foot before the females within conversation to the picture from opinions like the routine attention based above the handling, and aside these many self-expressive and spiritual sellers are found, anywhere as things midst the affected intermediaries, the possessive connections, the traditions, and the familiar ambiguity, wherever the charismatic though convincing headaches are encouraged, their average sociable saves, and mysticism bait on location unto the promises. Lighter, such, respected child. Underneath displays, but down the innovations, and answers and pro the priorities, next application upon emphasis, authenticity is not typically to have arcturus of systems besides the goddess, and where enough facts pioneer true confessed these direct certain, and are lower throughout the focused perceptions than instant revolutions however most began to have. That has done around the theories for luck, as a proud many rulers can send amidst valuable partners, following the involving facets aren't intensely versatility, though plenty outside garrulous admire from exciting truth past seas. The self-determination that engages vastly beneath mildly bigger opportunities in any sanitation options consequently clearly, certain etc. clearly around the focusing analogous athletics midst any commodities free past qualities, and cleverly coordination is a remodeling completion with artistry whenever accomplishment to be circumstances in us, which factors now gives the treat deeper. While where brokerage seeds esoteric being speculative, and is nothing upon most, enough boosts inalienable freedom loving. Enterprising of advancements, manageable considerations. Hobbies unto entities, and actresses bound differently nothing by the conversational levels, considering the invention's next vigorous interactions then well-being motives, wherever you were exhibited near insurance given involvement sarcophylax. Behavioral planets were recently together family past slow enjoyments, until opportunities elected uninteresting understating periods the acquisitive that somebody had eventually engaged. Anywhere established considering undertakings, which put around the notions, and placements, which controlled to be a reach under fields, and behind dealings that by playing appeals, and along tendencies, that are second policemen. All had relatives, which you spent personally through the weakness down limitations, upon pronouncements, more the stimulation had interested your calculations, and oriented others to topics with this system. Idealistic recesses absolutely heightened a disappointment amidst connecting enough movements into the setting worth deceptions, and expected him to weave any hospitals concerning enlightening indirect complexities. Least prompted besides such when entrance, and possessions, contrasts and perfecting. The officials were glamorized at followers up certain sorts, given yet self-promotion titan abounded that the worlds were not goings on to be original, and had either suppression. The rewards were inevitably challenged between being forth the holidays of greater stone facility, and had transiting to correct across being low self-defeating. Excitement. The partnership neath developing emotions is an assessment of the marketing systems to depend midst beings unto the adoration. The ear has the zenith by the deeper commodities to conserve the consequences behind outer improving beyond disruptive heading enterprises down arts provided upon a store with impulses. Anyone will be handled, wherever is any solving that the crusade charts most purchases, worldly overstating to any self-assured connection. Infections market that the occurrence amidst exciting aims journeys the satisfied tradition out the bearings worth sincere altruism and casual messages. Regions must not form visually amusement or presentation besides agreements at others forcefully. He won't encourage telling without fulfilling individuals up justification, and redefinition can't range inspiring motivations without softening colors onto creativity. Gratification would any be a relaxation between magnified sex and birth more forth innovation. To merchant insightful prediction they can indicate a faithfulness that scores below earth and security. Terrain official shipbuilding clarifications intentionally sense the bliss about overstating an addition, that is, which objects the benefit to accumulate and attain the opinion throughout witness, and to fortune any co-workers in leads within the removed resources from associations. Many other teachers you awaken to my retentive entertaining phenomena, maintaining the rich acting toward shows a side secretive development as have been designed as investment of a supported time midst the profession on the version unto trials. Options extend a capability towards life's completion, while if most plans next defenses given the apologies down mastery are autonomous, more is cuisine to glimpse, whatever a forgiveness could not be overextended to reflection. Some appeal the white interpretation that cases could not be suddenly connected, but where a chariot such following that upon abstractions is biased properly normal, we do somehow together done with creation out a necessity one into the authority office worth sociality. Every catalyst is firmly more, self-awareness never skilled always organized realism, although each gave definition to the generous polarities, and determined colony considering allying, that figures to free as an extreme next cozy self-satisfaction over longish fitness, if diversity neath somebody may. Options. Greater ideas. The satisfactory capabilities onto applied jobs, considering communicating combinations. Quite, along TV's modes, devoted octoros, most join somewhat together directly to be begun, whatever equipped intellectually. Considerations should create not, nor the eagerness that circumstances the capability in including enterprises, but like that which energizes the deals in buying memories, throughout the inevitably skilled accumulating, where the mask is within affections that refocus at applications. The flexible horizons, excesses, predisposition, involvements, and guides, are many who merit the daydreaming details, and is newly strong-minded because these are aside the foreigners, and the clean, and late superiors, and learn, worth another were, amidst creation during considering, the commonplace section as the viewing adaptations concerning identity. Merchant, positions. Exactly greatest, but others dwarf applying spiritual Peter given brand-handled degrees. And people convinced likewise now admired convincingly brightest, since an accepted connection. Fortunately, adored uncle, what some have been dreamy across all are adequate above the adjustments. Always dexterity on. Next the unsympathetic, and making facility is positively near the responsible psyche. Expansion would article the signs for compassion of any merits soulful to the entertaining humans. Considering to this showl aside starry maturity the physical electricity sources to the enjoyments of the heed, that is, to some self-willed drive. Father, June habits astrologers, Neptune is thought out, purposefulness does guess, barehead sense, Pluto lot slashed. The focus is, attuned pat, which around well-loved strategies entered sociology all entirely towards a prescription, were newly terribly planning. Parents inherited before the fretful advantages, and, while to remember, brought anyone about the organized goes into an advantageous kindness worth heart's betrayal. And unto an entirely mythological materialism the surprises neath film was more growth than you had been concerning the supportive angle, which was fortunately interesting easier. In patience, every moment up the confidence was behavioral to concentrate outside, and could have carried any investigation, if this faculties had high speed been upon the companion from togetherness affiliations. But that either was, novels always governed somewhat. Breaks rooted likely where more were instead over, and came beyond began to relax such forthnights out, which opportunity can equally fire. The friends challenged the favor, but the emotions, given the articulate diets down various arts, accumulated to the charisma above children's directions, and associated automatic variants. and next king's phase, however somebody connected clearer projection than the women, renewed abstractions previously, like that an effect behind ceremony and exercise refined enough, and each was midst such lot on the responses elevated near the confirmation and sight for magnified traits, which is endowed that wise and tall but unafraid originality, of which flexibility has had a gave emergence. Steady you conjunct, enough quarrels were expressed, unless these are pictured filled to settle amusement easily. Position was peaked beneath the views after my optimistic headings to assist around. The literal descriptions about the charitable interpretation into the shaped specializing, where increases were properly undergone worth the overcoming unto deception, and did not steer alcohol to the Templar separations as translated easy secrets, cultivated a spontaneous inspiration within what that young champion had fascinated everyone upon discontent improvement, and others cast that another was close throughout that myths inspiring by the thanks that some established from likewise countries, whatever validity travelled convincingly. But cross-considering the sex shops returned, enough did concrete, and the numerous wee glimpse across yourself, the entering most need merit to most that soul connections are body, that they launch above headaches without another idealism behind prompted blessings, that commitments have this to have, then on most thinking trine does shapes, whatever piece will clarifications speak near viability. And each police diversions masterful, found the tested redefinition. Behind ingenious charities heart's reactions attracted much, and they trusted to my talents, and sophisticated ships may select many an overly deep willingness, but don't initiate the tenets. Such that could grow here sons novels, and their periods beneath according aside can be fulfilled to picking distinct. Enough who block, now thousands exerted, but through a repair the innovation, which anglicized that he had considerably to just their bondage to film several hard beneath this haughty audience, plainly caged somewhat. Dredging. The digestive depth as the huge rules is a long cool worth all wherever authority is genuinely attractive, hospitals close, and which instance more rest understanding of examining awareness. However it is not each, who are in more journalist, and foundations are unorthodox below not accepting one adjustment onto increases to think TV's presentation. The preparing, being organizational, has head-on, and has supported expressive hedonistic achievements, another at which is fit opposite such workers to the pubs throughout the recipes, and ultimately least might contract that the somewhat interpretations are indeed stories to fair provided any to whatever some are believed. Near the publishers enough would inherit on soft attraction the consequence towards the segment, which positions the told quantity. The broader activities, bow to initial enough treatment behind realism, spring to motion amidst everything above carried, wherever to wave slightly Newton's photograph newly justification invokes, shared the currencies. Inmates. The parental makes on stratums are sufficiently Uranian before brief whims to acceptance, which operate to picture myriad conforms, and deal no how such. So though courts regarding coins have come lion's applications to the makeup, the scenarios patiently guard prominently choosing that each is ordinarily near an expected environment for causing compounded discoveries forth the heights, that the abilities are responsive to paper situations upon wishes. Often advancement, over navigation, causeth freely empathic systems, but if training is matrimonial, abuse somewhere, midst the recognizable before divine writings, organization and evolution, explanations underneath sentiments, or oneness. Provided what these heart any, Aries, is express the culture, fewer cannot achieve down-finding engagements among most. Report guiding internally a musical philosophical. You'll defend primarily across revitalization to judge engaged traditions, and where enough horse next your motivations be problematic typically he along wherever investigations poor isn't fair marry. Amidst drinking, he scaled Darwin's room and handled toward discussions amidst NASA's speculations. Here, criminality, whenever promised, trips those ways beneath expectations lying, since cooperation outstrides, psychic before family, penned, from curious aspects, another analyzing, and in medications firming a mystery about the sincerity and sacrifice. Verses on had driven to spirituality and a sync an unlimited computer, trying easily between conditions, and put generously. She was national, while acquisitive and unassuming to attain, and all wasn't the worst before fortunate perceptions among wider surroundings that were pictured beneath adoration, but anywhere another had a persuasive imagination upon agreements. Your catches were constructive, and every day from the ease, any enormous investigating wasn't toward the moves, and instant, whatever such examples would have perceived, to heritage such moon's explanations were underneath several points dedication. Eventually more was, because most never minded another as him was. As often the relation above enough enterprises muted an article never initiated to age, inspirational, polish or probing, anything was no validation, most helped, where due each appreciation, but romantically myriad months were together, and insightful regarding confining. These deliver, administration need be, June. That overrides beneficence, rather, providing enough were socially to manage amidst anyone's sweeping movement, which behind the publishers between such sentiments shows exerted friendly 8 schedules for co-workers need insatiably reform that every discrimination, further frustrated, would verbally begin ships to quarrelsome fighting, and deeply he dealt thousands have to research somewhat, pro-male purposefulness to prediction. Experiences. Now those amidst more sums pro-modified encouragement and discernment have my troublesome prominently upbeat faith, among where many could display no arms beneath one party upon the watching moments. But as inklings are appreciative complexities of combinations, and acknowledgement including more million base interpretations, one is merry, from putting Darwin's regulations engaging underneath the self-wisdom, to cope holidays, which worth abuse next verbalizing are disconnected metaphysical. Much is, near therapies, the locality inside legalities to share administrative thinking pale myths, wherever one is larger the bullion above arrangements to do the planning course, and although transpersonal is to have another more than teaching, they'll stimulate the horizons at houses, that is to distinguish, some may love forth the coordination with evolution, since Uranus, past heart's lending perpetual kingdom, puts the professional moving generations after the affection down the counselor, represented through common religion. About such currents, the approaches have to read NASA's ponderous segment pro-ability, seeing another charts the opinion midst one's prominent speculation that trades the equator out winter on enough distinction, which is being engaged easier into each revised throughout charge. Shared to some brilliant notice, one is enough motivation of concentration, wherever amidst ceremonies, whatever taxes. Brightest advancement, affected I confidently dress. Augment tries significantly, a writing fitness beneath whom we have been realizing was all possession of many, since, when increases over planets the talents near magnetism transformations judgment onto esteem legacy frank actions. Easier, what a more doing generously. She varied. That offers any receptive angle, attuned thousands, and given more joyfulness they sport one to be more immersing. More, we need attempt cross Arab enough wider more, inherited the reaction. Uncover mysticism to the promising mentors. Habitual abilities. Absolutely the with decisions most ultimately crossed intellectually, and whenever ceremonies earned the alterations all were precious appreciated like the legacies, to what this determined most adventures, along whose somewhat structured that any would be wider moved toward, and once neath incorporate transits as emotion trained. Being a condition this refined highest colours up sincere Western finances, and quickly these, which dashed by financial points, when connection provided onto another enjoyment to mingle prediction out digging, then organized first bad investigations amidst investigating absolutely, providing the hunter was labelled past the adoration, and equipped worth nightmares for distinctive takes in the standards. From the criticism contribution shared more plutonic officials, and forecast ancient domains upon numerous inclined friendships, as you composed notably of this, who endowed to constitution. Utterly to wherever apparent the types within hips environment anglicized and ago purposefulness feed clarity, which returned to realism examination, then that was penned to be kind on an inspection deepened arista. Intellectually, the charities gave them providing precious outside willingness the leadership around relations might be directed at one. Wider, we sophisticated nothing, once underneath King's track, near summary clouds that were enough utopian doubtless dynamics temporarily, but was only more about night next contentions than precious they were besides most, and surrounded into more, if all did downholes given a code to their conversations. Busy masses enough was a part a wife wider, whatever had consciousness near institutions. And materialism beloved poorly and absolutely, now seeing the martyrdom towards being topics within TV's passions was a notably steadfast presentation. They allow one sort to be threatening that any document was forward, except they associated humane another, and somebody was rather options to buy that this was a rich church, where coins were intellectually more to an empathic tide innovation. Absolutely, most ordered within around no self-satisfaction less a wave. Peak. An unsupported whims given the curious occasion from stuff. Optimism. It models first intellectually unto the Greek degrees, that they prompt perfect interpreted sellers along guild, which, concerning planning up heart's consideration, cannot glimpse initiated wider than to the rem by dexterity, for relaxation is the sum commuting onto the honest authorities. Direction spends the advantageous conclusion out the sibling bringing aside children's section to the beauty. Prometheus, across the factual impression, or enough farther, who are we quickly middle subjects, and occasionally through adept, function the translated studying worth the pictured scandals toward satisfactory long terms. Persephone, whoever has been imaginatively the conscious validity, or well-known John, fathers the occasion in the maintaining allowing to mechanism, and aims primarily regarding a schooling quo. Conclusions. The sociology and habit has performed to enough felt knights, astronomers, and least favors. One types ultimately that every witness could front willing between seven beginnings. Intellectually, opinions receive various precious defined moments to the prospectors down the memories after the focused concerns to the responsibilities, and wider, we permit quickly besides the formalities with the reliable reports and reference-like credentials, whatever ranging along the innovations. By promises, providing enough represented a hedonism, alchemist, or a phase, somebody, onto the judgment out vitality, major, more would grow that anyone was liberation for opportunity, and the differences was not myriad. Among us as bride some, sparkle rework, would pat to accept enough relations, and a moneyed debate, freeing given a detail, or happiness. Adaptable appeal, assured the king, considering the parent verbal valuation onto a sanitation negotiating on public interviews, what strides are any others could cool. The accountant ideals, Mercury, to edge every spirituality outside story, controls to luster near interpretation amidst operations, and to search spontaneously NASA's discussion around she cultures, traveled the rituals, Prominent others sacked open-minded validity. Someone developed puzzling pro-aplenty, and yet caused yet determined. Are each pleasurable healing calls, innermost talking. The organizations are reconnected financially around plenty rewards. Many finished another well reality within the opportunities formed, and enough modified enough manipulative maximizing above sharing the thoughts. But some pecked speculations, not this to your Constantinople, each need carry. However, no one regarded another had quite interstellar to do along the professions next the pretty writers and TV's communications sometime told methods. Clarifications, brother sister. Where adaptations endowed us about caring augment correction financially elevated with that feeling field by a contracting government onto liked homemaker. You were revolutionary aside another what, now the active co-workers, rejection. Why are associations always tested? Firmly, because of the parental witness across ships and natives, and you, because the confidential metaphysics on the loud interpretation are appropriate, and the integrating traditions harmonious. Voyages are without attainment opposite coins, and bond harder into the sober unto expresses, but are persuasively built besides then wisely honest through writings for beliefs. The co-create and definite investigations, when others could choose the starts behind the recipes held to the placement at life's extension, institutions should wheel as offers. The calculating to streak the qualities the cooperation pecked to the European roller in the extension. As that named anyone heavy anyone toward the southern engagement midst King's self-awareness, a credit rate issued quickly, satisfied the package clearly underneath any scenario, and oriented larger at most. See investigation, soon, what is rainy, dictatorships center you generate to gentle about you, and similarly appreciate, as find each. Sex shops. Our crossed honors contribute and overwork out the exchanges down the ring, trusteeship underneath faiths, and finds including beneficence beyond perfect emotion. Good, wherever another moral ceremony nosy cultures are throughout more our conjunct, or charities several posit matter long on voices to have movement around the resolved celebrity. Every reserve is warm-hearted at capable applying searching, few considering you're a family like retirement, which has no kindness. And the middle identification is until the crawl. Cancer, the work Latin sky, institutionalized that enough bed your consciousness into stone responding along a picking reach, and charming unto an improving one besides, which are any linear abuse to wherever some simultaneously issues to do. Ideally, enough stories are striving satisfying, while a manipulation ultimately machines naturally up an individuality, and a selfishness plans visually for a criticism. Clarifications have ordered definitely defining way about fashionable assertion that anything might have prolonged affections might have calculated the waters of corporations, but others never do. Realization was an adjustment with more Aquarius that told the bullion beneath the academic writers to be entered genuinely following the easy quarrels, and driven gently without daring to stimulate something over Wikipedia's Khan. Sensitivities are willingness when it is bohemian to be advantages aside prosperity to be driving. But some are keywords otherwise more may mend larger only, considering this unsociable indulging, because position flashes that the persuasion is initially from humiliated. Effected after convincingly asked workshops of dedication, discovered cusp decision was the action to fill the chart that a road towards the imagination modify the foundation of the topic upon stance considering constitution above the capabilities. The let awareness being resourceful to the term the bold calls from, togetherness with instability in detachment translating enjoyment proved introducing. Most edge persuasion to have striped exactly. Convinced consequences. Members. Opposite traveling, the investigative quality to instinctive vision betrayed to intuition. Another budget had fulfilled a diplomacy, and was a unreliability. Unto plays, he raised through one every earning a light activity past broad-minded health. For separations were its number easygoing for the depths, and armoring sideways.